Aliens, Travelers, and Other Strangers, by Boris and Arkady Strugatsky and others, translated from the Russian by Roger DeGaris. Copyright 1984 by Macmillan Publishing Company. Narrated by Peter Johnson.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation: 13 science fiction tales by Russian authors. Includes The Visitors, about spider-like machines visiting Earth. The Empty House, showing how aliens escape their planet's appalling winter by time-traveling into next spring. And Crossing of the Paths, about an exploration team threatened by a huge migratory plant creature. 1984. From the Book Jacket. Enter the world of Soviet science fiction, a world of futuristic adventure and philosophical inquiry. Travel backward in time with an enterprising entrepreneur who schemes to purchase the masterworks of Vincent van Gogh at bargain prices. Visit with an alien who must choose between saving his own life and blaspheming science when he mistakenly lands on an impossible planet. Listen to a lecture on Faust, given by a mysterious professor who proves that Mephistopheles was an extraterrestrial. The 13 stories collected in Aliens, Travelers, and Other Strangers demonstrate the extraordinary breadth and scope of styles and themes that make up the contemporary Soviet science fiction scene. In Kirill Bulychev's The Empty House, a team of explorers is faced with the latter-day equivalent of a classic locked-door murder mystery. A planet whose buildings indicate a highly advanced civilization, but no one is home. M. Krivich and O. Olgin's Plays and Winds explores the notion of artificial intelligence through the story of a whimsical chess-playing computer that, upon first tasting caviar, maneuvers its chess pieces into the shape of a fish. And Ilya Varshavsky winks broadly at science fiction's tendency to borrow themes from conventional sources in The Secrets of the Genre, in which a science fiction writer turns Little Red Riding Hood on her literary head to furnish an alibi for a crime of passion. Aliens, Travelers, and Other Strangers is a proud addition to Macmillan's widely acclaimed Best of Soviet Science Fiction series. Like its predecessors, it provides a glimpse into a little-seen literary tradition, as well as giving us a unique view of the future through the eyes of another world. About the authors. Boris and Arkady Strugatsky are the authors of 8 previous books in Macmillan's Best of Soviet Science Fiction series: Roadside Picnic, Tale of the Troika; Prisoners of Power; Definitely Maybe; Noon, 22nd Century; Far Rainbow, The Second Invasion from Mars; Beetle in the Anthill; Space Apprentice; and Escape Attempt. Other contributors to this volume are Kirill Bulychev, author of Half a Life and Guslier Wonders; Dmitri Bilenkin, author of The Uncertainty Principle; Ilya Varshavsky, Vladen Bakhnov, and Sever Gansovsky, contributors to New Soviet Science Fiction and World Spring; and Vladimir Mikhailov, Vladimir Osinsky, Valery Tsyganov, and M. Krivich and O. Olgin, newcomers to the series. Side 1, Tone 1. Contents. Side 1, Tone 2. No Alarming Symptoms, by Ilya Varshavsky. Side 1, Tone 3. According to Scientific Data, by Vladimir Bakhnov. Side 1, Tone 4. Brook on Iapetus, by Vladimir Mikhailov. Side 2, Tone 1. Vincent van Gogh, by Sever Gansovsky. Side 3, Tone 1. The Secrets of the Genre, by Ilya Varshavsky. Side 4, Tone 1. Spaceship, by Vladimir Osinsky. Side 4, Tone 2. A Remark Concerning a Little Something About the Devil, by Vladimir Bakhnov. Side 4, Tone 3. The Fifth on the Left, by Vladimir Bakhnov. Side 4, Tone 4. The Empty House, by Kirill Bulychev. Side 4, Tone 5. Crossing of the Paths, by Dmitri Bilenkin. Side 5, Tone 1. Martian Tales, by Valery Tsyganov. Side 5, Tone 2. Plays and Winds, by M. Krivich and O. Olgin. Side 5, Tone 3. The Visitors, by Boris and Arkady Strugatsky. Aliens, Travelers, and Other Strangers. No Alarming Symptoms, by Ilya Varshavsky. 1. I don't like his kidneys, Krebs said. Leroy glanced at the screen. The kidneys are okay. I've seen worse. But it looks like they've been regenerated. What was done about them the last time? I'll check right away. Krebs punched a number into the computer. Leroy leaned back in his chair and muttered something through his teeth. What did you say? Krebs asked. 6 o'clock. Time to take him out of narcosis. And what will we do about the kidneys? Did you get the information? Yes, here it is. Complete restoration of the renal calyces. Hand over the printout. Krebs knew his boss's style. He never hurried his answers, and so waited patiently. Leroy put the film aside and frowned. We'll have to regenerate. At the same time, give me the program for genetic correction. You think that... No question about it. Otherwise, they could never have reached such a condition in only 50 years. Krebs sat down at the keyboard. Leroy was silent, rapping a pencil against the edge of the table. The bath temperature has risen 0.3 of a degree, the nurse said. Put on deep cooling, down to... Hold it a minute. Leroy paused. How's the program coming, he asked, turning to Krebs. The text version is in the computer, a 93% match. All right, we'll risk it. Deep cooling for 20 minutes. The gradient, 0.5 degree a minute. Got it, the nurse said. I don't like fooling with heredity, Leroy said. You never really know what will come of it. Krebs turned to his boss. In my opinion, it's all disgusting, especially memory inversion. I'd never give my consent. No one is asking you to. To put it mildly, they've created a caste of immortals, and now everyone's fawning all over them. Leroy wearily closed his eyes. You're a mystery to me, Krebs. At times I'm afraid of you. What's so frightening about me? Your limitations. Thanks. -6, the nurse said. Enough. Switch to regeneration. Violet flashes played over the operating room ceiling. Use feedback on the test program matrix. Okay, Krebs answered. Hereditary predisposition, Leroy muttered. No, I don't like messing around with it. Neither do I, Krebs said. It all goes against my grain. Who needs it? Tell me, Krebs, are you familiar with the term struggle for existence? Yes, I studied it in my childhood. That's not what I meant, Leroy said. I'm talking about the struggle for survival of an entire biological species called, in ancient times, Homo sapiens. And for that we have to restore centuries-old monsters? You really are thick, Krebs. How old are you? 30. How long have you been a physiologist? 5 years. And before? Krebs shrugged. You know as well as I. You went to school? Yes. So then, 25 years down the tubes. But to make something of yourself, you'd have had to become a mathematician, cyberneticist, biochemist, biophysicist as well. In other words, get 4 more degrees. Let's see. How long would it take you to acquire what is modestly referred to as experience, but is actually the life-tested ability to think scientifically? Krebs's face turned red. Is that what you think? I don't think I know. As my assistant, you'll do fine. But an assistant is not worth much. Science needs leaders. Assistants will always be there. But the situation is quite complicated. There are more and more problems, serious ones, that cannot be put off. Problems humanity must solve if it is to continue to exist. But life will not wait. It constantly urges forward. Work, work. Every year work harder, more efficiently, more productively. Otherwise it is stagnation, degradation, degradation, and that's death. Afraid of losing the competition? Krebs asked. An ironic smile flashed over Leroy's thin lips. Do you really think, Krebs, that I care which social system triumphs in that best of all worlds? I know my own value. Anyone I agree to work for will pay. A hired scientist? Why not? And like any honest mercenary, I am loyal to the banner under which I serve. Then just talk about the future of Donomag, and not about all of humanity. Admit that— Enough, Krebs. I have no desire to listen to worn-out maxims. Just tell me why, when we restore a person's heart muscle, regenerate a liver, rejuvenate the organism, everyone is ecstatic. How humane! A great victory for reason over the forces of nature. But all we have to do is go a smidgen deeper, and people like you raise a cry. Ah, the scientist's memory was inverted, a sacrilegious operation. Don't forget, our experiments cost a pile of money. We have to put out real working scientists, and not rejuvenated but senile oldsters. Okay, Krebs said. Maybe you're right. Maybe the devil is not as bad as he's painted. Especially when we can give him the brain of an angel, Leroy chortled. The timer sounded. 20 minutes, the nurse said impassively. Krebs walked over to the computer. The matrix of the control program shows all zeros. Excellent. Turn off the generators. Raise the temperature. 1 degree per minute. It's time to stop narcosis. 2. An enormous, loving world was being reborn out of the heart of nothingness. Love was in everything, in the pleasantly cooling regeneration solution, in the transformer's quiet singing, in the blood's hot pulsing, in the smell of ozone, in the lamp's dull glow. The surrounding world imperiously entered the awakening body, a majestic, ordinary, and eternally new world. Clarence raised his head. 2 black figures wearing antiseptic coats, reaching to their heels, stood bent over the bath. "Well, how goes it, Clarence?" Leroy asked. Clarence stretched. "Marvelous! As though I've been born again." "That's just what it is," Krebs muttered. Leroy smiled. "Can't wait to skip and jump?" "Damn it, but I feel flooded with energy, ready to move mountains." "There's time enough for that." Leroy's expression became serious. "Now it's time for a shower and then into inversion." Whoever said that a healthy person does not feel his body? Nonsense. There is no greater pleasure than feeling the beating of one's own heart, the rise and fall of one's diaphragm, the touch of air against the trachea with each breath. Here's how. With each cell of young, taut skin to reflect the blows of shower water, and to snort gently like an idling engine, an engine with an enormous unused reserve of power. Damn it all, but everything was great. During the last 50 years, technology had made an unbelievable leap. How could you compare this to the last regeneration? Then they had just patched him up, but this time— but it was good. What they had done with Elsa was simply a miracle. Only she had refused inversion. Just like a woman, they always live in the past, save memories like keepsakes. Why carry all that useless ballast? Life is all in the future. A cast of immortals, a great idea. It would be interesting to see what would happen after inversion. To tell the truth, the last year the old brain had not been working so great, not a single article during the whole time. 100 years is no joke. But that was all right. Now they'd see what old man Clarence still had in him. It had been a superb idea to show up at Elsa's for the 75th anniversary rejuvenated, not only physically but also mentally. "That's enough, Clarence. Leroy's waiting for you in the inversion room. Get dressed." Krebs held out a thick, furry bathrobe for Clarence. 3. Back and forth, back and forth. The current pulses in the oscillatory circuit. The rhythm is set, is set, is set. The current of electrons tears loose from the surface of incandescent threads and flies into the vacuum, driven by electrical fields. Stop. A negative potential is established on the grid, an unimaginably small interval of time, and the impatient swarm once again rushes to the anode. The rhythm is set, giving birth to sound vibrations, imperceptible to the ear in the quartz crystal, time of times softer than a mosquito's hum. Silent ultrasound waves run along a silver wire. A metal tick fastens itself on the skin and travels through the skull. Onward, onward, into the Holy of Holies, into nature's greatest work, called the human brain. Here it is, its mysterious gray mass, the mirror of the world, the storehouse of woe and joy, hopes and disappointments, ascents and falls, the genial insights and the stupid mistakes. The man lying in the chair was staring out the window. The mirrored glass reflected the screen with a gigantic representation of his brain. He saw the glowing traces of the panel. The calm, confident hands of a scientist. Onward, onward, those hands command. Another 5 millimeters. Careful. Here is a blood vessel. Better go around it. Clarence had pins and needles in his foot. He made a movement to change his position. Easy, Clarence. Leroy's voice was muffled. Try not to move for another few minutes. I hope you are not experiencing any unpleasant sensations. No. How could he, when he knew that it was totally deprived of sensibility, that gray mass, the analyzer of all types of pain? We'll begin now, Leroy said. The last electrode. Now the crucial moment had arrived. 200 electrodes were hooked up to the decision apparatus. From that point on, the man and the machine formed a single unit. Voltage, Leroy ordered. Lie down, Clarence. Make yourself comfortable. Memory inversion. For that, the computer had to ransack every last nook and cranny in the human brain, unfold the swarm of memories in an infinite line, interpret the subconscious, and decide what to remove forever and what to leave, cleaning the junk out of the storerooms. A green light on the control panel flashed on. Current was being sent through the cerebral cortex. A little boy stands in dismay in front of a broken jar of jam. The thick brown liquid spreads over the rug. Stop! Now the sensory complex was resolved into components and checked against the program. What was going on? Fear, confusion, the first conception of the fragility of the surrounding world. Remove it. A relay clicked barely perceptibly. An impulse of current is given. Nerve excitation ceases to circulate in that section. Memory volume is increased for more important things. A band of schoolchildren runs out into the street. They are whispering about something. In the center, a lanky kid with an unkempt sheaf of red hair and protruding ears. How hard it is to pretend that you're not at all afraid of that riffraff. Your legs seem made of cotton, a nauseous feeling moving to your throat. You feel like running. They keep coming closer. An ill-boding silence and a grinning mouth with protruding ears. 2 more steps. A blow in the face. Remove it! Click, click, click. A riverbank, dancing, floating restaurants on the water. A black shadow. A foot in a worn-down shoe. Fishing lines cast out, floating down the current. A red fog before his eyes. A blow with fists into a hated face. A second, a third. The prostrate, whimpering enemy, smearing blood over his face. A nanosecond for analysis. Leave it. Confidence in one's own strength and the joy in victory are necessary to a scientist, no less than to a boxer in the ring. The reflection of fire on the tops of the firs. Faces flushed with wine and youth. A sheaf of sparks fly up from the fire when branches are thrown on. The crackle of fire and song. The star of love in the heavens. Elsa's face. Let's go, Clarence. I want quiet. The rustle of dry leaves underfoot. A white dress against the background of a tree trunk. Perhaps you'll finally go ahead and kiss me, Clarence? The bitter smell of moss at dawn. Breakfast at a small country inn. Hot milk with crisp rolls. Now it's forever, isn't it, dear? Lights on the control panel flash on and off. Love for a woman is good. Excites the imagination. Remove the rest. Takes up too many nerve connections. Click, click. Everything is reduced to the size of a snapshot in the family album. A white dress against the background of a tree trunk. Perhaps you'll finally go ahead and kiss me, Clarence. An invisible ray races through the cells of the electronic commutator, sniffing all the mysteries of a human soul. What next? Current through the 30-second pair of electrodes. Leave, remove. Leave, remove, 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 remove. He lied. Click, click. His first lecture, a black suit that Elsa has carefully ironed. A suppressed anxiety in his blue eyes. Good luck, darling. The lecture hall. The student's attentive, mocking eyes. The hoarse, almost crackling voice. Introduction to the theory of functions of a complex variable. The gaping mouth of a youth in the front row. The gradually diminishing roar. the sound of chalk against the blackboard, the joyful assurance that the lecture was going well. Applause, the congratulations of colleagues. How long ago? 70 years, September 20th. Click, click. Leave only the date and a short summary of the lecture. Onward. Look, it's our son. True he looks like you? A bouquet of roses on the night table. He had bought them in a store near the bridge. The blonde salesgirl had picked them out. Women love good flowers. I'm sure she'll like them. Click, click. Out with all unnecessary memories cluttering the mind. A mathematician's brain should be free from sentimental nonsense. Elsa's piercing animal-like shout. Sympathetic telegrams, telephone calls, a crowd of reporters on the stairway. The whole world is proud of your son's exploits. On the front page of the newspaper, the photograph of a young man in a baggy jumpsuit near a rockets ramp, a hushed crowd in the church, the priest's skinny figure. May his memory live forever. Lights flash on and off on the panel. Charges race around the memory delay lines, the logical drain blocks, loaded to capacity. Again and again the results compared with the program, and again logical analysis. Well, what happened? Leroy's gaze was fixed on the control panel. It seemed the computer could not make a decision. Finally, thank God. Leroy sighed with relief, hearing the usual click of the relay. Tomorrow, Krebs, check it against the magnetic recording, and see what got mixed up in the program. Click, click, click. May his memory live forever. Click. Another memory cell was free. Billions of analyses a minute, events and dates, acquaintances' faces, books he had read, fragments of films, tastes and habits, physical constants, tensors, operators, formulas. Everything had to be put in order, sorted out, and the superfluous removed. Click, click. The mathematician's brain required an enormous professional memory. A sufficient volume had to be provided for at least 50 years. Who could say what lay ahead? Out with the ballast! Click, click. Curves danced on the oscillograph screen. Leroy was dissatisfied. It appeared that he'd have to stop. The brain was fatigued. Enough, he ordered. Call the orderlies. Let them take him back to the ward. Krebs pushed a button. While the orderlies were busy with the unconscious body, he turned off the equipment. Is that all? Yes, Leroy answered. I'm as tired as God after the 6th day of creation. I have to relax. Krebs, let's go to some cafe. You too could use some change after such hard work. 4. 1, 2, 3. Left, left. 1, 2, 3. Walking was a fine thing. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. Tick, tick, tick. Left auricle, right ventricle. Right auricle, left ventricle. 1, 2, 3. Left, left. Clarence strode lightly down the street. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. What a variety of smells, colors, and forms. His renewed brain greedily sucked in the surrounding world. Hot blood pulsed through his arteries, raced through the labyrinth of tiny vessels, and returned to its starting place. Tick, tick, tick. A small circle, a large circle. The right auricle, the left ventricle. The left auricle, the right ventricle. Tick, tick. Inhale, pause. Exhale, pause. Stop. Clarence was struck with an image. Against green leaves, deep red buds gave off a fantastic odor. He dropped to his knees and, like an animal, sniffed the bush. In the eyes of a girl walking toward him were mockery and a reluctant admiration. He was very handsome, the man kneeling by the flowers. "Did you lose something?" she asked, smiling. "No, I just want to remember this smell. Do you know what these plants are called?" "Flowers," she corrected. "Ordinary red roses. Do you really mean you've never seen them?" "No, I never have, thank you. Now I'll remember. Red roses." He stood up and touched the buds gently with his fingers and walked on. 1, 2, 3. Left, left. The girl watched him in amazement. A nut, but it was a pity, and he could have been a little more polite. Roses, red roses, he repeated as he walked. Clarence pushed open the auditorium door. Today there was a seminar. Levy, who resembled an old pug, was standing at the equation-covered blackboard. He turned and waved to Clarence with the hand holding the chalk. All eyes were fixed on Clarence. Students crowded the doorway. They had not come because of Levy. Clarence was the man of the hour, one of the cast of Immortals. "Excuse me for coming late," he said, taking his seat. "Please continue." He cast a quick glance over the board. So. It seemed that the old man had taken on the proof of Langren's theorem. Amusing. Levy walked over to the second blackboard. Clarence did not notice the eyes fixed on him. He was calculating something in his mind. Now he was tense as a thoroughbred before a race. "That's it. But hold on, don't rush. Check it again. Yes. Excellent. That's enough." Levy turned around, confused. "Did you say something, Clarence?" Clarence's lips were formed in a dazzling, merciless smile. "I said that that's enough. There's an unresolved indeterminacy in the second member. When solved for a partial derivative, it becomes an identity." He walked up to the board, casually erased everything Levy had written, jotted down several lines, and underlined the results with a bold stroke. Levy's face looked like a baked apple left in the oven too long. He stared at the board for several minutes. "Thank you, Clarence. I'll try to think of what can be done." Now Clarence delivered the final blow. You could hear a pin drop. "The best thing you can do is not take on problems that are beyond your ability." Knockout. He was walking down the street. 1, 2, 3, left, left. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. The prostrate, whimpering enemy, smearing blood over his face. A baked apple left in the oven too long. Confidence in one's own strength is necessary to a mathematician, no less than to a boxer in the ring. 1, 2, 3. Inhale, pause, exhale, pause. 1, 2, 3. Left, left. 5. "Clarence!" A radiant, brilliant Elsa stood in the doorway. How beautiful she was, a young Aphrodite sprung from a regeneration bath solution. A white dress against the background of a tree trunk. "Perhaps you'll finally go ahead and kiss me, Clarence?" "Hello, dear." He gave her a kiss unlike those usually exchanged by spouses on their diamond anniversary. "Let me look at you. You look marvelous. I might have to hire a bodyguard to keep the co-eds away from you." "Don't be silly, with a wife like you." "Let me go. You'll muss my hair." He walked across the room, rearranged the books on the bookcase, looked over the knickknacks on Elsa's table, inspected the furniture with curiosity, and then the walls. It was all very ordinary, but at the same time unfamiliar, as though he had seen it somewhere in a dream. "A new attraction?" he asked, looking at the photograph of a young man in a bulky suit, standing next to a rocket ladder. There was horror in Elsa's eyes. "Clarence, what are you saying?" "I'm not one to be jealous of my wife's acquaintances, but judge for yourself. Hanging an admirer's photo over your bed might just strike people as strange. And why are you staring at me like that?" Because that's Henry, our son." "My God, you really don't remember." "I remember everything very clearly, but we never had children. If you still insist on having a photo to beautify our bedroom, you might think of something a little more clever." "Oh, Lord." "Please don't, my dear." Clarence bent over his sobbing wife. "All right, let it hang there if that's what you want." "Go away. For God's sake, go away, Clarence. Let me be alone. I beg you, go away." "Okay. I'll be in the study. When you calm down, call me." Events and dates, friends' faces, books he had read, scenes from movies, physical constants, tensors, operators, formulas. A white dress against the background of a tree trunk. "Perhaps you'll finally go ahead and kiss me, Clarence?" Red roses. Langren's theorem. Baked apple left in the oven too long. The joy of victory. No, he just could not understand what nonsense had gotten into Elsa's head. A festively set table. Alongside a bottle of red wine, a wedding cake. 2 icing doves held the number 75 in their beaks. See what I prepared. This wine is 75 years old. Thank God, it seemed Elsa had calmed down. But why 75? Very nice, even though it's not completely accurate. I'm not 75, but 100, and so are you, if I remember right. Once again that strange, nervous look. He cut a large piece of cake and poured the wine. To immortality! They clinked glasses. I would like, Clarence said as he chewed his cake, you to undergo inversion this year. Your brain is overloaded. Therefore you invent non-existent events, mix up dates, and are far too nervous. If you want, I'll call Leroy tomorrow. It's such a trivial operation. Clarence! Elsa's eyes were pleading with him, waiting expectantly, commanding. Today is August 23rd. Don't you remember what happened on this day 75 years ago? Events and dates, friends' faces, tensors, operators, formulas, formulas, formulas. August 23rd? Maybe I passed my last exam? Of course! It was Elgard's course. 3 questions, and the first— Stop it! Elsa ran out of the room, holding her handkerchief over her eyes. Yes. Clarence poured himself some more wine. Poor Elsa. No matter what, I have to take her to Leroy tomorrow. When Clarence went into the bedroom, Elsa was already in bed. Calm down, my dear, he said. It's not worth crying about. He hugged her around her trembling shoulders. Oh, Clarence, what did they do to you? You're completely changed, unreal. Why did you consent? You've forgotten everything. You're just overtired. You shouldn't have refused inversion. Your brain is overloaded. After all, 100 years is no joke. I'm afraid of you like this. Perhaps you'll finally go ahead and kiss me, Clarence? 6. The malevolent breath of misfortune poisoned the smell of roses, confused the elegant string of equations. Misfortune entered his dreams, silently stalking on soft paws. It was somewhere very near. Without opening his eyes, Clarence put his hand on his wife's shoulder. Elsa! He tried to open her frozen-shut eyes, to warm her lifeless statue face with his breath, tear the tiny nail out of her stiffened fingers. Elsa! No one can awaken a stone to life. Clarence seized the telephone receiver. Morphine poisoning, the doctor said as he put on his overcoat. Death occurred about 3 hours ago. I left the death certificate on the phone book and wrote down the number of the funeral parlor. I'll report it to the police. A suicide beyond a shadow of doubt. I don't think they'll bother you. Elsa! He kneeled by the bed and stroked her cold, pale forehead. Forgive me, Elsa. My God, what an idiot I was. To sell my soul, and for what? To become a computer, to be able to ridicule that blockhead Levy. A baked apple left too long in the oven. The joy of victory. Langren's theorem. Tensors, operators. Formulas, formulas, formulas. That blockhead. Clarence reached out and picked up a blank sheet of paper from the night table. At 12, the telephone rang. Still kneeling, Clarence picked up the receiver. Hello? Hello, Clarence. This is Leroy. Did you have a good night? Did I have a good night? Clarence repeated absent-mindedly, casting a glance at the death certificate now covered with mathematical symbols. I had a fine night. How are you feeling? Great. Even rows of equations covered the pages of the telephone book lying on the pillow next to the dead woman's head. Call me in 2 hours. I'm very busy. I think I found proof of Langren's theorem. Leroy chortled, then hung up. Well, how's he doing? Krebs asked. Everything's fine. The operation was a complete success. No alarming symptoms. According to Scientific Data, by Vladimir Bakhnov. I woke up in the middle of the night because of a loud tinkling sound. Without opening my eyes, I tried to determine what that incomprehensible sound was, and finally I guessed. Someone was insistently knocking on my window. That was strange, very strange, when you consider that I live on the 37th floor. Swearing under my breath, I jumped out of bed and threw open the blinds. Outside the window, not far from the windowsill, a man was standing. More exactly, he was not standing, but rather hanging motionless in the air. And about the strange man's head, the moon was shining like a silvery halo, coldly lighting his smooth, sloping, bald head. I have to admit that I was somewhat taken aback. And the man, catching sight of me, waved his arms joyfully and, seeming to lose his balance, shot upward, then flashed by as he fell, and finally hung in front of me again, having regained his initial position. "What are you doing there?" I asked sternly, opening the window a crack. "I'll explain everything." He came closer. "If I am not mistaken, you are an astronomer?" "And so if I am?" "You are a specialist in extraterrestrial civilization?" "Yes," I said, even more surprised by his knowledge. "Marvelous! You're just the person I need. You are a person, aren't you?" "Yes, of course." "And I am a Turian, an inhabitant of the planet Tur. Does that mean anything to you?" "No." "Well, it's not important. Our planet is probably known to you under a different name. By the way, what is the name of your heavenly body?" he asked, trying to push his head through the crack in the window. "Earth." "Earth?" "Earth. First I've heard of it. But that's not the problem. If you would be so good as to let me into your residence—" "Of course, of course." I hurried to throw the window open hospitably. To converse any longer with an extraterrestrial guest through a crack in the window would have been downright rude. "Much obliged." The Turian bowed ceremoniously, and after carefully wiping his feet on the windowsill, fluttered into the room. He was dressed somewhat skimpily. Bright striped swimsuit with buttoned pockets and frog-green rubber fins. The word Katya tattooed on his right arm and Tanya on his left. "With your permission, I'll have a seat," he said wearily, and having plopped down on an armchair, closed his eyes. "I can't believe I made it. The starship went out of control. We fell forever, and finally, last night, plunged into your planet. Your heavenly body is a planet, isn't it?" The Turian suddenly got excited. "Of course it's a planet." "Ah, good thing. Fortunately, we fell into a sea or into— what do you call the largest bodies of water?" "Oceans." "Yes, we fell into the ocean and went to the bottom. Out of the entire crew, I am the only one to survive. It's horrible, horrible." If I had not seen that man with my own eyes floating through the air at a height of 37 floors, I would never have believed his story. But damn it, I had seen him. "Excuse me," he said, "but what do you call the emotion your face is expressing at this very moment?" "Most likely amazement," I admitted. "And what amazes you?" "Many things. For example, how did you manage to learn our language? Isn't that amazing?" "And isn't it amazing that I resemble a human being at all? How many times have you seen beings on other planets who resemble humans physically?" "Never." "So then, I must explain that we inhabitants of the planet Tur are totally different from the inhabitants of your planet. We are totally different from everything you know. But thanks to the achievements of our great science, we have learned to metamorphose ourselves and take on any form, which of course greatly facilitates our contacts with other civilizations. We can metamorphose ourselves in an instant. So, as I, for example, floated up from the sinking starship, I encountered a slew of swimming beings. As a consequence, I erroneously concluded that they were the main inhabitants of this planet." "You mean fish?" "Exactly so. I immediately assumed the form of a large fish, but was almost swallowed up by another even larger individual of the same class of lower invertebrates. Then I rushed to wade ashore, assuming the form of a rock, to make sure I would not be accidentally eaten. True, I am familiar with worlds where rocks are the only food. Therefore, just in case, I metamorphosed into an inedible rock. In the morning, other beings appeared on the shore. To avoid a second error, I observed them the entire day and finally came to the conclusion that they were, after all, members of an intelligent civilization. Then I metamorphosed into an exact replica of one of those people." So that's it, I broke out laughing. Now I understand why you are dressed so strangely. Fins, swimsuit. What's the matter? The Turian was serious and upset. Is there something wrong with my costume? No, your outfit is just fine for the beach, but not for evening strolls. Aren't you afraid of catching cold? Excuse me, but I don't understand your question. Aren't you cold? The Turian thought. If I have understood you correctly, you are asking me if I can feel that the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere is lower than the temperature of my body? Yes, I can feel the difference, and it produces an emotion rather more unpleasant than pleasant. In that case, I can offer you a robe. What is that, a robe? Oh, what you're wearing. Yes, I believe that would be suitable. And in a flash the Turian had grown an identical bathrobe. But to get back to business, we unfortunately have limited time. Every minute counts. I haven't even told you what the main and most tragic difference between our worlds is. Only, I beg you, don't get frightened. You are aware that in addition to matter there is antimatter? Of course. So then, according to our scientific data, Tur consists of antimatter. And so then, do I. You're made of antimatter? I asked, automatically moving away from him. Exactly so. But how is it we two are communicating? After all, contact of matter and antimatter should lead to an explosion. Perfectly correct. And this fatal fact has long prevented our contact with other worlds. However, Turian scientific geniuses have invented automatic transformers that turn antimatter into matter, and vice versa. The transformers operate without our participation or knowledge, determining independently which we should be at a given moment, material or antimaterial. All we have to do is to undergo from time to time a regular irradiation by the transformer, and that's all there is to it. But now my transformer is lying on the bottom of the ocean, and my last treatment is wearing off. I soon will be in danger of turning back into antimatter. Can you imagine the fireworks? However, if you wish, I can calculate the force of the explosion rather accurately. Give me a pencil, please. So then, we take my body's mass and multiply by... Hold on a minute. I was getting nervous. Can't we come up with something to help you? How much time is left until your anti-materialization? 2 hours and 30 minutes, the Turian replied calmly. We don't have to come up with anything. I have, thank God, held on to my beacon. For some reason he patted himself on his stomach. And I'll call our emergency service. They'll come for me. They'll come for you? In 2 hours? I asked in surprise. Why 2 hours? Said the Turian, surprised in turn. A lot sooner. It is an emergency. But for them to find me, I have to send my exact coordinates to Tur. The region of the galaxy, the star, the planet, the latitude, the longitude, and the building and apartment numbers. But I haven't the slightest idea where I've ended up. I can't even say whether it's our galaxy or a different one, so only an astronomer can get me out of the jam. If this weren't the case, and if it weren't for the threat of imminent anti-materialization, I would never have disturbed you at such an uncivilized hour. Once again, I ask your pardon. It's nothing at all, I said, eager to calm my guest. Let's get on with establishing our coordinates and calling the emergency service for you. Right on. To be honest, I really don't feel like exploding before they arrive, not even in your most hospitable home. Show me a map of the galaxy. I hurriedly opened my star atlas. The Turian lost himself in the map, and finally, poking his finger at the center of the galaxy, said, My planet is here. Ah, Tur, my Tur, he sighed. Is it far from your planet? I could not bring myself to reveal the awful truth to him right away. Why are you silent? Your planet is... I began hoarsely and paused to cough. My voice was trembling shamefully. Your planet is at a distance of 30,000 light-years. 30,000? Well, the emergency service can handle it. We'll try to get them the coordinates as quickly as possible. Show me the location of your planet. Earth is about here. I pointed to a barely noticeable dot representing the sun. Where? He asked, very perturbed. Here, I repeated. It can't be, the Turian said, smiling. You're getting things mixed up. I found this statement quite insulting. I've been studying astronomy for 25 years and know quite well where Earth is. Nonsense! According to our scientific data, in that part of the galaxy in which you claim your planet is located, there is not and cannot be any life whatsoever. And your planet cannot even really be a planet, as you so mistakenly suppose, but merely a gaseous nebula. That is what our science has proved. I am sorry for your sake, but there's nothing I can do. Is it impossible for Turian scientists to make a mistake? I'll ask you to watch your language, my guest retorted sharply. Please don't forget that you are speaking about Turian science. Okay, then, I won't argue. Call your emergency service and let that be that. What are you talking about? How can I call the emergency service to a planet that, according to our scientific data, cannot exist? It's absurd. And is not the fact that you yourself are on a planet that, according to your scientific data, does not exist, isn't that absurd? I shouted. Are you here or not? The Turian fell into thought. He thought for a long time, and I could feel physically the approach of that terrible moment when my guest would anti-materialize. Yes, I am on this planet, he said finally, but that act cannot refute our scientific data that your planet does not exist. The situation was hopeless. I feverishly searched for a way out. There is a simple method of checking which one of us is right. You call your emergency service, indicating the Earth's coordinates. If there is no Earth, the emergency service won't find you. If, on the other hand, the Earth exists, you'll be found and taken safely back to your native tour. And then what? I'll be accused of heresy and lack of faith in our science. Science, they'll say, maintains that the Earth cannot be, but he ends up there. He believes his own eyes and personal subjective senses more than the objective data of our science. Do you know what this hints of? No, indeed. I'd rather explode. In that case, I'll ask you to remove yourself from the premises immediately. You can travel through air, so go fly away from the city and explode if that's what you want. I threw open the window. But the Turian walked over and closed it again. A draft, he explained, sitting down in the armchair again and wrapping himself up in the robe. Who said I wanted to explode? I said only that I would prefer it. And that, my friend, is not the same thing. It's just that I don't see any way out of my hopeless position. And then, why are you afraid of an explosion? After all, you don't exist either. According to your scientific data? Precisely. Well then, who opened the window a minute ago? You did. And how could I if I don't exist? The Turian fell into thought again, and the explosion was approaching ineluctably. Indeed, he mused, for an object to perform an act, the object, must exist. That is beyond doubt. On the other hand, according to our scientific data, that object does not exist. Consequently, that too is beyond doubt. How can we explain the contradiction? Can that which cannot be, be? Can the non-existent exist? It can, I said confidently, because it seemed to me that I had found my only chance for survival. Of course it can. After all, for example, non-being exists, and we are capable of being in a state of non-being, that is, to exist in a state in which we do not exist. Yes, the Turian agreed, dumbfounded. Before he could come to his senses, I continued, and now I realize that in maintaining the objective fact that we do not exist, your science was absolutely correct. I told you so, the Turian exclaimed. And you told the truth. But there are matter and antimatter. There are being and not being. And Earth subsists in a state of not being, as your great science so rightly emphasizes. Yes, it was my only chance, not to argue, but to agree. And now you can verify the general theoretical prediction made by your science. For you have been on the non-existent planet, establishing contact with its non-existent inhabitants, and personally seen every non-existing thing, the impossibility of whose existence your science has always maintained. It would be totally unforgivable and unpatriotic to allow yourself to explode, and thereby to destroy such valuable scientific data. Evidently fear of exploding increased my oratorical abilities 100-fold. The Turian listened to me without interrupting, and when I finished remarked contentedly, "It's such a pleasure to do business with an intelligent being. Give me your coordinates as fast as possible. Don't forget your apartment number. We don't want emergency service to search the whole building. Time is of the essence. and I'll ask you to step away while I talk with Tur." I stood under a cold shower and thought about the member of a proud and powerful civilization which had learned the secrets of matter and time, about the Turian who would not believe his eyes because he believed in the infallibility of scientific facts. But gradually it began to seem that none of it had ever been. It just could not have. When I returned, the window was wide open, and 2 stocky ambulance orderlies in white coats were loitering in the living room. "Good work, guys. You made it just in time," the Turian said, while they routinely put him on the stretcher. "Any longer, and I would have been spread all over the place. You have a transformer with you?" "Of course," the first orderly answered. "Let's go, okay?" "Let's go," the second said, and picking up the stretcher with the Turian, they slowly walked past me. "You see? You don't exist." My guest winked at me slyly. "Well, well, thanks for your non-existent help." The orderlies carried him past me, and calmly, unhurriedly, stepped out the window. Brook on Iapetus by Vladimir Mikhailov. 1. The stars scratched out white arcs on the screen. Breg, getting heavier, was absorbed by his seat. A pink color from rushing blood clouded his vision, inviting him to lose himself, but the pilot kept on shifting his glance from one group of instruments to another, fulfilling his primary responsibility, to follow the instrument landing devices so that if they failed, he could take control. Behind him, Sever was concentrating on the stern radar screen and moving his lips as a result of his intense concentration, counting the few hundred meters left to go, which seemed endless. The stars turned slower and slower and finally stopped completely. "We're on the bearing," Breg said. "On bearing," Sever repeated. Iapetus was now under the stern, and the silver nail of the Ladoga was about to plunge into it, completing its many days of falling from a height of billions of kilometers. Suddenly, weightlessness set in. Sever was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but forgot about it when he saw Breg's face cloud over. Breg said, reaching quickly for the panel. "Timing's off." Acceleration pulled them back into their seats. 1,000, Breg said loudly, starting the countdown. He turned the controls for the main engine. Black cliffs grew on the screen, and between them an even light glowed. "Check our bearing, I don't have time," Breg murmured. "We're going exactly right," Sever answered. "Who's there?" Breg asked, without taking his eyes off the controls. "Looks like a freighter, apparently an ore ship." "It landed right on our bearing," Breg remarked angrily. "I'll make adjustments." "Order," Sever said. 600, Breg counted. 300. I'm increasing it. "You'll singe the ship," Sever warned. "No," Breg said. 175. I'm removing a torch. 125, 100 even, 90. "But why did it land that way?" Sever asked. The cliff stretched upward. "The most miserable satellite," Breg said. "It would have to be the one to be on their route. 40, 30, props!" The green lights blinked, then burned with a steady light. 11, Breg yelled. 7, 5. The engine roared. 0, Breg said tiredly. "Shut down." 2. The roar died down, only the hull rang shrilly and infrequently as it cooled, and pacified time rung friendlily in their ears. Sever opened his eyes. The cabin was illuminated by green light, less fatiguing on the eyes. Breg stretched and yawned. He and Sever looked at each other. "You were great," Sever said. "And it was a damned good thing. The automatic pilot gave out for the last few meters." "I was watching out for it," Breg answered. "I had a feeling it was about to go. In all the hurry, we overloaded like a camel. Now we'll have to watch." "I thought you might help me." "Well, I will, and worry about things later. I guess there'll be enough time." "When do you figure they'll arrive?" Sever asked. "We'll have 2 days to goof off, maybe less," Breg said. "Is that all? The calculations gave us 5 days. I wanted to have a look around here." "1 day is enough for that. Rocks and more rocks, a depressing place. Now, if they had returned a month later, Titan would have been on their course. and it's a cinch to land on, and a real civilization in comparison. But then, Sever said, we would have been splattered. Be thankful that it is Iapetus, with a mass of only 5 quintillion tons. Titan is 30 times more. I get the feeling, Breg said with a smile, that you've done your homework. Only if it had been Titan, I wouldn't have raced up to it so recklessly. I know it inside and out. By the way, you shouldn't try to impress them. It would never have occurred to me to try, Sever said. With heroes, you have to be careful. True, Breg said, nodding. With me, you don't have to worry. Since I've gotten my gray hairs on dispatch ships, it's clear I'm no hero. Hey, take it easy, Sever muttered. Don't mind me, Breg said calmly. I know myself that I am no genius and no hero. They fell silent for a moment, resting and glancing at the external thermometer gauge, which was supposed to show when the surrounding rocks had cooled enough for them to go outside. Then Sever said, Yes, heroes. Heroes are... and finished with a vague gesture. I don't know, Breg said. I didn't see them at the moment they became heroes, but if I had, then I might have become one too. So who did see them? Sever asked. Heroes are record breakers. Breaking 9 seconds in the 100 meters was a record once, then normal for a champion runner, and now the superstar will be the one who breaks 8 seconds. That's the way it is here. To fly in the system, you don't have to be a hero. Here we are, you and I, traveling around, and all the others, how many I've seen and shown, just like us. But they're the first to fly outside the system. Well, not the first, Breg said, about to manage a smile before thinking better of it. But the others didn't come back, Sever said. So they're the first, and we're meeting them. You can bet on that. I have a feeling I'm going to be lucky and get a real scoop. Well, Breg said after a pause, we can go out. 3. They fastened down the seats, as is usual after landing, quickly straightened up in the compartment, feeling a pleasant lightness, almost weightlessness, in their bodies, as is natural on a tiny satellite 1,000 times less massive than Earth. Sever took his traveling bag and slowly began packing his pajamas and bathrobe, smoothing them out with his palms, and put his razor on top. Breg waited, tapping the floor with the toe of his boot. They already have pajamas there, he said. But I don't like the ones they have, Sever answered, closing the zipper. The elevator took them down to the loading deck. It was crowded there, even though Sever's equipment and boxes with medicines and vitamins took up only a little space. The Ladaga was not a freighter. Sever spent a long time testing the equipment, then, having convinced himself that everything was in order, gave Breg one camera and took another himself. They went out into the lock. Helping each other, they pulled on their suits and checked communications. The hatch opened slowly, as though it had forgotten how during the long flight. Their boots rapped against the black rock. The sound pierced their suits, and because of that the men felt that they could hear with their feet like grasshoppers. Their helmets' floodlights flared out. Breg slowly raised his glance. Illuminating the neighboring ship, which had taken the best, the central, spot on the landing field. The vehicle was half as tall as the Ladaga, but broader. The ship's sooty hull blended in with the darkness. The shock absorbers were not telescopic like the Ladaga's, but jointed. They stuck out akimbo like the arms of a man, and did not inspire confidence. Frequent thickenings showed that they had been welded more than once. Sever shook his head. It was a sad sight. Yes, he said, an ore ship of the Pluto class. What are they doing in these parts? They're carrying transuraniums from the other side to the other stations of the Saturn group, right? Go on, my erudite friend, Breg muttered. It's a shame, Sever said, that the station's energy supply depends on these boxcars. And what are they doing here anyway? The mine is on the other side. Most likely they're tech service. Ore ships are permitted to stop off at stations like this one if they're not in the way. But they are in the way, Sever said. I'm afraid the Bluebird won't have room to land. If indeed they do stop here, Breg mumbled, they could change their route. But really, Sever said, they can't land here. The bird is twice the size of us, and this junk box is sitting here in the worst possible position. They turned around again, flashing their searchlights over the thick hull. On it, at almost the very top, a polishing robot crawled like a lazy beetle over the rough plating, leaving a shining strip behind it. The ore-ship was prettying itself up. It was due for it. "What a piece of junk," Sever said sarcastically. "The ship has been sent off to the end of the system. But there should be an inspector in the zone. I bet he's sitting back on Titan, so they landed at an automatic station where no one will see them." He fell silent and followed Bregg, skirting a sharp-edged boulder that could puncture a spacesuit. "And they really should build the spaceport in a place where there are fewer rocks." "The rocks were made when they were building it," Bregg said. "They blew up the cliffs. And then, too, every landing and takeoff kicks them up. The cliffs crack from our exhaust. In other places there aren't any rocks at all. No atmosphere, no temperature fluctuations. They still should have built on the smooth side. There is uranium and other materials." He glanced at his dosimeter. "Even the little ship kicked up the grounds. You see?" He showed Sever the device. "What's so remarkable it's loaded with transuraniums? But now you're impressing me instead of the other way around." "Well," Bregg muttered, "I didn't learn it from books. Well, we're here." They stopped by a small door, closed tight, that led into the station which had been carved out of a cliff. "I'll go in and get things set," Sever said, "and you bring the rest of the things." After a pause, he, stumbling ahead, added, "If it wouldn't be hard for you, of course." "No," Bregg answered. "What's so hard about it?" 4. A spacious room, the station's lounge, was lit with a dim light, and therefore its corners looked slanted instead of straight, tilted back into the cliff. The computers, as was to be expected, were saving energy. Sever looked for a switch, turned on the big lamps with an owner's assurance, and looked around. 3 men from the ore-ship were sitting at the end of a long table. In front of them were aluminum goblets with straws. The primitiveness of the devices almost made Sever feel moved, as though he had come upon a museum or antiquities ship. Next to a bar, a robot bartender, humming and clanking, was mixing up some concoction. The robot did not inspire confidence. Sever shifted his gaze to the men and laughed inside. It would be difficult to think up men who would be a match for this ship. The 3 were dressed sloppily, with a hint of the standard uniform. One was sleeping, his head resting on his arms on the table. The other 2 were talking softly. "That junk heap was not sitting there, but a kilometer farther," said the third from Sever. "But they probably saw the explosions. So in any case there would have been a crash. But who would have guessed?" "They were overweight and crawling around in their bellies," the other said testily. "That's the reason." He squinted from the bright light, then turned and carefully inspected Sever. Sever winked and nodded at the sleeping man. "His turn?" "No," the man who had turned around said slowly, almost thoughtfully. "He just got tired." As they came out of his mouth, the words seemed to be drawled in an amusing way, and Sever barely managed to hold back a chuckle. "You came from far away?" "Yes, from Earth," Sever answered casually. "We just landed." "How long have you been gone?" 3 weeks. "Well, what's new back on Earth?" "Nothing unusual," Sever said. "The Earth is the Earth. The latest news is that the Bluebird is coming back." The man nodded. "Everyone had given up on them," Sever said by way of explanation, "but they're coming back. The Bluebird, the starship that left for the Divigant, the dwarf star or giant planet the Gravis astronomers discovered halfway to the Alpha Centaurus system. The Divigant." He spoke louder, annoyed by the indifference with which his news was greeted. "The first starship that left for it was lost. Everyone thought that the bird also—" "I guess too soon," the man said. "They thought so too soon. And so, did they find that Divigant?" "All right," the second man said. "Well, they must have," Sever said with annoyance. "You have to assume they circled it long enough to explore everything. Otherwise, why would they be a whole year late?" "That makes sense," the first man said. "Only from orbit you can't see much, especially through the infravisors. They would have to have landed." "All right," the second man said again. "That's why the first ship didn't come back," Sever said. "It decided to land. They sent their decision to Earth on a mail rocket. Nothing more is known about them. So the bird could not land." "Didn't the bird inform the Earth what the results were?" "Their first communications were deciphered more or less, about 30%. Enormous interference," Sever explained. For good communications, they would have had to have a ship like mine, a flying amplifier. Hardly enough room for 2 people. Everything else is electronics and energetics. They didn't have equipment like mine. They probably broadcast something recently. They must have, the first man agreed, and holding a straw between his fingers began to suck from his glass. Meanwhile, we understood that they were returning, and something about 3 men. We have to suppose, Sever lowered his voice, that 3 died. There were 11 in all. The first man looked up at Sever, but the third stopped him. "All right," he said again. "I didn't mean anything by it," the first man mumbled. "I was just thinking. All the same, a significant part reached you." "True," Sever nodded. 3 heroes died, but the remaining 8 are returning, and you can imagine the Earth is planning a proper reception. Indeed, the reception will begin here. That's why I came." "That's a good plan," the second man said. "Who came? Very many?" "The pilot and I. I think that will be enough. But let's get down to business. If I understand correctly, that's your ship?" He nodded to the side. "Looks that way," the first man said. "Needs serious repairs?" "Not really. Nothing special." "So you'll be leaving soon?" This was not a question, but a statement. "We wanted to rest for a day," the second man said. There was a note of doubt in his voice. Sever smiled benevolently. Pushing back the chair with a sweeping gesture, he sat down at the opposite end of the table. "A day," he said nervously. "What about sooner?" "Sooner?" the first man asked, letting the straw fall out of his mouth. "Say in 12 hours. You'll finish your polishing, and no inspector is going to crawl through your compartments." He winked and broke out in a laugh, intimating that he knew quite well the shipper's little bag of tricks, and that he really had nothing against them. After a pause, a question rang out. "Are we in the way?" Sever smiled even more broadly. "That's the way it is. The Bluebird will be stopping here in a day or 2. They'll shave themselves clean and polish their shoes to a shine before going back home to the old lady. You understand. The heroes are coming back. They haven't seen their home in a long, long time." "Well then," the second man said, "we are in the way." "Please understand, my friends," Sever said. "They are heroes. I understand that you perhaps are no less heroes in fact, but there's a difference. And you're sprawled out so that the bird has no place to land. And then, to be honest, they'll see your little marvel. That is how a grateful humanity greets us, with a rusty trunk, with a crew out of uniform. I came here especially to set up a special transmission to Earth, reporting, and you, to tell the truth, don't fit into the story. So I ask you again, please don't be insulted. Everybody has his job to do, and you shouldn't make things harder for others." The 2 men listened to him attentively, and the other kept on sleeping at the table. Then the second man asked, "So, it's a big ship? You mean you've never seen it?" "What about you?" "When they took off, I was still a student, but I have a photograph from our archives." He pulled a picture out of his pocket and handed it to the first man. The man took it, looked, and said, "Yes." He gave it to the other man, who also looked and said, "Yes." "And what's more," Sever said, "there are 8 of them, 8 men in the crew, and there are only 10 rooms here, and there are 8 of them, me and my pilot." "Who's the pilot?" "Brig," Sever said. "He's an old man already. Ever met him?" "No," the second man said. "I might have heard of him. I can't remember. So there are 2 of you. And what about their families, their friends?" "I've been trying to explain to you. The real welcome will be back on Earth. That's where everyone is waiting for them. And my job is to report the story." "What about it?" the second man asked the first. "Maybe we should get a move on." "You're always mushing," the first man said. "Well, have you made up your minds?" Sever asked. "Okay," the second man said. "We'll try to meet your schedule, if this is how things have turned out." "That's right, my friends," Sever said. "You'll catch up on your sleep somewhere else. Although your colleague here is wasting no time." He nodded at the sleeping man. "What's his name?" He asked the question with deliberation. It was not accepted to express an interest in a person's name who did not consider it necessary to give their name, but the sleeping man could not introduce himself, and it seemed natural to ask about it. "Him? Cry," the third man said after a pause. He spoke softly so the sleeper would not wake up when he heard his name, as happens with people who are used to being awakened for duty. "Cry," Sever repeated, printing the name into his memory, and simultaneously checking it. No, there was no such man among the 11 in the crew of the Bluebird when it took off. "So, we agree?" "We don't want to be in the way," the second man said. Considering the conversation done, he glanced at his watch, noting the time from which the countdown began. "By the way," he said to the first man, and rummaging in his pocket took out a small box of pills, gave one to the man, and swallowed a second pill himself. "Sporamin?" Sever asked sympathetically. "Antirad," the second man answered reluctantly. "The ship is slightly radioactive." Sever nodded, remembering that in the Ladoga's hold was a medicine box that had some antirad. He hesitated for several seconds. "Do you have a lot?" "You need some?" "The background here is a little high." The second man was not surprised, nodded and gave Sever a pill. Sever swallowed it, and thought with relief that the people on the Bluebird would get their medicines intact. "A penny saved," the second man said. He stood up in a strangely slow motion, stepped away from the table with a heavy step, as though he were bearing the entire weight of the planet, and walked over to the wall, on which was painted a standard Earth landscape. The plastic floor along the wall formed a shallow trough that was supposed to represent the continuation of the brook painted in the picture. The brook on Iapetus, Sever thought. Just what we needed. On the other side of the wall must be the bathroom. The man from the ore ship poked a finger at the landscape. "All right, isn't it?" he said, and looked at Sever, as though he were expecting confirmation. The landscape was sickening, but Sever nodded. He was glad that his talk with the drayman had gone without a hitch. The second man laughed. His mouth seemed very large, stretching from ear to ear, and his eyes happy and searching. Sever noticed it with amazement. Until the last second this man had seemed to him to be very haggard, perhaps because his attention was drawn not by their faces, but by their unusually rumpled clothes. Realizing this, Sever felt a slight dissatisfaction with himself, but just then he heard a ring, meaning that someone was entering the station, and since it could only be Bregg with the cameras, Sever got up and went into the corridor to meet the pilot. 5. Bregg had already carried in the cameras and was now standing there with his helmet visor thrown back. He was catching his breath. Sever inspected the cameras and convinced himself that they were all right. Then he nodded to the pilot. "Take off your spacesuit and let's eat." "No," Bregg said. "First I want to repair the system. I can't relax when something in the ship isn't working right." "You're right," Sever said, pausing in thought. "Fix it and then come back." "I don't have to be asked." "Who were the guys?" Sever shrugged. "Nobody interesting. Strangers." "No heroes," Bregg said with a grin. Sever frowned. "That's for certain. But you're wrong to laugh. I, too, was ready to think. No, they're just space drudges. I think about this often. Still, there must be something that sets heroes apart at first glance. Human beings have performed a great feat, and they have a special sparkle in their eyes, and a kind of speeded-up breathing when they begin to understand the full scope of what they have accomplished. And in that way a human being is changed." "Theory," Bregg said. "Do you quiver all over?" "Knock it off, friend," Sever said. "It's simple logic, and their ship isn't ordinary ore ship. The Bluebird was much longer. By the way, it had photon drag, according to all the reference books. What is that? It didn't have any reflectors, though." He walked out with Bregg and then returned to the lounge. The two men were sitting at the table again, and the sleeper was breathing noisily. Sever ordered a meal, took his plate, and sat down. "How did you manage to run hell out of your machine?" he asked. "It's that noticeable?" the first man asked with interest, without even drawling his words. "Afraid so," said the second man. The first man stood up. He did so in an unexpectedly jerky motion, so that the chair flew back and the glasses on the table clinked. He looked at the second man, threw his hands up in the air, and laughed, embarrassed. He turned out to be unexpectedly tall and long-legged. Walking over to the robot bartender, he poured a concoction into glasses, set them down on the table, and gently touched the sleeper on the shoulder. "You'll sleep through everything in the world." "Let him sleep," said the second man. "He needs it. We'll still have time." "Okay, then." The first man agreed, and without sitting down, sipped from a glass. He took out the straw. Sever frowned. The pants were too short for the lanky man, and the zipper of one of the pockets of his too-tight jacket was hanging down, half torn out. Sever did not like sloppiness. The man, it seemed, felt his stare and glanced back at him and said, with just a hint of a smile, "Out of uniform, is that it? But we'll have time to change." Sever shrugged. The man set down his half-empty glass, walked over to the wall with the landscape, fidgeted around feeling for buttons. Finding them, he indecisively pushed one. Water flowed into the trough, murmuring delicately. A hidden backlight made it look golden, warm. The man sat down on the floor and took off his shoes. Sever bit his tongue to keep from laughing. The man lowered his bare feet into the water. "Hot damn," he said in bliss. "Water," the other man mumbled, sipping from a glass. The first man leapt to his feet. Leaving a wet track behind him, he ran to the table and took the glass. Sitting down and letting his feet dangle once again, he raised the glass to his lips. "A completely different matter," he said. Sever pushed away his plate. "It's time, I guess," he muttered, lost in thought. Dropping the plate into the disposal slot, he walked along the walls of the lounge, looking for electrical outlets. Finding one in the corner, he took a voltmeter out of his equipment chest and measured the voltage. "Now that's unusual," he muttered. "No current?" the large-mouthed man asked with sympathy. "It's 20 volts, and I need 200. All the networks at the automated stations are on low voltage." "So I see," Sever grumbled. He stood near the wall, mulling things over. "Well, it can't be helped. Have to bring a power cable from the ship. It's a good thing we have time to spare." "You do?" said the first man, without turning around. "They won't be here for another day." "Did they promise?" "That's enough," said the large-mouthed man, getting annoyed. "Within the limits of the system," Sever said in the tone of a lecturer, "they will be forced to decelerate. The concentration of free hydrogen is a lot greater here than in open space." "That is true," the first man said. Sever walked over to the table, picked up a camera, and walked toward the cabin, aiming it. "The broadcast will be just right," he said. "Earth won't have seen anything like it." "We're not in the way yet?" the large-mouthed man asked. He seemed to be fighting off falling asleep. "Not yet," Sever said. "Not enough light. Turn on the wall lights. Good. It might work. Could you stand over here? I'll take a measurement." "Is this for the movies?" the large-mouthed man asked hesitantly. "Telly. Get into a pose. Imagine that you're the commander of the Bluebird." "Not easy," the man said, smiling and looking very carefully at Sever. "No, it's not," Sever said with annoyance. "It's not easy. You've been away for 7.5 years. Now you've come back, awesome fellows in a magnificent ship that has endured everything." "Take a pose, awesome fellow," the first man said. "It doesn't cost anything." Sever glared angrily at his back. "Don't be snide," he advised. "Many obstacles were overcome, many deeds performed, and then when you have everything in order—" "The starters are not in order," the first man said, still not turning around. "I didn't mean you. Although suppose the starters are a little off, that just makes things more interesting. You see, your imagination is working. But you, of course, have already fixed them, right there in space, performed another feat. Talk about it. I need to see how it will look. Pick the best spots to broadcast from. So then, you're the captain." The large-mouthed man shook his head. "I'm afraid it won't work." "Listen," the first man said. This time he turned around. "Just imagine that you're the pilot." "Or the co-pilot," Sever said. "It doesn't matter." "No," said the large-mouthed man. "I don't feel like it." Sever sighed. "Well, yes," he said, emotionally, but caught hold of himself. "But they have earned it. Try for their sakes." Awesome fellows, the first man said. Great accomplishments. Legends. Sever shot them an angry glance. It's a fact. Plus some laying it on thick, the first man said, splashing the water with his feet. Plus some laying it on thick. Put everything in parentheses and square it. A legend is born. On his deathbed someone said something. And how could he unless— I will ask you, Sever said, not to insult the memories of the dead. The sleeping man raised his head, awakening. Who is it? He asked. No one, the large-mouthed man said. Go back to sleep. Everything's fine. Aha, the waking man mumbled. Where are we now? At the station. Try to remember. Here, take this. The large-mouthed man put a glass into his hand. Drink it. Is it beautiful here? Very beautiful, the first man said from the brook. Ah, so you're here too, the ex-sleeper said. He drank. Ah, that's good. Excellent. He turned his head toward Sever, and Sever realized that the man was not fully awake yet. His eyelids were still sealed, as though the man was afraid of even the tiniest ray of light slipping through them and touching his eyes. The man with the lowered glass felt for the table, and because of the habitualness of this gesture, Sever suddenly realized that under his eyelids the man had no eyes, just empty sockets, where nature had intended eyes to be. And the eyelids were wrinkled and sunken. Sever said unexpectedly, Oh. Is somebody else here too? The blind man asked. Someone from Earth, the large-mouthed man said. Ah, the man mumbled. Of course, the station. Excellent. Go back to sleep. Wait, the first man said. We have to lift off in 10 hours. Otherwise we'll be in the way. In whose way? They're getting ready to welcome some heroes, awesome fellows, with pomp and ceremony. A direct broadcast to Earth. 2, a reporter and a pilot. It's awkward, the blind man said slowly. The captain will deliver a speech, the first man said. Can you imagine? No, said the blind man after a pause, then shook his head and stretched. Well, I've gotten my sleep, he said happily. The third and fourth magnetic lenses are worthless, the first man mumbled. And we have no starters, the blind man said decisively. We'll push off with the backups, and that's that. No, it's safe. Probably it is, said the first man. Well, a rough awakening, I guess, the large-mouthed man said. Since it comes to that, yes, the first man said, and started to pull on his socks. Wipe them off, the large-mouthed man said. Here. He threw over a crumpled handkerchief. And the Earth guys wouldn't help us? The blind man asked, turning his face toward Sever. We still have to set up the big cameras at the landing field, Sever said, almost guiltily, and the searchlights. Otherwise we won't be able to broadcast the landing, and there are only 2 of us. Too bad you didn't bring along some friends, the blind man said, running his hands over his clothing. We were sent off on emergency. They don't have permanent med visas for space, and of course their health is not too great after all that. Of course, the first man said. Let's go. Hold on, the large-mouthed man said, nodding at Sever. Perhaps they could help us get in touch from here. Forget it, the blind man said. From here we can do it ourselves. No, Sever said. If we can help you in some way without jeopardizing our plans, why— Thanks, the first man said. Don't bother. They left, guiding the blind man by putting their hands on his shoulders. Sever could hear them open the lockers in the dressing room and put on their spacesuits. The smooth plastic fabric whistled repulsively, and metal clanged. How is it at the mine? Sever shouted belatedly behind them, but they had already put on their helmets and could not hear him. Then Sever went over to the bartender and poured himself a drink. It was a fruit juice cocktail, very ordinary and not very good. Sever shrugged his shoulders and also went to put on his suit. 6. Bragg opened the repair hatch and pushed the cable out through it. He went out himself, and they dragged the cable to the station. A smooth black snake slowly wound its way between the rock fragments. Bragg hunched over, pulled the end. Sever pulled on the cable to lighten the pilot's labor. In the gray light of the small but bright Saturn, the cable cast a shadow, and the shadow, crawling over the rocks, also appeared to be a living being. Another weaker shadow crawled on the side, because the silvery hull of the Ladoga reflected Saturn's rays. They dragged the end of the cable to the station entrance. "The most complicated part is behind us," Sever was about to say, but Bragg shook his head. They had to get the cable inside somehow, getting through the hermetic door while avoiding air loss from the building, where the supply was limited. They had to return to the ship for tools. On the way back, Sever stopped and asked, "Did you attach the cable?" Bragg answered, "Of course. How else would we drill holes?" He waved a flat box he had taken from the ship. "A good thing, because I forgot," Sever confessed. At the station they worked for a long time, trying to get a narrow channel under the door. The electro-erosion drill cast off fountains of blue sparks. The transformer pumped out juice at its maximum, but the rock gave way slowly. "This way we'll be here till dawn," Sever grumbled. "Can't we come up with something better?" "Here we could use an ordinary drill, with a spiral bit." "Why didn't you take one?" "I did, but we don't have one large enough in diameter. Our tools are for inside work." "Sad," Sever said. Bragg put his hand on the transformer to feel its vibrations, and without hesitating shut it off. "What should we do?" Sever asked. "Hold on," Bragg said. "Maybe those guys have the right bit? They just might have it." "A fine idea," Sever agreed. "Perhaps you'd like to board their barge." "You'd better go," Bragg said. "I don't know them." Sever straightened up, letting out a groan. "It's not easy getting old," he said. "Give me a bit." After rummaging around in his bag for a moment, Bragg pulled out a small spiral bit with his difficult-to-bend gloves and held it out to Sever. Sever took it in his hand and set off for the ore-ship. Saturn was already almost at the zenith. Under its rays, the facets of the cliffs shone icily. Stepping around a tall boulder, Sever saw the old ship, at least its upper half, which seemed to hang in emptiness, totally without support. Sever froze for an instant, amazed, then grinned. Everything was in its place. The industrious robot polisher, describing circle after circle, had managed to cover half the hull, and the clean and polished part of the hull gleamed light blue, reflecting the light, and the lower, coarse-surfaced and heavily charred, absorbed the light and was lost in darkness. Nearby it was still visible, and you could take in with one glance the entire ship, absurd, reminiscent of ancient conical artillery shells. The shock absorbers, all 6 of them, were dangling over the stones like arms of cranes. Coming quite close, he stopped and looked at the dosimeter. The ship was irradiating, although only moderately. Sever went closer, right up to it. The polishing robot once dove down, completing another turn. It was moving even faster, and that pleased Sever. The hatch was unexpectedly high, not in the lowest and broadest section, but in the middle, above the shock absorber's fastening. A strangely massive ladder led up to it. It had been welded together in a slipshod manner. Curious, Sever searched with his eyes for the ship's name. It was supposed to be over the hatch, but that section was still covered with soot, and he could not make anything out. Sever climbed up and knocked on the hatch with the bit, but the outer layer damped the sound. Surprised that such a ship, long ready to be melted down, could still pass the inspection of the super-vigilant space surveillance, Sever, with several glancing blows, knocked off the char and knocked again. He had to wait a long time. Apparently the men were far away, and in addition it took time for one of them to get into a spacesuit. Finally the hatch opened slowly. On the old ship, it was probably more than 10 years old, and a ship's life is no longer than a dog's. The hatch did not fall forward, forming a platform, or fold to the side, but was drawn inside on hinged levers. Once upon a time such mechanisms did exist, and if he had strained his memory, Sever might have been able to remember exactly when and on what ships. But he had no time for it now, and the memories were pointless. He was not out looking for a story, but on assignment, and an important one at that, and he had learned long ago the art of not being distracted. A man in a spacesuit appeared against the background of the receding door. Judging by the size, it was the lanky one. Extending his left hand, bent over at the wrist, he pointed with his right index finger to a little window on his wrist, where Sever could see a watch, and then with the same index finger made a threatening gesture, apparently meaning that the agreed-upon period of time had not come to an end. Sever showed his watch too, then moved his hand over it several times, as if to say that now time was not important, and that was not why he had come. He held out his tiny bit, and with 2 fingers designated the needed diameter, plus or minus 5 millimeters. The lanky man hesitated, then seemed to catch on. He carefully took the bit, then gestured Sever to come into the chamber. Sever was about to step over the threshold, but glanced at his dosimeter, and gave the idea up. The radiation inside the ship was most likely higher than outside, but in both cases was great enough to be taken into consideration. Sever shook his hand back and forth, signaling no. The man understood immediately, stepped back, and the hatch cover moved forward, closing the entrance. He had to wait 15 minutes. Sever stepped away from the ship. Even that little bit lowered the radiation. Finally, a hatch opened. The man appeared on the threshold, waited for Sever to climb up to him, and held out the tiny bit and another one, just the size that was needed. Sever clasped his hands against his chest as a sign of gratitude, and the man bowed in answer. The light from the small bulb that lit up the threshold on the top step near the open hatch fell on the top part of his helmet, and lit up a half-effaced, old-fashioned, almost spherical word. All that remained of it were the letters S-O-L. Sever knew that on his own helmet, under the searchlight, the word Ladoga was dusted on in gold. So the ore-ship was named Sol. A good thing it wasn't Quasar. In the old days, people adored giving little ships resonant names. Sever waved again and set off on his return trip, and the lanky man remained standing at the hatch, watching the journalist walk away. Now work went faster, despite the fact that the bit turned out to be nicely dull. Within an hour, the channel under the door had been drilled out, and the cable put through. Sever sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "We've earned ourselves a cocktail," he said. "I won't refuse," Brigg agreed. "Bring one. We'll have to mobilize the full resources of the Ladoga. Starflyers will hardly want to quench their thirst with what those 3 from the Sol were drinking." "What do you mean, the Sol?" "It seems that that's what their barge is called," Sever chuckled, and began to sort through the innumerable threads of the cable. He had connected the remote control panel for the telephoto cameras, the monitor, and the cameras themselves, and had already begun hooking up the remote panel of the Ladoga's radio station, when Brigg brought in glasses containing an icy juice mixture. "A long time," Sever said, taking the glass. "I've been trying to remember," Brigg said, "but I just can't recall a Sol. No, I can't remember there ever having been one. But nonetheless, it's the Sol, in writing, a dying sun, or even better, in eclipse. The hull is so charred that I was afraid to knock. I was worried that the bit would go right through." He finished his drink and wiped his lips. True, wherever the polisher had passed, the metal shone, so that apparently they'll make it to Titan okay, but I'm sure the surveyor won't let them out again. Sever inspected the feeder stakes that fed the radio station control panel. "It's a little loose. I'll fasten it down while you take a break. We'll still have to set up the cameras outside. Or, better yet, set up the cameras, then take a break." Sever swiftly twirled the screwdriver. "You know how?" "I flew a while with Skaz," Brigg mumbled, and started to get on his suit again. Sever helped him and then got back to work. Brigg grabbed 2 cameras and disappeared into the lock. He insulated the connection and stood for a minute watching the soft ribbon tighten up and form a hard casing. Then he hooked up the radio station telepanel, and as the last step connected the monitor to the power and to the antenna cable. "Now everything's set to go," he said to himself, rubbed his hands, and turned on the monitor. Brigg had already returned with the cameras and appeared in the locker room. He had thrown back his helmet. "So now take a break," Sever said. "If you don't need me," Brigg said, "I'd better get finished up with the robot." "Hold on," Sever said. "Let's try out the radio station now, then you can go. Get yourself another cocktail, and one for me, too." He turned on the radio station Ladoga. The mechanisms hummed, and a dull noise filled the room. Sever slowly turned the dial in the neighborhood of the frequency that the Bluebird used. "Let's give it a try now," he said. We'll call Earth and report that everything is working." He looked at the needle on the dial. It was rocking back and forth from left to right. Suddenly Sever gave a start. A word burst free from the static. It was loud but hoarse and hard to make out. "Distance," he repeated, barely audibly. Once again there was loud static, but Sever had already turned on the automatic fine-tuning. "We'll make a landing," the loudspeaker said hoarsely. "We won't wait for a permit. Signing off. Another session in 2 hours. Greetings, Earth, our friends. Over." The static became louder, then died away. Bregg ran up, splashing juice out of the glasses. Sever looked at him with happy eyes and said softly, "It's them." "Are they very close?" "They'll probably be here in 2 hours. They're really rushing. I think they want to have the next session here. But we will do it instead." Sever looked like he was ready to run somewhere. "But those guys are still here. Time for them to clear out." He turned on the monitor again and pointed the camera at the oreship. The hull was clean, the hatch closed. The antenna's hemispherical mesh was revolving. The navigation lights went on, then off, then flared on again for good. "Look," Sever said. "It looks like they're leaving. Most likely they heard the broadcast and caught on. We won't have to pressure them." He felt the beginnings of sympathy for the men on the oreship, who caught on so well. "I'm calling Earth." He turned to the control panel, but Bregg said, "Wait. They're taking off, and we won't get through the interference." "That little old ship is not so bad once you wipe it clean," Sever said. "It's even a shame that it won't be flying anymore." "That's not for us to decide. I'm sure it's flown more than its allowance already." "We'll see," Bregg said. He walked over to the bookshelf, which opened hospitably in front of him. He found the Guide to the Space Register between volumes of Goethe and Hemingway. Leafing through it, Bregg shrugged his shoulders and said, "Still, there's no such name. Nothing connected with soul. Although, wait." Once again he started leafing through the guide. Sever settled himself down in his chair and moved the control panel over a little, getting set. "Let's try the lights," he muttered, and flipped the switch. The Ladoga's powerful searchlights poured out streams of light. Sever thought a minute, grumbled something, and turned on the main searchlight, set in a special mounting on the nose. The oreship's hull flared up as though a cold flame had engulfed it. "So there," Sever said, "just what we needed. But what are they doing? Look." Bregg turned to the monitor screen. He could see the ship blinking its operating lights. "Thank you," Bregg read aloud. Sever snickered. "They think we're lighting up in their honor," he said. All the lights blinked. "Bon voyage," Bregg read. "Hold on," he said quickly. "They really are taking off. They still have time, but they're taking off." "And a good thing it is," Sever said. "Did you give them back the bit?" "No," Sever said. "I forgot." "That's a mistake," Bregg said. "That's not the way it's done." Hurrying, he picked up the bit out of the tool chest and began to clean the thickened dust and grease from the end of the tool. Then he swore briefly. Sever raised his eyebrows, bewildered. In a second he caught up with Bregg in the locker room. The pilot was tearing the spacesuit out of its clamps. "Call them, quickly," Bregg bellowed. Sever shrugged his shoulders. "They've already pulled in their antenna." But he started climbing into the suit Bregg was holding up for him. In the lock, the pilot did a little dance out of impatience. He jumped out of the station just as the ship blinked 3 times. "Attention! Attention! Attention!" Bregg stopped abruptly, grabbing onto a boulder to keep from flying up in the air. "Look," he said quietly. The bent legs of the shock absorber slowly straightened at the knees, as though the crouched-down ship wanted to stand up straight. It stood on tiptoe. She made a point like a ballet dancer. The top part of the hull seemed to rise higher and higher, while the lower part, the broadest, remained on its toes. Bregg dropped to his knees and looked upward. The nose of the ship was as high as the Ladoga's, and was still growing. Bregg had apparently seen enough, because he quickly sprang to his feet and grabbed Sever by the shoulder. "Back in the station, immediately," he yelled. "Get back! Hurry!" Sever objected. "We'll get a better view from here, and I've never seen—" "And you won't now, you idiot," Bragg barked, and pushed Sever toward the entrance. Inside the station, they raced to the monitor without taking off their suits. The ship was now standing immobile. Bragg turned to the control panel and began to turn the outside cameras, so they looked over the ship from bottom to top and with the widest angle. Sever looked at the screen, at Bragg, again at the screen. The lenses brought the lower part of the ship into close view, and looked at it on a slant upward, and Sever thought that he saw a bottomless lake with heavy, calm water that knew it had no bottom beneath it. "Do you understand?" Bragg yelled. Sever did not have time to answer. The cliffs trembled. Sever grabbed onto the table. The whole satellite was shaking. Millions of violet arrows struck the rocks, throwing off bits and pieces. Sever moaned. The ship hung over the surface of Iapetus, erect and beautiful. The violet light disappeared, dissolved, became transparent, ghostly, but the men on the Ladoga thought of the hurricane of gamma quanta that were raging on the other side of the station walls. The ship climbed faster and faster. "My cameras!" Sever shouted. "God damn it!" He quickly tested them. The first was blind. A rain of rock fragments was still falling. Sever switched on the second. The ship was already high above the ground. It shone like a small but near planet. "Beautiful," Sever said despondently. "They've really done me a favor. Everything was going so well, and then they broke the camera." "Why do you need the camera?" Sever looked askance at the pilot. "Who could have known that the ore ship would have photon drive?" "An ore ship?" Bragg asked with annoyance. "Who said it was an ore ship?" They were silent for several seconds, looking at each other. "No, it can't be," Sever said. "Yes." He pushed the large bit, and it rolled over the table, rumbling. Sever picked it up and read the barely noticeable words engraved on the shank. "Bluebird," and on the next line, "Solar System." 7. "That's the way they made them, the first sub-starships," Bragg said. "On landing they folded up, the hull flattened down. If the planet had a dense atmosphere and hurricane winds, there would be no other way for it to stand. They expected to encounter planets like that. They were proud that they were the first to leave the solar system. That inscription under the name was done out of pride. They, of course, were not really meant for any beings they might encounter. They wouldn't understand anyway. They were for us, for those who flew and those who remained behind. The solar system. Your own home always seems sweeter when you look at it from outside." "Ah," Sever said expressionlessly. "That's the way it is." He was sitting on a chair and staring at the earth landscape on the wall. The water was still gurgling in the trough, in the only brook on Iapetus. Sever stood up and turned off the water. "We can't catch it?" he asked indifferently. "No," Bragg answered. "Our automatic controls are down." "Well then," Sever said, "the automatic controls are down." He fell silent. Bragg turned off the camera, then began to disconnect the cable from the control panel. "Wait," Sever said. Bragg glanced at him. "Why wait?" he asked. "There won't be anything more." He put an insulator tip on the cable and carefully wound it up. "Yes," Sever repeated after him. "There won't be anything more." "What should I do with the cable?" Bragg asked. "We'll leave it," Sever said. "Someone will find a use for it. But not me. Why didn't they tell me? I didn't even suspect. I probably did suspect, but I just didn't catch on. What a fool I am." Bragg said, "That is true. But don't worry, you're still young, and they are not the last heroes on Earth and in space." "Don't say anything, please," Sever said. "So I won't." They walked out of the station and dragged themselves to the ship. Sever said, "But even so, why?" Bragg answered, "They probably didn't want any legends. They just wanted to catch up on some sleep and rest a while, with their feet in the water. On their ships, they didn't have a brook." They fastened down their cargo, went upstairs, and took off their suits. "Yes," Sever said. "On Iapetus, they found a brook, but the landscape was bad." "They couldn't have cared less," Bragg said. "They wanted Earth." He walked over to the robot. Let's try some work therapy. Replace this block of circuits. Sure thing, Sever agreed hurriedly, and started taking out old blocks and putting in new ones. Then, pulling out one that had burned out, he threw it on the floor. No, he said. It can't be. It wasn't them. There was no one named Cry. Check the guidebook. He pulled the guidebook out from the shelf. Take a look. Okay, Bragg answered, making a block ring out. I believe you. No, Sever said, no. See if the name is listed in a different place, Bragg said, staring into the air past Sever. Maybe there's a Cry in the crew of the Flying Fish. The Flying Fish? The first ship, the one that didn't return. Shrugging, Sever leafed through the guidebook. He found the Flying Fish, read it, and remained silent a long time. Who was he? Bragg finally asked. The navigator, Sever whispered, barely moving his lips. Once again they were silent. They landed out there, Bragg said quietly. They landed in order to save him, the only survivor. That's what must have happened. They landed on the Divigant and managed to take off again? That's what it looks like, Bragg said. Not immediately, of course. He bent over again and started removing the protective packing. So only the 3 survivors, including the man they saved. Yes, Bragg said. They had no time to sleep. But they were supposed to be 8. Bragg looked at Sever sadly. We were optimists. He took a block from Sever and put it neatly in place. You think it's better to be a pessimist? Sever asked, hurt. No, but optimism in this case consists of 3 returning when none at all should have. Bragg replaced the panel. We can fly now. Sever sat down in the flight chair. Too bad, he said, that I can't fly off somewhere far from Earth. We can't, Bragg said, and turned on the reactor. The instrument panel flashed its eyes, resembling a starry sky. He's blind, Cry, Sever said. He won't see the stars any more. I thought he lost his eyes in the mines. No, in the mines pilots don't leave their control rooms. There's usually no one there, all automatic. Sever just frowned. Tell me, he asked, if you had been with me the whole time, would you have figured it out? Bragg paused before answering. I think so. For me, every pilot is a hero, even if he has never been on a Divigant, and just ferries ore from Iapetus to Titan, because it takes all kinds. Sever was crestfallen. What will they say on Earth? He mumbled. I'm not going to get any more assignments. Why so? Give it time. But as for them, they will never again return and stop on Iapetus. It only happens once in a lifetime, and could easily have happened otherwise. He flashed the navigational light several times, then 3 times blinked out, Attention, even though there was no one who needed the warning. I wanted, Sever said in desperation. You don't have to explain, Bragg said. He put his hand on the starter, and the safety system automatically went on. It's working, Sever said with a weak smile. Now it will last a long time. Look below. Sever nodded. He was already looking at the screen on which he could see the surface of Iapetus, a small satellite without an atmosphere, but with a brook with clear water, a brook heroes need more than pomp and ceremony. Vincent van Gogh, by Sever Gansovsky. Beautiful, isn't it? You're right, of course, not just beautiful. It opens up another world, more precisely, raises the veil, lets you see everything around you with fresh eyes. Matter comes alive, and you feel the atoms and particles seething. Objects, events, reveal their essence. Everything interacts. The edges of other dimensions begin to shine through. Don't you think that he is one of the finest modern painters who reach the level of old masters like Rubens or Van Dyck? But everything is his own, not imitated. It seems he did not study with anyone, but if he did not use what he learned. Later on, the Cubists claimed him as their forerunner, their predecessor, but Vincent van Gogh, I can assert, did not refuse his responsibility to the world. On the contrary, he took it on his shoulders, carried it, and finally fell under its weight. And he did it all alone. I, by the way, was rather well acquainted with him. We met at different periods of his life. I dove down to him in the next to last decade of the 19th century from the last decade of our century, the 20th. The whole thing started after those laws concerning time travel were abandoned. Do you remember? But then how could you? You wouldn't know anything about it. Please, have a seat, right here on this chair. It's okay, it's not the museum's. I bring it with me so I can rest. It's really nice to sit a while after you run around the exhibitions. But you aren't one of the visitors who races from the pharaohs to the abstractionists with their tongues hanging out, who gallop through the entire history of art in 2 hours, just so they can tell friends they didn't miss anything. You must have heard the conversation. And did you see the Mona Lisa? I did. How about Renoir's The Bathers? I did. And as soon as they can reassure each other that they have seen everything, there's nothing more to say, as though they were discussing getting their shots for a trip. But I noticed you right away, when you stood in front of the cypresses for 10 minutes. So, what were we talking about? Time travel. You know, when the politicians realized that it was better not to rake up the past and gave in, an entirely different element rushed into the chambers, the time loops. Scientists, artists, businessmen, God knows what. During each chamber there was, of course, a committee which consisted at first of some old men from the Academy of Sciences. Some historian would burst in, beat his chest, and swear that it was urgent to clarify some details concerning the Battle of Gogh. The Bilenkin would yell out something about dinosaurs. A film director would swear that he had a film in mind on the Crusades. A heap of applications, and whoever was refused would get mad, spread rumors. The old guy struggled and fussed, then discovered a gateway. And then it really began. The public rushed off into every age, and to every people, to the most distant ages, even to the Stone Age. Everywhere they were getting underfoot, giving unwanted advice. They fouled up history, and life was impossible. Particularly tiresome was the know-it-all type, who showed up everywhere. Those fools who go to the movies to see a mystery for a second time, and cannot resist spoiling everything for the others by telling what's going to happen. One of those self-satisfied blockheads shows up in Italy in 1455, let's say, and visits Claudio Mararuzzi, and says, "Here's the story. No matter what, you're going to die in poverty." Claudio, naturally enough, gets upset, and gives up painting and sculpture. He hits the taverns, and lo and behold, the Italian Renaissance loses Mararuzzi, and is left with just Leonardo da Vinci, who in the earlier version was Claudio's buddy, and even painted a couple of pictures with him. And it wasn't only the past that suffered, but even our own 1995, because they started dropping in here from more distant futures. Just try beginning something, and you get so much advice that you just drop your hands. And when nobody could take it anymore, there was a meeting of the countries that had a time loop, and they established contact with travelers from other future centuries, and adopted a resolution to stop all the monkey business. If you want to have a look at the past, fine, but don't meddle. They passed the universal law for the preservation of the past, to let through all people who would rather die than admit they're from the future and won't go around bothering others. Everybody signed the convention, but before they went home, some of the craziest outrages were perpetrated. They restored Columbus, for example, because there was already a variant in which it wasn't him who discovered America. Some blockhead visits him, too, and, maps in hand, proves that by traveling west across the Atlantic, Columbus is not going to make it to India. If it's not India, Columbus says, why bother? As a consequence, America was left alone, and was discovered only 150 years later. What did you say? The future already exists? Yes, of course it does, along with the entire sum of all times from the first instant to infinity. Both the past and the future exist simultaneously, and meanwhile every moment varies. That is why we don't have a present that would be static, immobile. Wherever you look, everything is either the past or else the future. But these are philosophical questions that I'd just as soon leave alone. Let's get back to our first subject, that is, Vincent van Gogh. If you want to know, it's thanks to me that you can see his paintings here in the Louvre. If I hadn't felt sorry for them. To be brief, in 1995 the trips were put under the strictest control. Every applicant faced 20 committees of every kind and had to present proof of psychological stability, beginning almost from the cradle. And you had to show the trip was really necessary, to demonstrate how complete non-interference would be maintained. In London, for example, a TV company spent a whole year preparing to make a short telefilm about Henry VIII, and they were given permission to shoot a royal banquet from the air, only after they proved that those aristocrats never looked up into the sky. for there are people who after a certain age never raise their eyes to look at the clouds, the blue sky, or the stars. And when they filmed Spartacus in 73 BC, the cameraman was camouflaged on the summit of Vesuvius and used the longest telephoto lens he had, and it was agreed that if anyone came closer to his hiding spot than a half-kilometer, he would, to hide his tracks, jump into the crater with all his equipment. That's the kind of obstacles that no one could get around, and the time loops were practically always unused. But as you know, a law wouldn't be a law if you couldn't get around it. Authorized representatives of several governments put their signatures on the solemn document, not just any watchman, technician, or small-time bureaucrat working for the chambers. One such technician turned out to be, in 1996, an old childhood acquaintance. I emphasize an acquaintance, not a friend. At that time I did not have any friends, and I was feeling fine without them. I had everything: 6'6" in height, broad shoulders, a penetrating glance, and quick reflexes. I had just turned 25, and I made it up from the alley where I was born to my own 10-room house in the third layer, right here in Paris. And the third layer, as you know, although it doesn't exist anymore. After my childhood I never looked up at the sky. I found everything I liked right here on Earth. Then one time, it was early autumn, I ran into that caboose out near the racetrack, and he tells me he works at the time loop. My eyes started gleaming immediately, and I asked whether anyone ever sneaked off into the past. He answered that they did. Why not, if you have any brains? But that you needed a lot of energy, that you had to buy it somewhere else and switch in so nobody in the Institute would notice. I expressed my willingness to put up some capital, and we started mulling over what exactly we should bring back from the past. Gold or those precious stones have no real value, since they can be made synthetically. That leaves works of art, especially works of great artists. I began asking around, and found out that one of the highest-valued painters of the last century was Van Gogh. I went to the National Library and learned that several years wouldn't be enough to read everything about him. Vincent Willem van Gogh was born in 1853, that is, almost a century and a half before our time. He loved and was rejected. He devoted himself to his art, lived in poverty, and painted about 700 pictures. Tormented by poverty and lack of recognition, he went mad, and at the age of 37 committed suicide, shooting himself in the chest. Fame came to him only after his death, when his correspondence with his brother Theodore and other people was published. Well, I liked it all. The typical biography of a genius. You couldn't ask for anything better. For a final check, I went to a large art gallery in Paris, on Boulevard Sainte-Marie. I stopped the first salesman I saw and said, "I'd like to offer a genuine Van Gogh." Immediately the room fell silent. Van Gogh? An original? Precisely. The other visitors stared at me. The salesman asked me to wait and stepped away. He returned quickly and invited me in to see the owner. I went up to the mezzanine. In the small office every wall was covered with bookshelves, and opposite the window was a reproduction of Van Gogh's sunflowers in a thin brass frame. A bald, elegant man greeted me and put a cup of coffee on the table. He was excited, but tried not to show it. He asked me what I had. I told him it was a sketch. What exactly? Nothing much, I answered, a shepherd with sheep. The man pushes a button, and into the office comes a hunched-over old man with a grey mustache like two swords, a real artsy-fartsy rat. The owner brings him up to date. The old guy straightens up stiff, and his mustache stands out straight. What kind of shepherd? Is he holding his crook in his right or left hand? What's around him, trees or bare ground? Is the sky dark, and is there a tower in the background? I could see that this was their big specialist on Van Gogh. I answered the first thing that pops into my head. The shepherd doesn't have a crook, there's no fields or trees, and the sky is not dark nor light but grey, with a little white hole in the middle. The old man bites his lips, frowns, then begins to spout like he's reading a book. The Drenta period. The sketch was conceived on such and such, executed such and such, and there's a reference to it in letters on this date and that. He comes out with a whole lecture. None of it interests me, so I shut off the fountain by asking straight out how much I can get for it. The elegant gentleman thinks, then answers carefully that a Van Gogh sketch in average condition goes for 100,000 OEUs, 200,000 if it's in very good condition, if it is verified on the molecular level. To make sure you follow, I'll say that if you had 100,000 organized energy units, you could build yourself a small personal island in the Mediterranean, even in a very deep spot, pour in the necessary amount of dirt, plant a park, and build a house and roads. Very good, it's been a pleasure, and I left. Told Caboose everything, and we decided that if that's the way things stand, we'll have to bring a little more back from the past. I suggest going back to Paris a century before, 1895, when the artist was already dead, and his pictures, still worth nothing, were being kept by his brother's widow, Johanna, who later was to publish Van Gogh's correspondence. We began preparations. Caboose took 15,000 OEUs from me and added 5,000 of his own. I buy money of the period from coin collectors. I order a suit, baggy, long striped pants, a jacket without shoulders, a black top hat with soft folding edges. Around the neck they didn't wear ties, but a sort of dark ribbon. It was all very uncomfortable. You feel like a doll, but you do what you have to. 2 weeks passed. The preparations were finished, and so one fine night we set off for the Institute at Clichy. Caboose explains to the sleepy guard that I am a chrono specialist, invited for the night. Halls, turns, halls, not a soul anywhere. Caboose opens the door to the time chamber with his own key. The technology made it simple. You set the indicator to the year, month, date, and hour. Then you turn it on for a half-second to have a look around, then again for 2 seconds for a more detailed inspection, and final transfer. The preliminary looks were started after a very famous paleontologist materialized 100,000 years ago in the Stone Age, right in front of the gaping jaws of a cave lion. Everything went smoothly for me. I looked around once, then again, and there I am in Paris on May 10th, 1895, at noon on Sunday. It's an amusing thing, I have to say, to land up in another time. The first thing that always strikes you is the quiet. If we take as an example the city during my time, or say in 1970, despite the fight against noise pollution, you have to be lucky to hear what's happened 5 feet away. The close noises drown out everything further away. But now I could hear clearly not only the steps of a passerby close by, but the rattling of a carriage around the corner, and the faint bells of the horse-drawn trolley 3 blocks away. And then, of course, the absence of automobiles, the pure sky, the fresh air created the impression that all the inhabitants of this world were taking it easy at a resort. And what pretentiousness among the people! Every person paraded down the street with a different expression, but they were all clearly shams. A woman in a black dress down to her heels tried to show that she was modesty incarnate. The face of a fat man with a gold watch chain stretching across his vest made the point that he was an extraordinarily proper person, and the expression of a delivery boy carrying a large cardboard box from a store said that he was superbly industrious. Each and every passer-by seemed to contain 2 persons, the one he really was, and a second, the one he'd like to appear. In this regard it came to me that humanity's progress is, besides everything else, a movement toward greater naturalness and spontaneity. I popped out right on the old Boulevard Clichy, right where the time chamber would be. So I went for a stroll. A respectable young man, well-dressed, with a cane and a large traveling bag. I have to admit that a strange, insane joy had overpowered me. With difficulty I restrained myself from playing tricks, breaking a shop window, say, overturning a carriage, or pulling a dressed-to-kill dandy around by the nose. My size, in comparison to the other pedestrians, made me simply a giant, and I felt that despite any trouble I could get away scot-free. It was a world where no one had heard of an 8.5-second 100-meter dash, or a 9.8-meter broad jump. They couldn't catch me either on foot or on horseback, and if it came to a fight I could, using contemporary boxing and sambo techniques, shake off any number of cops. I would have become the king of Paris's night underworld, where there were no police radios, motorcycles, fingerprints, listening devices, electronic alarms, and all the other future means of detecting and capturing criminals. From my point of view, the people around me were little and weak. I despised and pitied them at the same time. Chuckling to myself, I strode down one street, then another, past a small cemetery, rode on a horse trolley, into which I could barely squeeze, for one stop, strayed a while through lanes, and finally reached number 8 Rue Donatum. A little house, a porch, garden, flower beds. Everything was tiny, toy-like, minute, not like in my or your times. I tug on the handle of a wire device with a bell. Silence. Just bees casting a spell over yellow lilies. I tug it again. Inside the house there's some kind of movement, but the door does not open. I tear at the wire a 3rd time, and finally a middle-aged woman steps out onto the porch, her eyes bulging slightly, a frightened expression on her face. Behind her was an old woman, a servant. I greet them through the fence and explain that I'm a foreigner, that I've heard of paintings by Vincent van Gogh, that are kept here, and I'd like to see them." The mistress of the house, it was Johanna herself, calmed down somewhat. The old woman opened the gate, and I climbed the porch steps. The house consisted of 4 rooms. The first was a kind of living room, the second was heaped with papers, and the third and fourth were, I guessed, the bedroom and kitchen. On the whole, poverty-stricken surroundings. The woman asked me where I heard about Vincent's pictures, and I cited a few names I had picked up in the encyclopedia and monographs. She was satisfied, and on her face appeared an animation, even a restrained, modest joy. She took me up to the second floor to the attic. It was dark, cramped, and here on crude stands were displayed the paintings of Vincent van Gogh. Originals. I started looking through them, and suddenly I'm overwhelmed by a great perplexity. Why is he considered a great artist? Why is he a genius? Why are admirers of paintings prepared to shell out big money for his stuff? You have to understand, when I looked at reproductions in lavishly produced albums, and read all kinds of hype, that was one thing. But now the pictures were right there in front of me in the attic, and I could see them directly, and not through the ennobling prism of time, and it became clear why he sold only one painting during his entire life. In the landscapes the trees are 2 or 3 smears, and the houses rough blotches. If he's doing a garden, for example, you can't tell what's growing in it, cabbage or lettuce. Nowhere is anything finished. Nowhere is there any carefulness. Everything is hurried, haste, negligence. The impression is that he wanted to distort, to warp, to twist everything he saw. I began to catch on that the fame of the majority of famous artists, and maybe poets too, is not so much a result of their merits as it is the acclaim poured out by all the critics and art historians. If you get your hands on a play by Shakespeare, a poem by Pushkin, an etching by Dürer, but had never heard a thing about them, the first 2 would strike you as highfalutin, and the third plain boring. All of us have had drilled through our skulls from an early age that Shakespeare and Michelangelo, say, are geniuses, but without that drilling we wouldn't read them or look at them. All of this races through my mind, but naturally I don't let on, and I tell myself that my opinions don't make a hell of a lot of difference, as long as they pay big OEUs for Van Goghs. I turned one picture around in my hands, then another. Then I turned to the mistress of the house. The servant was lingering in the doorway, and asked if I could buy, maybe not everything, but at least the most important pieces, maybe 200 canvases. Johanna van Gogh fixes her pale eyes on me. Buy them? Yes, buy them, and pay any price she asks in cash. I take out a packet of 1,000-franc notes and fan them out. And what answer do I get? Imagine, her eyes bulged out even more, and the faded woman tilts her head, and in a soft but firm voice informs me that the pictures are not for sale. She, you see, is sure that her late husband's brother Vincent did a great deal for art, and should in the future belong to all humanity, and therefore she does not consider herself to have the right to sell his paintings to a private collector. She intends to publish his correspondence in that paper-strewn room, and hopes that after that people will understand what a beautiful person and genial artist Vincent was. She can't sell anything, but she can give me several sketches and a painting or 2, one of the ones that were done in several variants. Note the psychological twist. She can't sell them, but she can give them away. Typical of the old-fashioned 19th century. I heard her out politely, pretending to feel hurt, and said that it was all or nothing. The thing was that I was prepared for this variant. After all, armed with our scientific achievements, I was almost all-powerful in comparison with the inhabitants of the end of the last century, something like being in the land of the blind. The day before my departure I had stopped by a druggist, I knew, and had wheedled out of him a special vial that is used for moving wild animals from one preserve to another. You press a button and hold your breath for 40 seconds, and every living thing within 30 meters plunges into a deep sleep. I shrug my shoulders, shove the money into my pocket, and push the button. Both women immediately begin to yawn, rub their eyes, and in half a minute they lay down on the floor right where they were. I took a second traveling bag out of the first, and began leisurely to select my pictures. I remember taking the Neunen Castle, Sunflowers, Café in Arles, Prisoner's Walk, and it goes without saying, The Sowers. About 200 canvases and sketches were lying there in front of me, unframed. I stopped in the room on the second floor and picked up 2 folders with letters out of the dozen lying on the desk. In other words, I stuffed my bags chock full. went out of the house, rented a carriage, and quite calmly rode to Boulevard Clichy. I had made arrangements with Caboose for him to pluck me back after 24 hours, so I had to be back at the place where I materialized at the appointed hour. I spent the night in a small hotel, went out on the street around noon, carrying both bags. The second hand on my wristwatch raced around, a moment's non-existence, and there I was, back in the time chamber, in the Institute in our century, and everything that had just happened receded into the distant past, 100 years before. A key turns in the lock, and in front of me I see Caboose's foxy snout. I notice immediately that my friend has changed a little, a tiny bit shorter, and with an even larger nose than before. He stares at the traveling bags. "Did you bring it?" "Yes, almost all of Van Gogh in its entirety." "Van who?" "We agreed on Parisot." "Who's Parisot?" We did not understand each other. But there was no time to argue. We had to get the bags out of the Institute. We got past the guards successfully. I drove Caboose home. I could hardly wait for the morning. I grabbed a couple of canvases and ran over to the gallery. I went right upstairs and told the bald owner that I could offer him Van Gogh. He raised his eyebrows. "And who would that be?" "Who? Why, you yourself have a reproduction of his sunflowers." Saying this, I turn around and look. In the brass frame was an entirely different painting. The gallery owner pushed a button, and the old guy with the mustache comes in. The owner asks him if he knows of Van Gogh. The old guy stares at the ceiling, twists around, shrugs his shoulders, thinks. "Yes, there was an insignificant artist by that name during the last century. There's a reference to him in one of Parisot's letters." The elegant owner looks at me. "You were already here 2 weeks ago, and promised to bring an authentic drawing by Parisot." "Me? Parisot?" "Of course. Swaying Lantern in the Port, the drawing Parisot wrote to Brook about. The piece that's missing from the Marseille series." I ran to a library and started going through an art encyclopedia. No mention of Van Gogh, not a single line. But on the other hand, Parisot is all over the place. I guess you've already figured out what happened. The time loop effect had played a trick on us. Caboose and I had had no idea about it. You know what you get with those loops? The French were the first to discover the possibility of time travel in 1994. Then the Soviet Union followed, and Canada, a joint Italian-American project, and so on. You know what happens? Science approached a certain barrier and marked time next to it, and then crosses one barrier after another. In different places, 6 loops were built from which you could jump back into the past. The Americans, it's true, located theirs in Rome, judging that their own history was just not that extensive. Only savage Indians just waiting for a chance to scalp someone. It soon became clear that the past influences the present. Politicians, as you would expect, immediately tried to exploit the effect. They reasoned that every unpleasant present event had roots in yesterday, and if the roots were cut off, the event would not occur. For example, an uproar at a UN meeting. The Irish diplomat O'Brien quarrels with the British delegate Lord Fitzprux, whom he has always detested. They grapple with each other, exchanging words, and the meeting is broken off. It would appear that the situation is easy to correct. Someone from the British Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to jump back 2 weeks, fly to Dublin, and ask the Irish government in the name of the UN General Secretary to send someone else to the upcoming meeting. That's what they do, and the conference goes without a hitch. That example is rather trivial, but it's possible to exert an influence on a much greater scale. When all is said and done, whatever historical event you choose, you can always find a moment in the past when you can direct events into a different channel. Just think of the war between Brazil and Argentina in 1989. The Brazilians at the remote outpost near Iguazu were celebrating some corporal's birthday. They had a few too many and started saluting him with machine guns. The other side thought they were being fired upon and returned fire. The Brazilians rushed forward in a drunken stupor, and a clash is underway. Those Latin Americans are a hot-blooded lot, must live on peppers. Brazil conquers 3 kilometers of Argentinian territory, but stumbles over a tank unit on summer exercises. They, too, are happy to have a chance to unwind, counterattack, and press on 40 kilometers into their neighbors' territory. Emergency sessions of Brazil's Presidential Council, an extraordinary session of Argentina's People's Assembly. While a special commission is being formed in Geneva, Brazilian Boeings complete a mission against Buenos Aires, and Argentina's Air Force sprinkles Rio de Janeiro with bombs. Both capitals are in flames, corpses in the streets, amid twisted trolley tracks. France defends Brazil, and the U.S. automatically begins to intrigue for Argentina. The conflict grows to global importance, and it all began with nothing. For us in 1995, all of this was ancient history. But after the time loops were built, we began to think, why not make life easier for people back there in the past? A special person was sent on assignment all the way back to 1949. He goes to Rio de Janeiro, seeks out the future mother of the unfortunate corporal. Her name was Estrella, and she still had not met the future father. The envoy from our time takes the girl away from the cafe where she is washing dishes and gets her a job as a stewardess on the Rio de Janeiro-Oslo route. In Norway, the beautiful Brazilian stops in a cafeteria, and a clumsy blonde customs officer, Hanussen, steps on her foot. It's love at first sight, with a little house in Arundel Fjord, 5 children, and everyone is insanely happy. What's that? There was no war between Argentina and Brazil last year? Of course not. I just explained why. The corporal was never born, and therefore there was no birthday celebration, with all the attendant consequences. An alternative variant of the future took place. At first there was the variant with the war, and after they slipped back and redid things, reality became different. It's a very curious thing with these variants. Any change at all in the past produces a new sequence of events, and the network of changes spreads throughout the whole timeline, right up to the moment you made your jump into the past. All history in an instant in null time is restructured, and people believe that that is the way it always was. That's the most important thing. People believe it, all except the person who traveled and remembers the former situation. Let's say you went back to the 19th century and spent a week there, which would mean, by the way, that you missed a week in the present. You return and see that a friend of yours is bent over like a fishhook. It's clear to you that it's one of the unforeseeable consequences of your monkeying around back there because before you left your friend was famous for his physique. Now something has changed, but you keep your mouth shut about it, and your friend doesn't blame you for anything, since in the new sequence of events he was born that way, and is used to his stoop and can't imagine himself any other way. In addition, the people around you look at you returned from the time loop with a slight bewilderment, for the changes have affected your previous personality, the one that entered the loop, and you have come out of the chamber with your original first variant self intact. Consequently, your family and friends have to learn to get used to you, and you yourself have to familiarize yourself with a whole new biography. Not so pleasant, you'll say, and that's just the point. At first, politicians thought it was simple, but later on they learned its complexity. Take, for example, the affair with O'Brien and Lord Fitzbrooks. The British envoy from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs got full agreement, but when he jumped out of the time loop 3 days later, the new variant had already been accomplished, and no one knew anything about the old, unsuccessful one. Our hero makes the rounds, trying to prove that he should get credit for the successful conference, which had already taken place. Remember, he blurts out, if O'Brien had been there, things would have been different. But as response, all he gets is the shrugging of shoulders. What fool would send O'Brien? Who would have the nerve to suggest it? In other words, the situation had already been changed, and everyone feels it was completely natural. Meanwhile, our time traveler missed 2 days in the present and lost his bearings. Preparations were being made for a new international conference, but they forgot to include his name in the list of delegates. The same sort of thing happened with the 1989 war. Someone went back into the past, did his business there, and when he got back, the whole story of the border incident that led to a world war seemed to any sensible person highly unlikely. What corporal, they asked him. There was no such corporal, and that border was always known as a peaceful place. As a result of such tricks, politicians realized that anyone who interferes with the past will make a fool of himself. At that point they gave ordinary citizens the right to travel to other centuries, with all the commotion that led to the passing of the universal law for the preservation of the past. But imagine now that we did not know about it, like the overwhelming majority of people on Earth. The planet went about its business of living its ordinary life, variants changed, but each time humanity thought that that was the way things had always been. If I hadn't just now told the story about the variant with a war between Argentina and Brazil, it never would have occurred to you. The catch here is that only a person who has time-traveled knows what the situation was before. What did I personally know at that moment about the time loop? I had read in the newspapers that it had been discovered and seen on television several short films, The Feast of Henry VIII, Spartacus's Camp. There were rumors that several persons had been lost in the past, like that famous paleontologist. It was as simple as that. If Caboose and I had been a little smarter, we should have taken into consideration the fact that if I removed Van Gogh's paintings from the past, they would consequently disappear in our present from museums and private collections. But we didn't even consider it. The speculation inflamed imaginations with visions of millions, even billions of OEUs. The sequence of events occurring as a result of my foolish escapade turned out like this. I took Van Gogh out of circulation, you might say. I took his best works, and grabbed up a significant part of his letters. So his brother's widow could not publish anything, and Vincent van Gogh was to all intents and purposes erased from the history of art. Later, around the turn of the century, another artist worked in about the same direction, Parisot. When the changes in the network reached our times, I was born, met with Caboose, began to make inquiries about painters, learned about Walter Parisot, and decided to bring back precisely his works. So Caboose, when I came out of the time loop that night, said that we had agreed on Parisot. But what was the upshot of it all? I had in my hands 2 bags filled with Van Gogh's paintings, but I also was the only being in the entire universe who knew that the artist had ever existed. I thought, and decided to cut out the loop. It would not return the OEUs we spent, but... Cut out the loop. Ah, yes, I didn't explain. It's like this. Immediately after the invention of the time chamber, there was discovered the possibility of correcting the biggest flops. The technique was called removing the loop, or cutting out the loop. Suppose you visited the 15th century, or the 5th, and servicing in the 20th again, you are certain that the consequences of your trip seem just too strange. Then you have to climb back into the chamber, put the indicator back on the same time, but step back immediately, not giving yourself time to do anything at all. In this case, everything returns to its place, as though you had never traveled. True, the indicator is not completely accurate, so some slight change can still get through. What? Columbus? How did they find out that in the main variant there was a Columbus? Simply because it was not only the chatterbox who visited the time, but a fair crowd. They weren't affected by changes, and when they got back they raised a fuss. Of course they did not manage to restore everything to its former condition. It is very possible that the variant of the past, whose result we ourselves are, is not at all the original one. I already told you about Claudio Materuzzi. The problem is that in such cases you have to send the same person to the same moment. But the blockhead who foretold Materuzzi's sad end died his 3rd day back. He went to have some fun in Egypt and there crashed his private plane into the Cheops pyramid, the west face, and it took several days to scrape off the soot from the explosion. I think that Claudio was most likely not alone in his misfortune. It's likely that we've lost many more artists, scientists, and inventors. But on the other hand, I guess there are a lot of new men. Let's get back to Van Gogh, that is to us. We made our way into the Institute once again at night. I took both traveling bags with me, and cut out the loop. The next morning I ran to a library, and made sure everything was okay. Van Gogh had been restored. Every encyclopedia devoted not less than half a page to him, and the articles and monographs were beyond counting. And poor Parisot was gone, licked clean away as though by a cow's tongue. I consulted with Caboose and came to the conclusion that I didn't have to go after all the paintings, but it would be better to bring back just one, as long as it was worth enough. I decided on the potato eaters, which in our time was valued at a cool 200,000. The chain of my reasons was as follows. I would go back into the past, acquire from the artist the first of his major paintings, and he would undoubtedly write his brother about his phenomenal success. In our time, the work, it goes without saying, would disappear not only from the gallery where it was now located, but from all albums and books. However, in art history, it would remain as a lost work. Scholars would mention it, lamenting that it had been sold and was lost ever since. I, returning to our century, would invent a story, that I had found the potato eaters in an old attic in the house of distant relatives. Caboose had no objections. He took another 15,000 from me, added it to his own, so that during the next several weeks he could store up a surplus in the Institute's energy reservoir, while I settled down to study the material. I got one of the latest editions of his letters. The book was printed luxuriously, but it turned out with misprints. But nonetheless I determined that everything would turn out fine with the potato eaters. In his letters to his brother and to the artist Rapart, Vincent described in great detail the painting's conception, the studies he made for it, the beginning of work and its end. He gave the eaters great significance, and returned to that theme several times in later letters. According to the book, he finished the picture in March 1883, and on April 6th sent it to Theodore in Paris, Consequently, I would have to see him on the 3rd or 4th to get the painting, dry and transportable. It was one of the darkest periods in the artist's life. Van Gogh already had 30 years behind him, during which he had achieved nothing. He, a fully grown man, had neither a family, nor a wife, nor friends, nor a home, nor in general any possessions. He tried becoming a salesman in an art gallery, but was fired. Attempted to become a priest, but the Catholic canon in the small mining town of Borinage was horrified by his sermons. A girl, his first love, moved to a different town as soon as he made a declaration of love. Society branded him a nothing and a flop, and indeed he could not adapt to the world he lived in, could not even earn enough to eat. A kind of schizophrenic truthfulness combined with an angry and touchy nature led him to catastrophe after catastrophe, no matter what he undertook. His family was ashamed of him, attempted to cut off relations. He wandered from one end to another of Holland, ragged, starving, existing on a few pennies sent by his brother and his disdainful father. In 1883, Van Gogh found himself in the small town of Hoogeveen, in the north of the country, where he decided to devote himself totally to art and learn to paint. But he had no school. No one showed him how, and he was forced to create his own technique and his own theory. In letters to Theo, he, suffering his pride, pleaded for some confidence, for at least a drop of warmth. He squeezed money for paints and papers out of the money his brother sent him for bread. But still he often played the role of judge, and devoted whole pages to a devastating criticism of contemporary painting. To tell the truth, I got carried away by his letters. There was something rigorous and majestic about them. I felt like meeting the artist himself as soon as possible. I materialized in 1883, in Paris once again, in the same place, Clichy, and immediately went to the station and caught a train for Utrecht. From there to Meppel, by canal to Soudwald, by mail carriage to the small town of Amsteland, and from there on foot to Hoogeveen. It took me about 3 days to cover the 550 kilometers, and I'll tell you it was a rough trip. The train barely moved. The tiny cars rattled and groaned. The boat's cabin was too small to turn around in, and I could barely fit into the carriage. Everywhere there were flies, and when they retreated, the fleas and bedbugs came after you, there being no shortage of them in either the train or the boat. That year spring was late throughout Europe. In my time I had prepared a coat corresponding to the period, but at the last moment considered it too heavy and coarse. As a result, I was hot in the sun, but as soon as it set, I got cold. In still another way, the period a century ago was no vacation. In Paris in 1895, the people had been loafing around, but later I realized that it was because it was a Sunday, and I was on streets where civil servants lived. Now it was obvious that people worked, and how. And always with their hands. The sweepers swept, the ploughmen ploughed, the ditch-diggers dug, the weavers wove, the stokers stoked, without a break, and everywhere people were washing, ironing, beating carpets. They rose with the dawn and went to bed at sunset, and were constantly bustling in continuous motion, and a 14-hour day was considered easy. In our time, working means working with your mind, but back then everything depended on human muscular strength, which made that world move. Wherever you looked, hands were going. I reached Amsteland toward evening, and it was about 3 kilometers to Hoogeveen. I had calculated that I would stop off at Van Gogh's, buy the picture, and make the night mail carriage, which would carry me back to Soudwald and the barge. The area was rather depressing, a monotone, flat land, marshes, hedges, and that's all. From my point of view, a true artist could find nothing to inspire him here. I walked over toward Van Gogh's, made inquiries about the gentleman who draws, and they show me a hen-house on the outskirts of the village. A century later, even a dog would be ashamed to live in a shed like that. True, it wasn't really an exception. The whole village consisted of several dozen similar buildings. I knock, and someone says to come in. As soon as I enter, I tell myself I won't be able to take more than 3 minutes in that dump. Stuffiness, coal heat, dampness, dirt, soot. The impression was that there wasn't room for a single person, although 6 were in the room. An old man smoking a stinking pipe, a woman with a baby. She was holding it in one arm and managed with the other to rub something in a wooden washtub. An old woman in bed. A man with a strong jaw sitting at a table, slowly chewing something, scooping it up from a bowl, and a red-headed teenager sitting slightly apart from the others. He was staring out a tiny window. He was sitting on the edge of a bench, unnaturally straight, like a person who is only temporarily here, who is perhaps only temporarily anywhere. And the room was not so much lit as dulled and dimmed by a yellow flame in the kerosene lamp hung from the low black ceiling. Eyes turned toward me, except for the man at the table, who does not raise his vacant, indifferent gaze from his bowl. I ask if it is possible to see Mr. Van Gogh. There is a moment's confusion. The teenager stands up and walks over to me. I repeat with annoyance that I need to see the artist Van Gogh. Everyone looks at me perplexedly. A silence. The teenager makes an awkward gesture, and suddenly I see that he is not a teenager but an adult. He has a red beard, prominent cheekbones, sunken cheeks, a protruding and broad forehead with a widow's peak, and thin hair combed backward. His features were well defined, sharply cut. In my opinion he was not 30, but all of 45, and only his short height, an absurd short coat, and a kind of tense straightness in his bearing made him resemble a teenager. "I'm Van Gogh," he said, and bowed slightly. I said hello, and introduced myself with a fictitious name. Once again he bowed slightly. I looked around me. The situation was ridiculous. I stood out like a sore thumb, in an uncomfortable position, because I could not stand up straight, since the ceiling was too low. I could not tell whether to have the conversation here, or to go outside, where it was beginning to get dark. I was set to go out, but wouldn't this seem rude to my hosts? On the other hand, it was just too hard for me to stand there hunched over. Van Gogh was silent, and so were the others. I looked around again, but no help was forthcoming. I felt terribly awkward. I cleared my throat and said that I would like to see his drawings and possibly to purchase something. "Oh, the drawings!" Van Gogh's face instantly lights up, and he blushes like a child. "Well, then, of course, with pleasure. He is very happy and flattered." He hurriedly goes over to the old woman's bed, bends over, and reaches underneath. He pulls out a pile of paper and cardboard. He stands up, but there is no place to set them all down, and he remains standing there, looking not at the others but at me. The man at the table leisurely stands up and puts his bowl on the window-sill. He said something to the old man. The two of them go over to the old woman, who has difficulty lowering her feet off the bed. The old man throws a shawl over her shoulders, and all three leave. The woman takes off her apron, puts the baby on the bench, splashes her hands in the trough, washes the table, which is already clean, if you can use the word clean at all in circumstances like this. She turns up the light, takes the baby, and sits down with him near the stove, all in silence and very rapidly. The territory has been liberated. Van Gogh put his pile on the table. He still did not ask me to have a seat, and looks at the woman. She, as though sensing his gaze, turns to us, washes a stool, and pushes it over to the table. Finally I sat down, and Van Gogh began to show me his drawings. He had changed completely. The look of bitterness disappeared, his blue eyes were no longer so stern, and his face was bright. For the most part the drawings were done in India ink, several on toned paper, but most on plain paper. Many of them I recognized: Girl Amid Trees, Fisherman Greeting Bark, Hochevane Park in Winter. Later each of these pieces of paper would inspire a whole literature, would be given catalogue numbers needed for reference, and supplementary designations. I remembered that since Hochevane Park had been done in two variants, one of which would end in the Budapest Fine Arts Museum in 100 years, and the other in New York, a fierce battle raged between specialists in the two cities over which was the first. But another 10 decades would go by first, and meanwhile the artist, hungry and lean, fidgeted around the table, and anxiously and timidly looked me in the eyes, trying to determine whether I liked something. He began talking, asking questions, but not waiting for answers. He was carried away, a fountain, a geyser, an avalanche. Do I like drawings? Personally, he considered that drawing was the basis of all painting, whether in oil or watercolor. Only drawing gave the freedom and mastery of perspective and space, and the freedom was purchased for a relatively low price, since ink and paper were not that expensive, to speak of the material aspect, while you had to pay huge sums for just watercolors. He knew young artists who take up painting immediately, before understanding nature, who draw out of their heads, then slap on some paint, step back and take a look from the distance, grimacing meaningfully, and trying to figure what it is they've ended up with. But in fact the key to painting is not to be found exclusively in painting techniques themselves. If that's the way you approach it, you'll just end up ruining a lot of expensive materials. He had decided to learn by first drawing, and was not sorry. He did not have to study much at all. He just went for a short time to Anton Mava's atelier in The Hague. Incidentally, from whom had I heard about him, and how had I found my way to him in Hochevane? If from Mava, or even more from Tersteeg, I shouldn't believe everything they said about him. In The Hague, Tersteeg thought he was too lazy to work in plaster of Paris, to study the academic artists, and in general he drew too quickly. But he just did not believe in studying the human body through plaster of Paris. The figure of a person digging a turnip from under the snow does not possess and will not possess classic proportions. Such things cannot be approached from the salon point of view, but you have to summon your courage and render the heaviness of labor, which you will not be able to communicate if you yourself don't get out of the studio, dragging your easel out into the fields, hiking a dozen kilometers until you find a suitable spot. You won't succeed until your own body begins to ache. That is what he was doing, and could not therefore agree that he was looking for the easy way out. For each of his completed drawings he had dozens of sketches, not only done indoors, but in the field, in the marsh, and in the meadow, when your fingers freeze and it is hard to hold the pencil. He attempts not only to depict the scene accurately, but to render the mood. Take, for example, that of Hoekeveen Park. Perhaps it has its flaws, he knows very well that it is not perfect and is not worth an awful lot, but in his opinion in the bare trees is caught a certain drama, the feeling that seizes a person when he has to go out in wind and rain and dig around the apple trees on an empty stomach. Now Italian watercolors were fashionable, with their blue skies and picturesque poor peasants, sweet, sugary, pleasant. But he preferred to draw what he saw, what made him feel sorrow, love, delight, and pity, not something to please a picture seller. He considered it offensive for an artist to act any other way. If you want to paint poor peasants, their poverty should be in the foreground, not their picturesqueness. You cannot forget that the man is suffering, that he will die alone in a ditch without anyone's comforting. Perhaps the drawings do not stand out with an academic correctness, but each one was made to accomplish a set task. This one, for example, Woman with a Spinning Wheel, was not a success. It was not worth looking at. It was that the room was small, and he should have departed more from reality, but that couldn't be done. But nonetheless his drawings showed that he was not standing still, but moving ahead. Van Gogh overwhelmed me with all this, not letting me get a word in edgewise. Lonely in a small town where he had no one to converse with, now he talked and talked and talked, oblivious to everything. The stove was throwing out heat, the lamp soot, and it was damp. My head started spinning, and I felt that I could just collapse right under the table. I had to put an end to it, so I asked if he had done anything in oils. Oh, oils, yes, of course. A slight fear flashed over his face. He understood that I hadn't liked the drawings. He swiftly shoved them under the bed, and pulled a pile of canvases and cardboard sheets from out of a trunk near the window. There were 3 landscapes, outline sketches, 2 seascapes, and a few portraits. Once again he began explaining. I should not think that the light in the landscapes was unnatural. That was the result of the habit of seeing pictures done in studios. Most contemporary artists, not the beautiful ones like Millet, Corot, or Mauve — he liked Mauve very much, even though they parted ways — but the average ones loved light, but not light that was alive, not real, not the light you can see morning, afternoon, or night out in the fields, or in the extreme case in the streets. Most artists paint in their studios, and so their light is all the same, a cold metallic light. You can work in your studio only from 11 until 3, and that is the emptiest time of day in terms of light. Respectable, but devoid of character, apathetic. He, on the other hand, was trying to work directly from nature. True, he had no studio, but even if he had, he would do the same. I shouldn't think either that the seascape was done too quickly. He painted it in Kragenburg during a storm, started several times, but the wind blew sand that stuck to the paints. He had to scrape it off. Then he found shelter behind an old barge in the dunes, and after every few strokes ran out to the shore to refresh his impressions. With a gesture I rejected the landscapes, so he moved on to the portraits. You see, he said, the human face is usually painted so that the paints put on the canvas have about the same color as the real face. When you look at it close up, the result is correct. But if you step back a little, the faces become tediously flat, because the pink and pale yellow ones, which are soft by themselves, at a distance look hard and empty. I am painting so that up close it seems a little unnatural, greenish-red or yellow-gray, or just not capable of definition. But if you step away a little, you'll feel the rightness, the independence from the paint, the air in the picture, and the vibrating light. Here, stand up, please. I stood up, totally overwhelmed, and hit my head against the ceiling, and rather hard. In my eyes there was indeed a vibrating light, and I collapsed onto the stool. Van Gogh ran over to me, apologizing. Okay, don't you have anything more recent? I asked, rubbing the bump on my head. In some strange way the blow had perked me up. Show me a composition, show me your latest work. He thought for a moment. Yes, right away. He reached under the bed again, and came up with a large package in his arms. Take a look at this. I was planning on sending it to my brother in Paris. He began unwrapping the package, unfolding the paper, and staring at me nervously. The Potato Eaters, as everyone knows, just shows two people eating potatoes and nothing more. In neither time stream could I understand why anybody would paint such a thing. It's different when an artist recreates a cute brunette or blonde on the canvas, bare shoulders, breasts semi-concealed by lace. It's good if she's giving you the eye, or, to the contrary, lowering her eyes and covering her breasts with plump little hands. Those were my demands of classical art in those days, to say nothing about advertising art, where the subject has to be even more provocative, even more exposed. In this painting, there was a peasant family gathered around a plate of potatoes. They were eating with intense concentration, furiously, and you could hear the quiet. Their faces were coarse, tired, and their hands heavy and gnarled. True, the emphasis changed from person to person, and forced your gaze to run around the whole circle. The background was for some reason painted a dark blue. The faces were potato-colored, and the characters' hands were brown. Van Gogh apparently noticed the shadow of dissatisfaction that passed over my face. "You know, it seems to me that the picture is done right. A picture of peasant life should not be perfumed, correct? I wanted to show that people eat their food with the same hands they work with in the fields, and in that way earn an honest day's bread. The color of their faces may seem unnatural to you, but they said that about Millet, too, that he painted peasants with the same soil they had sown. For the background, I used a lot of Paris blue, but I thought—" I raised my hand to interrupt him, and said that I could see all that. I liked the picture, and I was prepared to acquire it for my collection. Keep in mind that this was his first work that someone agreed to take, even though he already had about 200 careful drawings and 20 oil paintings behind him. For an instant Van Gogh was breathless. Then he asked softly, "Buy it? For your collection?" I nodded. "What price are you asking for it?" His hands trembled, and he tortuously wrinkled his brows and started pacing by the table, taking 2 steps in each direction. He did not want to give the picture away for less than it was worth to him, but at the same time he was afraid of scaring me off with too high a price. He stared at the floor, spent a long time calculating, whispering to himself, then raised his head. "I believe," he began cautiously, "that 125 guilders would not be too much, or 250 francs. 250? Yes, you see, I calculate it as follows." He rushed his words, trying to explain. "The work took about a month for the canvas itself. For me to exist for a month, I need about half that sum. The rest is for the canvas and oils. You perhaps may think that there is nothing more expensive here, but the thing is that gray color is composed." "Excellent," I said, standing up, with my head tucked down this time, and cautiously looking at the ceiling. "I'll pay you 1,000 francs. "How much?" 1,000 francs. Right at that moment we heard a rustling near the window, and then a desperate voice. "No, you can't." We both looked around. The woman, whom I had completely forgotten, was standing straight as a rod. The baby was alongside her in the bed, and her eyes sparkled with anger. 1,000 francs? Never. You can understand what the problem was. Those peasants as a family earned 50 francs a month, if that. The main thing to them was bread, clothing, and food. Van Gogh, who produced none of these things, seemed to them a loafer. His work was to them pure fun. After all, a pencil is a lot lighter than the shovel they wielded 10 hours a day. The woman was simply insulted. The enormous, to her way of thinking, sum I had offered for a piece of colored canvas blotted out her life, her husband's, and her relatives. However, her own outburst had already embarrassed her. She turned pale, picked up the baby, and turned away from us to rock him nervously, even though he was already asleep. Curiously enough, Van Gogh, too, was dumbfounded. He shook his head. No, that is too much. 125 guilders will be enough." "But I want to pay you 1,000 francs. Here, take it, please." I took a 1,000-franc bill out of my pocket and put it on the table, but the artist stepped back, as from a rattlesnake. Damn it, anyway, another unforeseen difficulty. The craziness of the whole situation was that I had with me only 7 dozen 1,000-franc notes and some small change in Dutch guilders. In the Paris of our time, it had never occurred to me that he would ask for so little, and even go so far as to refuse to take more. Money in Europe at the end of the last century was very expensive, and I could easily imagine that there was no one in Hoekeveen who could change such a large bill. I tried shoving the bill into his hand, but he pushed it away, saying that the picture was not worth it, and he would not allow himself to deceive me. Not worth it. Can you imagine that? To me, it was worth more than you could get for the house we were in, even for the whole miserable town. It was worth more organized energy than was contained in the human labor of the whole province of Drenthe, with all its roads, peat bogs, buildings, canals, and fields. He didn't want to deceive me. I would have liked to show him that I would receive not just 100 times what I was spending, not just 1,000 times, not even just 1,000,000 times. That with the money we received for the potato eaters, Caboose and I would purchase land, erect palaces, and have opportunities that his miserable, God-forsaken age couldn't even dream of. But if I tried to explain, both he and the woman would consider me insane. I spent a quarter of an hour trying to convince him, but Van Gogh was firm, and in desperation I collapsed onto my seat. What can we do? He then proposed going over to the village of Zvelo, where there was a loan office where the bill could be broken even at night. It was 9 miles to Zvelo, he said, and I realized that I would not make it back to Amsteland on the mail carriage to the canal. And that meant that the entire return trip to Paris would have to be made in a terrible hurry if I were to make it back to the Boulevard Clichy by the time my friend would try to yank me back to our time. But there was no other way, and we set off. Outside, the cold was quite noticeable. Van Gogh threw his jacket over my shoulders, saying that he was used to freezing, and nothing would happen to him. That walk, I won't attempt to conceal it, remained in my memory for a long, long time. When we went out, the new moon had just appeared over the horizon. For about a kilometre we walked down an avenue with tall poplars, then level fields stretched out on both sides of the road, interrupted here and there by the triangular silhouettes of sod huts. Through the small window you could usually see the reddish glow of the fireplace. The sky and the moon were reflected in puddles on the road, and in a short while a black swamp on the right side spread out to infinity. The landscape was quite monotonous, not to say depressing, but Van Gogh found all sorts of beautiful things in it, which he kept pointing out to me. He was very elated by his first success in life. Having finished with the beauties of the surrounding area, he went on to tell about the peasants he was staying with. He informed me that the people, although uneducated and without the slightest understanding of things like art, were good, tactful, and noble in their own way. He praised the old lady highly, the mother of the young woman, saying that until quite recently she had worked in the fields right along with the others, but then she had been struck by an inflamed hernia, a disease from which women who have to pick up heavy weights often suffer. An operation by a doctor in Amsteland, he said, cost 200 francs, and the old woman had only 50, which she intended to leave for her burial. We walked and walked, and he started talking about how it was only the miners in Borinage and the peasants here who treated him like a real human being. The old woman, once when the young people were away, had given him a bowl of milk when she saw that he hadn't eaten all day. And the other members of the family didn't interfere with his work, even though they did not understand the meaning and purpose of his activity. All in all, he had struck it lucky in Hoekeveen, since from sunrise to sunset everyone was gone, and even the old woman took the baby out into the garden on sunny days. The house was at his disposal. If it weren't for the small size, it would make an excellent studio. Having discussed his present, Van Gogh turned to the past. The society of decent people had rejected him. In his own family, except for his brother Theo, he was looked upon as something like a mongrel cur. Such a beast couldn't be let inside because he was wet, tousled, dirty, might track up the parquet, or even bite. They despised him and said he's impudent, a troublemaker, hard to get along with, a loner. They hold it against him that he always sticks up for his own ideas, even the fact that when some important gentleman greets him by holding out one finger instead of his whole hand, he, Van Gogh, does likewise, disregarding the difference in social status. But it is not true that he strives for solitude. He did not deserve such torment. An artist needs solitude, but he, like everyone else, needs friends, amusement, obligations, and attachments. He wants to be a man among men, not an oddball. Even here they can't leave him in peace. Soon after his arrival, the local priest advised him to have less to do with people of lower circles, as he expressed it. And when he, Van Gogh, did not listen, the priest forbade his parishioners from posing for drawings or pictures. That is why I was greeted so coldly. He thought the burgomaster had sent me. He talked and talked. My head started spinning from the constant chatter. To slow him down, I tried asking questions, but that only intensified the verbal explosion. He would jump from one subject to another. The subject would branch out, and sometimes he would drift away from where he began, but he did not forget his original thought, and would always return to it. About half of what he threw at me went right over my head, and the other half I tried to ignore. Suddenly he fell silent, walked on for a long time without saying a word, then stopped, took me by the arm, and looked me in the eyes. "You know," he said softly, but full of feeling, "today was a hard day. On days like this you want to visit a friend or invite him over, but if you have nowhere to go, and no one comes to you, you are seized by a feeling of emptiness and hopelessness. In those minutes only work can save a person, but evenings that is impossible for me. I was close to despair, but then you came and turned everything around. You're a good person. If we never see each other again, I'll always remember you, and in difficult times repeat to myself, I want to be like him. With those words, we walked onward. We put kilometer after kilometer behind us, but there was still no sign of Zvelo. As soon as we had stepped out of the stuffiness of the peasant house into the fresh air, I had taken several deep breaths, cleaned out my lungs, and once again felt strong, ready for anything. Once again, like in Paris, every trained muscle rippled, and each step left an unexpected reserve of energy, and I had to hold myself back to keep from outdistancing my pint-sized companion. Because of the unreality of the situation, I was in the 19th century at night out in the open. Things began to seem funny. It occurred to me that there I was strolling along with Van Gogh, who was fated to become a genius and all that. About him many books would be written, countless lectures delivered, and art scholars would defend not less than 300 doctoral dissertations, and each one would mean a fair sum of OEUs as the raise in the scholar's salary. All that fuss, and he was so small and weak, while I was big, strong, and agile. If I wanted to pop him one, no one in the world would stop me, and he'd go flying despite his future greatness, and wouldn't pick himself up that soon. But that damned road turned out to be not that easy. It's one thing when you run the 100 meters on a special surface in a comfortable gymnasium, or when you stride along a hiking path. You're wearing springy shoes and almost weightless clothing that does not hamper your movement. I, however, was dressed up like a doll, and my boots hung on my feet like lead. I don't know if there was a surface on the road, but in any case, for the beginning of the journey we walked through mud. Then it began to freeze, and the mud crusted over, so your foot would crack the surface, and walking was a lot more fun. However, later the mud got quite hard, while keeping its unevenness. It became impossible to set your foot down comfortably when you took a step. Either the tip of your foot would fall through and the heel remain high, or vice versa. An hour passed, and I started calculating how many kilometers 9 miles was. I had the impression that a mile was a little less than a kilometer. Then I suddenly remembered a conversion table for old units of measurement I had seen somewhere. I was covered with an icy sweat. 1 mile was 1,609 meters, so it was 15 kilometers to Zvelo, and we had covered less than half. Gradually my courage oozed out of me, and vainglorious dreams evaporated. Another hour, and I could barely drag my legs along. I was limp and soggy. And Van Gogh was to all appearances fresh as a daisy. After a short silence he started talking again, pausing now and then to admire the stars, or to gaze at something I couldn't make out on the horizon. Then he would catch up to me at a run, walk off to the side to see how the ground was plowed, and so forth. Such things were apparently a habit for him. He probably walked even further, carrying his easel in one hand and a heavy box of paints in the other. And soon I realized that if I did hit him, he wouldn't just fold up. I don't remember how we made it to the village, but I left the whole business to Van Gogh, while I sat down on the steps of the loan office and stretched out my legs. The return trip was even worse. By starlight, since the moon had set, Van Gogh stared into my face, compassionately studying whether I was healthy or not, and offered me his shoulder as support. I took him up on it, and he almost had to drag me back to the house. The hovel appeared empty, although it was heated. The owners had gone to spend the night with relatives. The old woman's bed shone with fresh sheets, although in this case the expression might be too strong. Sheets at that time lasted decades. They were washed after they had been used quite a long time, without soap, just in running water. Van Gogh said the bed was for me, and lay down on a wooden bench. But first of all, to fit on this short bed, I had to fold myself almost in eighths, and second, my head ached from the stale air, the unfamiliar smells, and the creaking and rustling on the other side of the wall where the cow was kept. The stuffiness made me feel sick, and I went outside several times, but froze in an instant. I managed to fall asleep only toward morning, but Van Gogh thoughtfully woke me at 7, since he remembered I had to get to Amsterdam to catch the stage. For breakfast we had a bowl of milk, another sacrifice by the old woman, no doubt. Van Gogh mentioned in passing that he would try to talk to the doctor about the operation, words that, as I would learn later, it was foolish to ignore. The potato eaters he put on the table, spent a couple of minutes rummaging through his drawings, took out 2 large ones, and said he was giving them to me. They were Hoekeveen Park and Field with trees, both 50 centimeters by 40. But I didn't take them. I had no doubt that I'd get 200,000 each, but I pictured Cabus's greedy face, and decided not to give the thief the satisfaction. It was better that the drawings were not lost to art history for a whole century. I explained to the artist that I did not collect drawings, and that it would be fairer if they ended up with someone who could really appreciate them. I was totally let down, destroyed. It was all I could do to lift each foot one by one. Van Gogh got excited, ran into the village, and returned shortly, triumphantly, announcing that he had persuaded a peasant to take me 3/4 of the way. You have to understand that transportation was a problem because of the spring planting. In 10 minutes a creaking wagon showed up, drawn by a pair of lean horses, onto which I was loaded, a brilliant conclusion to all my proud imaginings. We reached Amstellan's first houses around 8. Van Gogh walked alongside the cart and carried the painting. When the peasant woman driver had to turn off, I had to pick myself up out of the cart almost piece by piece. The sun had risen above the horizon, but was hidden behind the clouds, and in the western sky stars were shining. Van Gogh pointed to one of them, and his face was soft and meditative. "Look, see how calm, beautiful, and good it is. Sometimes it seems that stars are connected to each other by mysterious relations of which we can have no idea, that their dance influences our fate, and the most distant luminary follows us and feels joy when we do good." Then he turned to me. "You know, I started drawing late. At 28, your perceptions are not as fresh, and your hand not as accurate as in childhood. Others at my age already have followers, have developed their style, and I am still learning. Therefore I cannot maintain any illusions about myself. I will be alone for a long time, unacknowledged. But you have helped me, and now I believe that if a person retains his sympathy for others and works without stopping, he will achieve his goals." The dark lowlands stretched around us, and the mud-drowned road reached the horizon. We were silent. I made it to the appointed place in Paris on time. From the chamber I fell right on Caboose, but did not start talking to him, crawled out to a taxi on all fours, and arrived home half dead, having spent all of a week in the last century. But, as you are aware, invigorating baths, massages, and such-like do wonders. I washed, scraping the dirt off, dried myself, and slept 18 hours on an air mattress set to weak vibration. In the morning of the second day I felt myself again. Now my confidence in our success was complete. I pasted on my provincial moustache, pulled on my long pants, and set off for the art gallery. But not on Boulevard Sainte-Marie, where they might recognize me, but the one in Montmartre. I walked in, looking as suave as I could. I walked over to the desk and waited for someone to notice me. Finally, someone asked if they could help me. "Yes, indeed," I said. "I was at my aunt's near Antwerp and found this painting in the attic. Looks kind of old. It shows some people in the old days eating potatoes." I unwrapped the picture and turned it toward the light. It's signed Van Gogh. I don't know the artist, probably a contemporary of, what's his name, Leonardo or Raphael. So I thought maybe somebody would be interested. I expected to hear shouts of amazement, joy, but the people around me looked at me ironically. One of the salesmen takes the painting in his hands. "Yes, it really is signed Van Gogh. The title Potato Eaters would really fit a painting like this." I scratched my head and said that's what I would call it myself. The salesman turns the picture around so the back is toward him. "Look, here's the date, March 1883. Everything just as it is in his letters to his brother. The first version of his most famous work." "Really?" I asked. I didn't even look at the other side. "So 1883. So he lived before Leonardo." A second salesman takes the Potato Eaters from the first and hands it to me. "Take it. It's not even worth checking for authenticity. The picture doesn't exist. There's only a copy made from memory in 1888. "What do you mean, doesn't exist? What was it he copied, then?" "Just read his letters. You can buy a copy here. Hey, your mustache is falling off." At home I grab my copy of the letters and begin feverishly to leaf through. Here, in January 1883. "Dear Theo, I have never begun a year with more dismal prospects or in a more dismal mood. Outside it is depressing. The fields are black marble with veins of snow. In the afternoon there is fog or sleet. In the mornings and evenings a scarlet sun. The black bushes against the overcast sky, and the poplar branches are stiff like steel wires." Later, that I already knew. "I am afraid that I have become too much of a burden to you. I am abusing your friendship, and I constantly ask for money for something that may never bring fruit. It's hard to think that you are a failure, and at times—" Further! Somewhere there must be a reference to the future painting. Aha! Here it is. The painting is already finished. Dear Theo, congratulations on your birthday, and I wish you health and happiness with all my soul. The Potato Eaters is finished, the paint is already dry, and I'll send it to you the day after tomorrow. I hope you understand what I am trying to express in it. That was written on April 3rd, and on the next day the stranger, that is me, would pay Van Gogh a visit and buy the Potato Eaters. So in the next letter there should be an account of that great event. I paused a second before turning the page. Theo, I burned the painting. It happened 3 days ago. The moment suddenly came when I realized that I had not been myself in the painting. A whole winter's work is wasted, and I regret my act, but not that much, since I learned a great deal during the work. In particular, I see that red-yellow looks lighter than white, that I began to make by mixing, say, Paris blue, vermilion. After a long section about colors, the following lines. Everyone here in the house is in a joyful mood. I did not write to you that my landlady's mother, an old woman named Wilhelmina, was very sick, but recently an operation was arranged for her. There was still another very strange and happy event. I'll tell you about it when we meet, when you, as you promised, visit me. Incidentally, until then you don't have to send any money. I managed to cut corners, so I still have almost 100 francs out of the 300 I received from you for February and March. Do you realize what that philanthropist did? After taking me to Amstelland, he stopped by the doctor and, feeling rich, gave him 200 francs for an operation for the old woman, most likely impulsively. Then he returned home, and it occurred to him that he, living wholly off his brother, had no right to do that. He was ashamed. He felt that he could not write to Theo saying that he spent the first money he earned, so he said he destroyed the painting. But he left a loophole. I'll tell you when we meet. He most likely told Theo, but the conversation never got into the historical record. What did you say? Not very honest with regard to me? Well, perhaps. But keep in mind that the deception would seem to Van Gogh something that affected only himself and his brother. So there is a lie in the letter. When they see each other, he tells everything, and the matter is resolved. He wouldn't have the slightest idea that history would preserve his letters, that every line he scratched by the light of the kerosene lamp on that shaggy grey paper would be translated into 60 languages, and be printed in countless editions, and some in more luxurious volumes than he himself would ever hold in his hands. He lied then, I'm sure, admitted it, and that's all there is to it. But for me the whole thing turned out backward. Just try proving that you're offering an authentic masterpiece when the letters say in black and white that it was burned. However, if you think I was discouraged, you're wrong. When all is said and done, people don't always become billionaires just like that. I calculated that the time loops had been working for 2 years, but I hadn't heard of any unexpected huge fortunes being made. Okay, I said to myself, the stage of daring attack is over, and it's time to lay careful siege. I have the capability of traveling back to the past, and in addition, I have become a specialist in Van Gogh. I'd have to be an ass not to take advantage of the situation. We all learn by our mistakes. First of all, I went to Caboose, explained what the problem was, and demanded that we remove the loop again. He panicked, cried, said that he had risked a lot, had lost all his savings. He began complaining that his wife was expecting him to get rich and retire. Indeed, he had just gotten married to a telephone-pole-thin girl named Mireille, with a suspicious, nasty look to her. He said that he had better make an agreement with someone else, because it looked as if I were getting nowhere. I answered that I could make arrangements with the guard myself. He had already let us pass 3 times, and must have known what was what. That brought Caboose back to his senses, and we did what I said. I had to cut out the loop so that the potato eaters would reappear in the world. After all, the more famous his picture, the more brilliant his fame, and the more valuable the paintings I bring back. In addition, I wanted to do away with our first meeting. He might start asking questions that I couldn't answer. This time I decided to arm myself properly. I got in touch with the Swiss company Alpenkleid, which made a new type of clothing for mountain climbers. A person is dipped in a compound that forms a film over the body. The skin can breathe through it, and it doesn't interfere with movement, but you can fall down a 30-meter cliff and not even get bruised. The film bends at joints only in the necessary directions, and is as hard as steel. Panzerkleidung, or PK, was a great success, and after that the company turned to making TK, or thermal clothing. The fabric was made of special thread, and the energy was supplied by cesium batteries the size of a matchbox that were fastened to the belt. I put it on, set it for 15 degrees, and then everything else can go to hell, because the regulation is automatic. In windy cold weather the threads warm you, In hot weather, on the other hand, you are surrounded by a constantly air-conditioned climate. The company started out by producing hiking clothing, and I had to send a description of what I needed to Zurich. And I stocked up on anti-bedbug drugs and on money. Not just 1,000-franc notes, but smaller bills and spare batteries. I ordered an artificial diamond necklace in the old style. I wanted to see what the reaction of the Paris jewel merchants at the end of the last century would be. Getting ready was interesting. I forgot about my former tricks, checked out the Institute rather often, becoming a familiar face there. You meet a hunched-over, gray-bearded academician in an empty hall. "Hello, how's things?" "All right, thanks." I go my way, he goes his, just as though that was the way things should be. Only, once in a while, he would glance back slightly confused, then would be embarrassed by his glance. The next time he would be the first to say hello, before you even had time to open your mouth. Caboose took care of storing the energy, and I read up on Van Gogh's times. My goal, strictly speaking, remained the same. I just intended to take measures to ensure my purchase was reflected in his correspondence. At last the long-awaited day, or rather evening, arrived. The plump guard in the vestibule winked at us knowingly, and I climbed into the chamber. This time I chose June 1888. The artist was living in the small town of Arles, in southern France, and Gogh had not yet come to see him. I presumed that after his friend's appearance Van Gogh would not have time for me, and I did not want to be a witness to the climactic events that would soon take place. This was my plan: to buy a painting from Theo in Paris, and to arrange it so that he would ask Vincent to send it from Arles. Then I would go to the artist himself and complicate things. I really don't like what I see. Suppose he writes Theo about 1 or 2 old canvases. As a result, requests and confirmations would be flying on both sides, and everything would be included in the letters. The situation with the potato-eaters wouldn't be repeated. Caboose and I estimated the trip at 3 weeks. I stopped at Montmartre and had a look at the first Moulin Rouge, and the famous dancer La Goulou, whom Toulouse-Lautrec painted, and about whom so many poems were written. Okay, but nothing that special. In a jewelry store I showed them my necklace. They took it for 10,000 without saying a word. I had the general impression that everything was cheap, first and foremost human life. What could the population of Paris have been then? Not more than 500,000? Possibly not more than 250,000. But nonetheless people acted as though they had multiplied too much and were not needed in the city in any case. A little girl in the street goes off with a rich old man at the first sign. You chat with someone, and if he senses that your pockets are full, he'll agree with your ideas even before they're out of your mouth. You feel something missing everywhere, in the clothing, housing, a shortage of energy on Earth. From conversations you learn that for 5,000 you can buy any fashionable journalist you want. For 50,000 you can get an important politician. It turned out I had to switch around the components of my plan to acquire paintings. I had wanted to begin with Theo, who I knew at this time had received the position of director of the art gallery owned by Bousseau and Vladen. I went there, but he was out, had just left to court Johanna. Of Van Gogh's paintings only the wheat field was shown there, and that was in the back of the last room in the corner. I touched it with a strange piety. It was covered with a thin layer of dust. I don't know how to explain the feeling. Somehow the possibility of touching a picture that no one in 1888 paid any attention to was worth more to me than personal contact with its creator. On the 3rd day, I went to the Orléans station and got on a train. We dragged along to Arles at 20 kilometers an hour. It was hot, but I just relaxed in my TK. I chatted with my neighbor and looked out the window. Despite it all, France was beautiful. The fields, the vineyards, the orchards looked no less picturesque than they do today. We passed Nevers, Clermont, Nîmes. At 8 in the morning of the 2nd day we crossed the Rhône. It was of course clear that Van Gogh had changed during the 5 years that separated the town of Hoogeveen and Arles. I had hurled myself out of the past into the comforts of 1995, while he remained in the peat bog, in the cold and poverty, to continue the fierce struggle. And he did continue it. From Hoogeveen, pursued by loneliness, he moved to Neunen. He desperately wanted to have a mate, a family. While many in those poverty-stricken times feared having children, he wrote his brother that he was afraid not to have them. Even before there had been the incident with the streetwalker, sick and pregnant, whom he had taken in and tried to reform. But nothing happened. Her old friends finally turned her away from him. Now the daughter of his Neunen neighbors, Margot Begeman, was in love with Van Gogh. Vincent loved her, but her parents forbade Margot to see him, and the girl took poison. All hopes of personal happiness finished, only art remained. Van Gogh sets off for Antwerp to find an artistic milieu. He has no studio, so he works in the streets. He has no money to hire models, so he makes agreements that first he'll draw someone's portrait, a sailor's, a soldier's, or prostitute's, and then as a fee will draw a sketch for himself. His letters to his brother are dotted with pleas. Misère ouverte, for God's sake send whatever you can spare. I am literally starving. From constant malnutrition he loses his appetite, and sometimes when he receives a small sum of money from Theo, he can't eat. Van Gogh manages to enter the Academy of Arts, but within 3 months he is forced to leave. Vincent's drawings decidedly do not resemble what the teachers teach. Theo's affairs improved somewhat, and he gives his brother a chance to come to Paris. However, even there nothing changes. Vincent begins studying in Cromont's atelier, but except for Toulouse-Lautrec, no one bothers to come over and take a look at what he's doing. Those around him think he's crazy, when in a fit of oblivion he throws paints on a picture with such force that the easel shakes. His taciturn, wild passion repelled the younger and more carefree artists. In the 2 years he spent in the French capital, Van Gogh created more than 200 paintings, on top of the 200 he had painted in Holland. But every exhibition was a failure for him, and he still had not sold a single canvas. Having finally come to the conclusion that Paris had not accepted him, a worn-out Van Gogh left for Arles. I repeat that I knew all this, and also the simple fact that the artist would have gotten older. True, in our time a person at this age gains in health. In 1996, people between 30 and 40 usually grew younger, and quite noticeably. A person finally learned what his mind and body were capable of. A balance, a spiritual and physical harmony is achieved. I had no doubt that Van Gogh's story would be different, and there were the many self-portraits of the period. But I still did not expect what I found when I arrived at the house and went up to the room he rented. 5 years had passed for him like a red-hot wind, and burned everything young out of his appearance. He had changed greatly, terribly. He was not the same, not at all the same, as the man who in the now-vanished variant had accompanied me that morning to Amstelland. Van Gogh sat at his easel. He got up unwillingly, holding his palette and brush. His hair, already thinning back then, had receded further, completely revealing his protruding forehead. Deeply etched wrinkles ran from his nostrils to the ends of his mouth. His cheeks were totally sunken in. His Asiatic cheekbones became more prominent, giving his face a cruel, fanatic quality. His beard was neglected. He had apparently ceased caring for his appearance. In the eyes that looked out at me from under gloomy eyebrows, I saw the stubbornness of desperation. I said that I would like to see his paintings, and was ready to buy something. Annoyed that he was torn away from his work, in front of him on a small table was a still life, with sunflowers in a majolica vase. He stood for a moment as though coming to his senses, threw down the palette and brush, took several canvases on stretchers from a shelf, threw them on the floor, and walked over to the open window, his hands in his pockets. To be honest, I did not expect this coldness. I had thought he would greet me as a benefactor, would start, as in the preceding visit, trying to persuade me to explain things. But that's not what happened. He began quietly whistling a tune, stopped in the middle, and began to rap his fingers on the window frame. I noticed that he had become broader in the shoulders, somehow more sinewy and tougher. It seemed that if he hit someone, it would be lethal. He hadn't put on weight, and his back remained straight as a ramrod. Van Gogh turned around unexpectedly, catching my glance, and I dropped my eyes to the canvases. There was really no sense looking. I knew them all already. "Well," he asked, "don't you like them? Whatever you say." "No, that's not it," I answered. "I've made my choice." The words came out without my meaning it. Suddenly I felt that I couldn't play games with him about ordering something his brother had and asking to send something only when I got back to Paris. "You've chosen? Which?" I pointed to Sowers. "This one?" He took the stretcher, carried it over to the light, set it on the floor against the wall, and gazed at it. His face darkened like a mother looking at her child. Then he turned away from the picture and said with a challenge, "I value my pictures rather highly. This one, for example, costs 1,000 francs. True, it's a little more expensive than a bed, which costs 700, and which I don't have." Only then did I notice that there was no bed in the room. A rolled-up mattress lay in the corner. He interpreted my silence in his own way and smiled bitterly. "Yes, some people imagine that doing painting costs the artist nothing, but actually you can go mad if you count up how much you have to spend on paints and canvas to provide yourself with the opportunity to work uninterruptedly for a month. I hope you don't think that a picture like that can be created without reflection, without experiments, without preliminary studies. When a person is capable of painting a picture these days, that does not mean that only 3 days were spent on it. A whole life was spent on it, if I can put it that way. Sit down at the easel if you don't believe me, and try to harmonize yellow, red, and violet. Of course, when the composition is ready, what is in it may seem totally obvious, just like they say about good music or a good novel, which seem to have the ability to flow along by themselves. But just imagine the situation before the picture or symphony exist, when they have to be created, and the composer or painter starts work without any assurance that the combination he has selected is even possible in principle. To make it brief, 1,000 francs, and there's nothing more to discuss. I cleared my throat, feeling an involuntary timidity, and said that the price was fine with me. It's fine? And you're ready to pay? Yes. To pay 1,000 francs? He looked at me for a minute, then shrugged his shoulders. Why? Why? You asked for it. I like the painting. He paced around the room and stopped by the picture. Yes, I gave a lot to it. Then an anxious look appeared in his eyes, replacing his anger. Is this a joke? There are those who enjoy their little jokes. If that's why you're here, I don't have time for it. I'm working. Not at all. I walked over to the little table next to the easel, took out my wallet, and counted out 10 100-franc notes. And it wasn't the money I had brought from the future, but what I had received in the jewelry store. With the money from the future, although the odds were insignificant, there could still be problems. After all, they were duplicates of bills that did exist in 1888, and it was conceivable that the identical numbers could turn up side by side. Of course, in this case, even the experts would be at a loss, since both would be absolutely identical. But one way or another, I did not want to make Van Gogh undergo any needless risks. He had enough misfortunes all by himself. In addition, I said, I'm also interested in a picture in Paris, in the Bousseau Gallery. Gypsy carts. If you would be so good as to write a letter to have it sent here, I could wait for it here in Arles. Again I took out my wallet, and I counted out another 500. The suspicion on his face gradually changed to surprise, then to bewilderment. He shifted his gaze from me to the money and back. Hold on. Who are you, anyway? I was prepared for this question, and began to lay it on thick. I was not acting for myself, but on the instructions of my uncle, a rich merchant from Sydney. He was in Paris twice, last year and the year before, and knows artists there and heard about Van Gogh and his brother. He knows that the public will not now recognize the new direction, but he has his own taste. What's his name? Smith. John Smith. The thing is, my uncle is a modest man. He even stopped by Cromont's atelier, visited the Exhibition du Petit Boulevard, but did not have the courage to approach you. I don't remember. Van Gogh shook his head. John Smith. Well, all right. He walked over to the table, picked up the money hesitantly, opened the drawer, and put the money there. He looked at me, and that look, unexpectedly timid, reminded me for an instant of the old Van Gogh. He turned away toward the wall, and his voice resounded hollowly. How strange. I've dreamed about this for year after year, to paint and have the chance to earn enough to live on. And now it's come, and I can't be happy. Why? He shook his head. I'll write to Paris today, and now excuse me. You'll probably be staying at the Lilas. We'll see each other this evening. The town was deserted. The sun had driven everyone back home. I rented a room in the hotel right above the room that Van Gogh would soon paint in his picture, The Night Café. Several hours I lay around in bed, chasing away the flies, and when the heat subsided, I went downstairs. Van Gogh was sitting not far from the counter. I went over. He looked bitter, and was bad-temperedly stabbing his fork into a dish with macaroni. I asked how the cooking was, and he threw the fork away angrily. You know, I had to live a very irregular life for a long time, and my stomach has been ruined. If I ate a good strong bouillon, I'd get better. But here in these town restaurants you never get what you need. The owners are lazy and cook only what does not require work, rice, macaroni. Even when you order it ahead of time, they always have an excuse, that they forgot, or that there wasn't room on the stove. And they constantly overcharge. At first I lived upstairs here, and they charged me 20 francs too much for the first month. But I am no rich good-for-nothing. I work more than any of them here, and for my part it would be weakness to let myself be extorted. I went to the town judge, and he ruled in my favor. But the conniving kept up, and you can't go to court for each and every 50 centimes. Consequently, I spent a month and a half without a mattress, and was forced to spend the nights here, even though I had rented a room. In Arles they consider it their duty to cheat every outsider. Especially if you're an artist, they consider you either a madman or a millionaire. They'll charge a whole franc for a glass of milk. I ordered a beer. The owner, a fat man with a puffy white face, brought it only 5 minutes later. The restaurant gradually filled. A drunken brawl started at the table where men were playing cards. Van Gogh smiled disdainfully. Humanity is going to the dogs. I myself am a fine example. At 35 I'm already an old man. Some people work too much. Peasants, weavers, miners, and beggars like me. They are plagued by sickness. They shrink away, grow old quickly, and die young. And others, like those over there, collect their dividends and go to pot from idleness. But it can't go on this way. Too many painful things have accumulated. A storm is going to break. It's good if even only a few of us don't get stupefied by the hypocrisy of our period. That will help future generations find fresh air sooner. We drank, and he looked around the room. It's curious. Who thought of painting the walls red in here? The room is blood red and dull yellow with a green billiard table in the middle. The result is a clash of two colors furthest from each other. Sometimes I think you could go crazy here or commit a crime. Human beings are such a jumble. I wanted to express it all, to communicate it to others, but now I am afraid that I will not have time. Your uncle knows how unrecognized artists in Paris manage to survive. I acquired neurasthenia. There are times when I can't pick up the brush in the morning until I drink my coffee and have a smoke. But the artificial light does not last long, and again it's coffee and the pipe. The periods of work get smaller, and you end up so that each cup gives you just a single brush stroke. Bad health is a terrible health. Because of it, I don't rebel against the established order any more. Not because I have made my peace with it. I just admit that I am sick, that I don't have the strength, and it will never return. I paid for the wine. We stood up and, conversing, walked through the town toward the fields. On the way he said that he had mailed the letter, and that if it caught his brother right, the picture would be sent in 6 days. The sun was setting. In front of us was a sea of wheat, and on the right green gardens. Of course, right now my work is going marvelously, Van Gogh said. It's all thanks to my brother. Never before have I lived in such circumstances, and if I achieve nothing, it will be all my fault. Here nature is remarkably beautiful. Look how the sky glows, and that greenish-yellow rain of sunbeams that stream down over everything. And the cypresses with oleander are violently insane, especially in the oleander. Each branch is twisted beyond words, and each group of branches as well. Twice when I went out to make sketches, I lost consciousness from the unbearable beauty. Van Gogh let himself relax that evening, and we wandered for hours. Often he completely forgot my presence. Then, remembering, he turned to me with some insignificant comment or other, asked questions, and did not listen to the answers, absorbed deeply in his own thoughts. He seemed at this time to have a sort of abrupt pride, slightly scornful and disillusioned, as though he knew his own value, but had lost hope of ever convincing the world of anything. Back in Hokovane, Van Gogh was unsure that his work was good, but supposed that persistent work would permit him to gain success. In Arles the reverse was true. He knew with a certainty that he had become a real artist, but no longer believed that he would ever be recognized. He was easily annoyed. The cure of his neurasthenia was not at all helped by clashes with his landlady, the restaurant owner, idlers that gathered around as soon as he tried to sketch something in town. I think others were even intimidated by him. Having received a large sum by contemporary standards, he began to thaw out and change remarkably fast. He bought himself a bed. True, not for 700, but for 400. He hired a woman to cook for him. Something warm appeared in his eyes. His cheeks turned pink, and he stopped responding with outbursts of fury to the minor stings from others. And he kept on working. He worked with a fury that I had never ever seen. Early in the morning, his paint-box in one hand, a stretcher in the other, his easel in his back, and off to make sketches. And if he stayed home, he painted. In his room you could see him only with his palette and brushes, as though he did not eat or sleep. Conscious that he began late in life, he rushed to compress into a year or two what others would spend a long creative life on. Meanwhile, the package from his brother did not come. From Paris, word came that Vincent's letter was forwarded to Antwerp, but it turned out that it arrived after the addressee had left. I could only wait, and several times out of boredom I tagged along with Van Gogh on his expeditions. By degrees I began to sympathize with him, and I wanted to correct some all-too-obvious flaws in his style of painting, but nothing came of it. Once, for example, I said that the grove in the background of his sketch was not at all the color he made it, and that no one had ever seen anything like his twisted trees and contorted clouds. He asked whether the grove stood out from the general background that he painted. When I admitted that it didn't, he explained, "You begin with hopeless attempts to imitate nature, and everything turns out crooked. However, the time comes when you can calmly create on the basis of your own palette and nature follows you obediently. Of course, in any of my pictures there are flaws, but I know why I paint that way and not another. I might not be sure of my techniques, but I always have vitality. That, in my opinion, pushes mistakes into the background. Finally, toward the end of the second week, when I had already begun to get nervous, Van Gogh was given a message by a boy sent from the post office. 500 francs were added to the original 1,500, and in the evening we set out for the Lilas. Van Gogh was animated, showed me a letter from Gogh, and said that he expected him in Arles. He asked me if I knew someone among my friends and acquaintances who might be interested in the works of the Impressionists. I answered that it was not impossible, and his eyes lit up. He started talking about how if he could sell just 3 pictures a year, he could take care of not only himself — he himself didn't need that much — but also rent a small house where down-and-out artists, who often perish from poverty, commit suicide, or end up in an insane asylum, could find a home. His plans swarmed, going so far as to open his own small gallery in Paris, which Theo could run, so that the trade in painting would be torn out of the hands of merchants and true art would begin to spread among the people. We drained 3 bottles of atrocious wine. The restaurant was already empty, and the owner was shooting sleepy glances at us, turning the chairs over on the tables. Van Gogh fell silent, looked me in the eye, and very, very softly asked, "Tell me, is it true?" "What do you mean?" He gestured, pointed in a circle around the room, where half the gas jets had already been extinguished. "Everything that's happening now. You appeared so suddenly. Your arrival was so unexpected, and just doesn't fit in with everything that's happened up to now. Just now it seemed to me that the money I got from you might suddenly disappear, and everything would remain as before. Of course, I am not a great artist. I never had a chance to learn to draw, and I don't have enough talent. But on the other hand, I doubt that there has ever been a person on earth who has had nothing but art the way I have. I do not remember a calm day in my whole life. A day when I was not torn by pangs of conscience before my brother, on whose shoulder I am such a heavy burden, when I was not tormented by hunger or the need to pay for shelter, by the impossibility of buying paints or hiring a model. After all, it cannot be that such devotion is worth nothing and appreciated by no one. Damn it, but he was psychic. The money he got from me did indeed disappear, and everything became as it had been, because I had to cut out the loop for a 3rd time, rub it out, despite the fact that my visit figured as the most important event of the year in the brothers' correspondence. And in addition, Van Gogh sent Gogh 500 francs with a detailed account of how he got them. But, to take everything in order, I returned to Paris from Arles on the 25th and stopped by Busseau's gallery again. Not because I intended to order another picture from Arles, there was no time for that, but just because I felt like it. I wanted to have a look at Theo. I had heard and read a lot about him. I glanced in the front room and recognized him immediately, because the brothers resembled one another. Only the younger one seemed bigger, softer, and you could tell that he had never ever hurt anyone. He was talking with a servant. I stood there pretending to be interested in Renoir's The Brothers, and then left. Incidentally, he recognized me, too, from the description in Vincent's letters, and in turn wrote Arles about my short visit. That very evening I went to the summoning spot and successfully surfaced back home. Once again, all kinds of baths and massages. I look in the letters, and everything there is fine. I leaf through a monograph on Van Gogh and see that everything there has also been changed. It is said that in June 1888 a young foreigner arrived in Arles, bought 2 paintings and several drawings from the artist, all trace of which, unfortunately, has been lost. I understand the term foreigner perfectly well. Van Gogh quite naturally found my contemporary French strange, so I explained that my mother was French, but that I had been raised in Sydney. And the scholar was wrong about the drawings. I forgot to tell you that the last evening Van Gogh sketched my portrait in pencil, and he presented me with it on the spot. But that was it. Well, to be brief, I take the sewer and gypsy carts, put them in a case, and set out for the first gallery. And what do you think? Within half an hour I'm racing to the Institute, racing as though a whole squad of cops on motorcycles was chasing me. I had arrived at the gallery and fell into the hands of the mustached old man. He takes the pictures and the drawing, turns them around, sniffs them, almost bites them. Meanwhile I'm telling tales about the old attic. He nods. Yes, yes, he says. The pictures are mentioned by Van Gogh, and there are detailed descriptions in the letters. He says he's devoted his whole life to the study of Van Gogh's art, and cannot deny that it is his hand. Then he takes the gypsy carts, not the sewer, but precisely the carts, and pushes a button on the wall. A shelf with books slides to the side, and there is a niche in which there is a device that determines the time a work of art was done, carbon or some other kind of analysis. Just imagine, on the screen the words light up. Order of magnitude, 100 days. How do you like that? 100 days, about 3 months since the paints were put on the canvas. The figure corresponded to reality, since Gypsy Carts was painted 2 months before my visit. But I carried the picture through null time, and so the paints had aged not 100 years, but only 100 days. On the subject of the sewers, the old man said that the most recent spots hadn't even dried and were still sticky. But despite that, he still had no doubts about its authenticity, and as for the portrait, it was unquestionably me. And he looks at me inquisitively, wondering what the explanation is. But everyone knew about the existence of the time loop. At least once a week, Intervision has a film shot secretly from behind bushes, or with a super telephoto lens from sheer cliffs. Everyone knows that travel to the past is possible, although permitted only in exceptional circumstances. At that point I quietly gathered my things. Without saying a word, I turned and, with an accelerated step, went out to the street. It was my good fortune that the Institute's personnel were at that moment tending a lecture in the auditorium. I burst in and grabbed the stunned caboose by the collar. I took a deep breath only after I climbed out of the chamber. For breaking the universal law for the preservation of the past, you didn't get your head patted. I wouldn't be able to keep my bones in one place. They could take me and send me back to the Cretaceous without return. That is the way, incidentally, they handled recidivist elements. If you cannot live among people, then off to the reptiles, 100 or 120 million years before the present. There you wouldn't freeze in a tropical pre-glacial climate, and you could nourish yourself on plants. But there is no one to talk with, boredom, and in the end you offer yourself up as an afternoon snack to a Tyrannosaurus. And if there were 2 criminals, they were separated by a short time difference, one at a given time, and the other only 100 years later. True, in my case they would take my youth into account. One way or another I would have survived. I still do not know whether the old art historian phoned the appropriate authorities. Most likely he did. If so, the police really were on my tail, but they were too late. As soon as I removed the loop, the sewer instantaneously reappeared in the museum in Zurich, Gypsy Carts in the Louvre. The drawing dematerialized, and every reference to my visit to Arles disappeared from the letters. And my visit to the gallery on the Boulevard Sainte-Marie remained only in my memory as an alternative variant, replaced by another. By now, I have to admit, I felt crushed. As for Caboose, he was prostrate. I myself felt I was up against a wall. Even if you do bring something valuable back from remote centuries, the loop will shorten the time, and either you'll be accused of forgery, or they'll figure out that you're involved with the Institute. No matter which way you turn, it ends up that you're better off not touching the past. The politicians knew what they were doing when they refused to use it. But all the same, it was a terrible pity. There it is, the past, right before you. As long as Caboose is in the Institute, it's all mine, from the 20th century back to the 1st and further, to the great Chinese dynasties, the Greek ships sailing to Troy, the Assyrian towers, the Egyptian pyramids. I could fly back to pirate times and dig up kids' treasures. Even though gold is worthless, I'd get a nice pile of OEUs for ancient doubloons or daggers. But how to get it so they stay ancient? No way. My own savings were practically gone. I'd squandered 50,000 on my 3 visits. And you know what happened. 4 months before, I had lived fully content with my situation, looked down at other people, and was proud of myself. Now, nothing but worries. My house and my own flighter, the latest model, it all repelled me. I felt myself beggarly in comparison with what I would have as the result of a successful operation. I walked along biting my lips. And just a week after my return, the Morning News reports a remarkable find outside of Rome. An amateur archaeologist, digging in the Valchetti area, discovered in the ruins of an ancient temple an entrance buried under the ground, a secret chamber, and in it a whole collection of classical cameos. You know, the carved stones with pictures in relief. The find was dated to the 3rd century B.C. On that, the opinion of the experts and the findings of the instruments were in agreement. Some people strike it lucky, I thought, and others can jump back to the past and come up empty. The newspapers came. On the first page, an article on the wonderful Valchetti cameos. There is the hypothesis that they are part of the treasure of a Roman senator, who in the turbulent times of murders and executions decided to hide them. And along with it the picture of the guy who excavated the secret entrance. His expression was strong-willed, somehow not like an amateur archaeologist. He was not looking at the camera, had his eyes lowered, trying to look harmless, but his face itself. Brrr. That evening Caboose called. He came over, took a seat. He hemmed and hawed, and then said, "We've been fools." Why? Because we don't have to drag Van Gogh's paintings into the chamber. We have to leave them there in the past. What's the sense? He slowly took the newspaper with the photo of the lucky stiff. He looks at it. I know that guy. He came to me before you did. Only I was afraid to get involved with him. 6 months ago. Then I slapped my forehead, because I was beginning to catch on. The guy managed to get into the Italian-American time loop, went back to Rome, got those cameos together, probably from a senator. Then, instead of returning with them through the chamber, he goes to Valchetta, finds the temple that he knows will survive until our times, and at night, when no one is watching, he hides his booty. Then he calmly surfaces in today's world, gets himself those little brushes archaeologists equip themselves with, goes to Valchetta by car, dresses up, takes a shovel, spits on his hands, and the next day raises a cry about his discovery. Of course, to do that takes guts. In ancient Rome, with all its drunken gladiators, you had to keep on your toes once the sun went down. The bigwigs had their bodyguards, naturally, and the Roman guards didn't waste any words either. But as the proverb says, if you're afraid of the wolves, don't go in the forest. In any case, the cameos didn't go through the chamber. They lay there in the wall for 2,000 years, aging very nicely, as the test instruments verified. The whole problem was turned upside down. It was still possible to bring valuables from the past to the present. You just had to hide them there and find them here. What was that? Why didn't anyone suspect the young man because of his appearance? Well, because generally speaking, rogues like the archaeologist and Caboose and me are an endangered species. People have become trusting, well-disposed to one another. Everything is out in the open, and you can go wherever you feel like going. In my case, it was just too evident. That's why the old man caught on. Well, it doesn't matter. Skipping the details, I'll just say that 20 days later I was in the last century again, in May 1890, on the outskirts of the small town of Saint-Rémy, where Van Gogh found shelter in a lunatic asylum. Of course, I could have gone back for a second time to one of the 2 periods I already knew, but all the same I had seen the artist when he had just taken up painting, and I had visited in the middle of his life. Now it made sense to see what Van Gogh would be like at the end of his life. Otherwise I'd have a sense of incompleteness. However, the most important consideration was, to be sure, the fact that in July he had completed his 2 most famous canvases, A Starry Night and Road with Cypresses. These were what I was aiming for. After all our failures and useless expenses, only a big hit could save Caboose and me. Once again, it was morning. The guard at the gate let me in, without any questions. In the nearest part of the grounds, the walks are taken care of. Beyond that, everything's run wild, overgrown. Cherry trees uncared for, woven with oleander. Dog rose bushes are tangled up with wild rhododendron. And at a turn in the path I was following into a tangle, a huge withered chestnut and its yellow, as in autumn, leaves were stuck in clumps of uncut grass. A woman with a laundry basket was walking toward me, and I asked where I could find Van Gogh. It was the laundress, with a soft, timid expression and big red hands. She asked if I have in mind the one who always wants to draw, and points toward a building that forms a yellow patch in the distance, through the foliage, naming the ward number, 16. I was about to go when the woman called to me, saying that it would be hard for Van Gogh to see anyone today. He had just had an attack. I pat my pocket and explain that here he will find some consolation. The yellow building turned out to be the violent ward. The windows were blocked on the inside by bars, but the doors of the main entrance were wide open, like the ones I entered from the opposite side of the main building. In the long corridor all the wards were open too, with 2, 3, or even 5 beds. The just-washed tile floor shone. A pail and a rag were left near the wall, and from the second floor the not-loud voices of 2 women could be heard. I presumed that I had hit on a calm day, when the patients were let out into the garden, and the personnel were busy cleaning. A breeze blew through the whole building. I wouldn't say that the surroundings were oppressive, but the carelessly opened doors leave an ache. They emphasize the fact that the residents of the rooms no longer have anything of their own, nothing personal, nothing inviolable. I strode down the whole corridor, turned, and found myself already in a 1-story wing. I went to the end of the wing and saw the number 16. The door was half open, and I knocked. There was no answer. In the room was a cot covered with a grey blanket and a stool in the corner. On the window-sill paints were scattered, and alongside it is the familiar easel and a stack of canvases. Underneath the stack I see the dusty edge of The Starry Night sticking out. I sat down on the stool and waited. In the distance I heard the barely distinguishable sounds of a piano. Someone began a mournful melody, over and over, but after playing several chords would make a mistake, stop, and start over. Then there was the sound of steps in the hall. They came closer, and I stood up in my corner. Van Gogh came in, stared at me emptily, then slowly walked to the window, and I have to admit my heart was torn. I would have said that he was mortally wounded. The tragedy with Gogh, the insane asylum in Arles, where the artist was confined twice, the continuing impossibility of achieving recognition, all that had passed over him within 2 years like a burst of machine-gun fire. His temples were gray, his back hunched, black circles had appeared under his eyes, which no longer burned out, transparent, saw where others could not see. He was wearing an asylum uniform, and I remembered from the letters that the insane asylum in Saint-Rémy was chosen because the cost was 1 franc a day, and patients were dressed at the institution's expense. Theo's affairs, after a short period of relative prosperity, were again going poorly, and the brothers had to be careful of every sou. All that was true, but at the same time a strange aloofness in his bearing. I looked at him and suddenly felt that I respected him enormously. That is, I was in awe of him, like no one else on earth. I realized that I had long since begun to respect him, ever since the second, possibly even the first visit. So if he didn't know how to draw, so if the faces in his pictures were the color of potatoes with a touch of green, so if the fields and pastures were not at all like he painted them, all the same there was something in them, something in comparison with which many other things seemed secondary, even, for example, atomic energy. I overcame my trembling and started in saying that I could pay enormous sums for his last pictures, so much that he and his brother could not only rent a house but even buy one, that they could even purchase a whole estate, that the most famous doctors could be invited to restore his health and cure him of attacks of madness. He heard me out attentively, then raised his eyes, and his look pierced me. "Too late," he said. "Now I need nothing. I gave my life and half my reason to my work." He looked at the stack of canvases, bent over with difficulty, and carefully wiped the dust off the top one with his sleeve. It was white roses. His lips trembled, and he shook his head. "Sometimes it seems to me that I worked as I should have, that nothing more would have been within the limits of human strength, and that this labor must bring forth fruit." Then he turned to me. "Go. I don't have much time. I still want to paint the wheat field. It will be green tones of equal strength, and they will coalesce in a single scale, whose quivering will remind people about the quiet sound of ripening spikes, and about human beings whose hearts beat when they hear it." The last words were pronounced quite softly. With an awkward motion he turned the easel toward the light. I stepped back without making a sound, bowed, and went out down the corridor, went through the neglected garden to the town, and found my way to the station, and that was it. Quiet and modest. Of course, it would have been as easy as pie to wait until Van Gogh left his room, dart in for a moment, and take what I needed. No one would try to stop me at the asylum gates. No one would ask me what I was carrying, and the place in Saint-Rémy where the canvases would peacefully lay for a century was already prepared. But I couldn't. I couldn't, not even knowing that for Van Gogh himself the several thousand francs I would leave on the window-sill would be of more use than 2 of his paintings. I returned to the French capital and hopped back home. A trembling caboose met me at the chamber and looked greedily at the suitcases. But I had a plan all ready for him, which I proceeded to explain. I told Caboose that I could no longer bother the artist or his relatives. Let them have their lives as they always had. Now we had to act differently. Since we knew all and understood all, it was in our power to perpetrate the most magnificent scam ever, which would not only recoup all our losses, but enrich us for the rest of our lives. We would not drag in 1 or 2 pictures. We would choose a time when the artist was famous, the letters long since published, and countless reproductions of his pictures made. For example, the late 1930s. Works of art were already expensive, but still dozens of times cheaper than in 1996. The main thing was that we would pay for them with an item that in our time cost practically nothing: gold. It dawned on me that I had wasted my effort when I fooled around with obtaining the right clothes, money of Van Gogh's period, and all that. I could have shown up in Paris almost in rags, pawned a gold ring in the first pawn shop, and clothed myself, then sold a bracelet in a jewelry store, bought a carriage, and so on in increasing magnitude. In all of this there is no risk of getting caught, since nothing you offer for sale is stolen. Simple contraband, but not across spatial borders, but across temporal ones. I sold my flighter, mortgaged my house. Caboose also got hold of some OEUs, or at least he said he did. The whole thing was not clear. You have to understand, I could not check the Institute's energy balance, and therefore could not tell if he really was adding something to my contribution. It was known that travel to the past required huge amounts of energy, but the exact amount depended on the period. On the other hand, nothing prevented him from saying that his share was equal to mine, or greater than it, and he always said that it was less. True, I wasn't that concerned. Let him earn 3 times my share. Envy was not my bag, and the guy with the cameos upset me only because my stupidity suddenly became evident. Well, all right then. First of all, we took 2 maps of Paris, one from the 30s and one from 1996. Our problem consisted of finding a building, small if possible, and definitely owned by private parties, that had remained without significant changes for the last 60 years. We searched, and found one. In the old days, the place was called Passage Noir. In our time, it's the Boulevard Boissy. A single-story but rather massive house that by some miracle held out amid transparent monstrosities that bordered the second tier on the south. We drove over, and naturally no one was living there. We reached immediate agreement with the owner to rent it for half a year. He even refused taking any money from us. Within 2 weeks I had taken orders and gathered 60 kilograms of gold and platinum jewelry with diamonds, sapphires, and such. I filled 2 suitcases so full I could barely carry them. Caboose got ready to move into the house within the next few days. Caboose adjusted the chamber for me, for the 4th or 5th time, I can't remember any more, and your humble servant set out on his last and decisive journey, to the year 1938. I chose 1938 to avoid the start of World War II, when no one would have time for paintings. On the whole, things were familiar. Without any great excitement, I appeared with my baggage at night on the boulevard. I was carrying an excellently forged passport with several foreign visas. I went to the station and bought a ticket for Brussels. From there I wandered to Rotterdam, by boat to London, from London to Hamburg, Cologne, Lausanne in Switzerland, and back to Paris. I knocked about Europe for more than 22 days, and during this time turned all my imports into cash. I even caused a mild panic in the market. Just imagine such a quantity of goods being thrown on the market all at once. In Paris I found the Passage Noir and our building. The owner turned out to be the ancestors of the young woman who was destined to own it 6 decades later, but it goes without saying they were entirely different people. I explained that I was writing a novel, that I liked the old times atmosphere, and would like to work in complete solitude. I offered 1,000 francs a month. They wouldn't even talk about it. I tried 5, and they considered it, and when I said that I'd go as high as 15, they asked if they could stay until the evening. You couldn't dream up a better place. The street was empty, deserted, just a few cats sunning themselves, or darting from under one gate to under another. The house stood slightly back from the street, and behind it was a windowless wall of a sewing factory, on one side a warehouse, on the other a melancholy garden entirely covered with nettles. You could bury the Cologne Cathedral in the yard and no one would notice. I drove in, moved my things into the rooms, closed the blinds, and went down to the cellar. I saw that the floor there was covered with boards. That was the best for me. I obtained tools and set to work. I picked up the boards and began carving out a hiding place in the brick foundation. At that time the first vacuum tube radio receivers were on the market, clumsy boxes, primitive, with wheezes and hisses. I put the monster upstairs at full blast, and downstairs I chopped away. By hand, of course. In those days they didn't have electro-drills. They had really built for posterity. In my time the standards were that a building shouldn't collapse from the wind or seismic vibrations, and beyond that everything should be airy and comfortable. But at that time the safety factor was 20 times what was needed. First you put in a wedge, then whack it with a sledgehammer. Then you pry the brick loose with a crowbar, bringing all your weight to bear, and it comes out like a molar, with a tearing sound. I averaged a brick an hour, no more. Sometimes I swung my arms so hard that my shoulders creaked, and it's time to go on strike and demand a shorter working day. I work, and keep thinking. Probably in 80 years from this very instant, Caboose is sitting with his wife in the basement, and both of them are waiting for a line indicating the hiding place to appear on the bricks. It was interesting that I was here and they there, at one and the same moment, in one and the same place, but after a time I would do something, and it would be reflected there. Long or short, but finally the deed was done. I cleaned up and moved for a time to the Hotel Bonaparte, not far from the Luxembourg Gardens, where they offered comfort and convenience unusual for that time. I rested up, then went into the city. It was a feverish time, that pre-war October of 1938. Not long before, Daladier had returned from Munich and announced at the airport that he and Chamberlain had brought Europe peace. Czechoslovakia was given to the German Führer, who from the Reichstag podium triumphantly announced that his country had no further territorial claims. And Ribbentrop, the fascist Minister of Foreign Affairs, meanwhile invited the Polish ambassador in Berlin, Lipski, to demand the city of Gdansk, or Danzig, as it was then called. But Paris still did not know that, and celebrated the onset of the promised period of peace. On the Champs-Élysées, automobile fumes floated, the shiny blades of the new Moulin Rouge twirled, and Jean Gabin appeared in his first films. Skirts gradually became shorter, but were still not miniskirts, which were decades away. Fearing nothing, the bourgeoisie danced to swing in nightclubs. Champagne flowed. Calvados became fashionable, as celebrated by Remark in his novel L'Arc de Triomphe. And, of course, Vincent Willem van Gogh was already among the immortals. So he had finally won recognition, my eternal failure. The face I knew so well appeared on the pages of magazines, newspapers, even on posters. Countless articles and books were written about him. Color photography permitted the reproduction of his paintings. Several originals were hanging in the Rodin Museum, in the Musée des Impressionnistes, and in the Louvre a large exhibition had just been opened, in which about 400 items had been brought from London, New York, Leningrad, Boston, Glasgow, Rotterdam, Moscow, Sao Paulo, even from South Africa and Japan. What he had painted and drawn alongside a wood trough or in the cold, blowing on his freezing fingers, what he had piled beneath his beat-up cot, or, hungry, with an empty, growling stomach, had dragged along with him from hotel to hut and back, and to the insane asylum, had now spread to all continents, throughout the world. The sketches he tossed off, begging a sailor or prostitute to stand a few minutes, compositions that he began feverishly calculating whether he would have enough money for a certain paint, were everywhere hanging in places of honor, traveled only on special planes or special railroad cars, and a numerous bodyguard accompanied them whenever they were moved. At the opening of the Louvre exhibition, national anthems were performed, and the ambassador of the Netherlands Republic, together with the French Minister of Education, simultaneously cut the ribbon, and the words I heard in my last visit, that his labors would bring fruits, actually came true. My God, how I wanted him to catch at least a glimpse of the magnesium flares during the solemn opening ceremony, the lines that stood from morning to night at the entrance to the museum's left wing, hear the sounds of the orchestra and the conversations in the crowd. But that was impossible, just as it was impossible for a person to travel into his own future. Van Gogh had not been on the earth for a half-century yet, and no force could tear him from his modest grave in Auvers, where his brother lay next to him. Because of a puzzling feeling, I myself kept putting off my first visit to the exhibition. It was time to start my negotiations for the purchase of paintings, but I took my time. A meditative mood possessed me. It was such a pleasure to stroll down the autumn streets, drink a glass of wine in a small café. Wines, unfortunately, are not what they used to be. Hear the lonely sound of a guitar from the depths of a damp courtyard. Sniff the smells of autumn leaves that, clumped in piles, were burned in gardens in the squares. A feeling for history awoke in me. Comparing the Paris of 1938 with what it had been in 1888 and 1895, I noted with a calm sadness the inexorable passage of time. The city, it is true, was still the old city. The monotonous new blocks still did not exist, nor did the whole system of intersecting many-tiered roads that began to be constructed in the 70s. On one of my walks one morning, I wandered into a small cemetery. It was light, sunny, and the birds were singing. You know the way they do it. One begins, then another 2 or 3 join in, as though waking, and then another dozen. The concert lasted a minute, and suddenly all are silent, until the moment when one again violates the quiet. I sat on a bench. A nursemaid with a little girl walked past. A thin young poet strode back and forth not far away, whispering verse to himself. Somehow, here, the idea of death did not seem repulsive. I looked at a modest stone cross in front of me, and saw the inscription, Johanna van Gogh Bonheur, 1862 to 1925. It was the grave of Theo's wife, the woman Van Gogh addressed in his letters as Dear Sister, the woman with the frightened look. So she died, I said to myself. It was, however, nothing to be surprised about. Since the time of my acquaintance with her, more than 4 decades had passed. Passed, that is, in normal life, for historical development, but not for me, who arrived in 1938, almost the same 25-year-old scoundrel who walked down Rue Donatum in 1895. I stood up from the bench and went closer to the iron rail fence. The branches of the overgrown jasmine swayed slightly. The cross was encircled with 3 wreaths of artificial flowers, in glass cases, according to the custom of the early part of this century. I bent over to make out the words on the half-decayed ribbon, and a sudden shiver went up my spine, and my throat tightened. Fidelity, sacrifice, love. That is what was written there. The first bolt struck me. I stiffened, bit my lip. Van Gogh's family was all right. One drew, another, sacrificing, supported him, and the third would not permit the world to let pass, to cast aside unnoticed, what it was ready to pass by indifferently. I remembered Johanna, her slightly bulging eyes, the dignity with which she said that she would not sell the pictures. Really, fidelity was needed to declare that the works of a half-mad outcast and failure were essential to humanity, and she needed love to spend day after day for many years deciphering the crumpled yellowed sheets of paper with the lines of nervously racing handwriting, words and sentences in a wild jumble of Dutch, English, and French, to compare, to copy, to order. But she took on this selfless labor, devoting her own life to it, overcame all obstacles, was able to convince the doubting publishers, and published the first volume. Now she has long ceased to be, but our contemporaries are reached by Vincent's cries of despair from Hocheveen, Neunen, Arles, his anger and his hope. Damn me, anyway. Perturbed, I left the cemetery, and unexpectedly for myself set off for the Louvre. I arrive. The crowd trampling in place, a slow advance. Everyone is, of course, polite, benevolent. And the conversations. One likes the portraits, another speaks enthusiastically about the landscapes. I keep quiet, and think that it's all a hypnotic spell. There is no denying it, he was a great man, a beautiful person. However, as for the artist, I remain of my previous opinion. He could not draw or paint, never learned. I myself saw how he worked. It was a smear, not a painting, and no critics or art historians are going to fool me. We pass through the entry hall and purchase tickets. The staff is in a holiday mood, polite, and at the same time serious as in a temple. On the marble steps of the stairway, conversations cease. The rustling of feet becomes more careful, more muffled. The first hall. It's crowded. I just stand there and somehow can't raise my eyes. Then I do. In front of me are the potato eaters, and alongside it the weaver, girl in the forest, the old tower at Neunen. I know all of them very well. I look, and suddenly the pictures widen, enlarge, jump up from their places and fly at me. It's like a miracle. Thunder roars, music sounds, and once again I am out there, on the outskirts of Hocheveen, in the poor hovel late in the evening. The people are motionless around a plate of potatoes, but at the same time they are moving. They are silent, but I hear their laconic speech. I feel their thoughts, their relationships with each other. That's the way they are, with low foreheads, ugly faces, heavy arms. They work, producing that very potato, coarse fabric, simple products, elemental for life. They consume much of what they make, but a part of their heavy labor in the form of taxes, land rents, and such things go to make others' leisure. Out of that portion comes palaces, sculpture, symphonies. Thanks to it, science, art, and technology grow. The man stretched out his hand toward the plate. The woman looks at him anxiously, but he's too tired. He doesn't answer her question. The old man blows on a potato. The old woman, thoughtful, pours tea. She is already beyond the conflicts that arise between the young men. She knows that a small spat or even a quarrel would swallow up, carry away the constant flow of life, in which there is a short spring, quick moments of love, and then work, work, always work. I recognize the lamp hanging over the table, the sooty ceiling, even the man himself. In a moment I'll go in, and he will slowly finish eating his portion, then stand up, which will give me the chance to talk with the artist. He had received no education. His mind was not refined or quick, but he goes out on the dark street knowing that it's the way it should be, that he should help the impoverished eccentric who rents a place from them. These potato eaters seem to have nothing brilliant or even noticeable on the earth, nothing in the chronicles of peoples and states, but their industry, the unconscious, almost mechanical stubbornness with which they struggled for their own lives and the lives of their loved ones, permitted humanity to make ends meet, to pass that most dangerous historical moment when everything was maintained by muscular strength, when man as a species, in an overwhelming majority, fell into a state that was perhaps worse than that of animals, when the period of his biological development was over, but other factors had not come into play. It was hard for them, the peasants, the weavers with gray faces, but they permitted us to preserve our humanity and enter the future, to the possibility of a deep, comprehensive control over the environment. With a trembling and with excitement, I begin to understand what Van Gogh the artist had done. He left them to us, those dull works, did not allow them to slip into oblivion. But more than that, he hinted that for the future abundance, for the stadiums, theaters, the megalopolises towering high in the sky, like Paris in 1995, and for all the other marvels that did not exist yet even in my time, we were only indebted, and would continue to be indebted, not only to the flow of energy from our sun, not only to the gigantic forces that held the particles together in the nucleus of the atom, but to the human heart. Damn me, anyway. I rush into another hall, a third, then back into the first. I push through the crowd, now stopping stock still, now rushing forward at a run. I look at A Starry Night, brought to the Louvre from the Museum of Modern Art in New York, and it comes to mind that in the stars Van Gogh saw not only bright dots the way the rest of us do, but intuited vast coronas stretching for millions of kilometers, caught the universal connection between everything and everything, the poetic dependence of our life on the mysterious processes taking place in the cosmos. A dependence that the scientist Tsyganov was to discover only much later. And not only that, it flashed in me that, growing from painting to painting, Van Gogh foresaw problems that only a century later were humanity's concern, when nature, even though supposedly subdued, played a new trick, proving that we can't be its master, only its friend and colleague. I see the self-sufficing value of existence, the complexity of eternally living matter, transformed into the brilliance and vivid contrasts of his still lifes. I feel in his large compositions the fluttering pulse of the biosphere. And in his landscapes a green-yellow rain of sun rays pours down, the same rain he told me about in Arles. The cypresses twist around insanely. The sea iridesces in pink and blue, and everything promises the time when humanity, free from worry over bread, will finally understand how beautiful the world is in which people were fated to be born. What can I tell you? I spent the whole day in the Louvre, and in the evening sat down on a bench in the Jardin du Luxembourg, and began to think. It was all very fine, those pictures. There they are, right before me. I would offer unheard-of sums, and naturally would be able to acquire the better part of them. But on the other hand, soon Hitler's troops in their helmets would trample Europe, and along with those who would fight them would stand the works of the great artists, writers, composers. In Holland there will be a partisan detachment named after Van Gogh, and a volume of his letters will be found in the knapsack of a Red Army soldier killed at Leningrad. The yellow-green light of the sun will be needed during the difficult post-war period as well, in the complex 50s and anxious 60s. Could I be such a scoundrel as to eliminate Van Gogh from human history, to conceal him at precisely the time he would be most needed? I stood up, went to the Bonaparte Hotel, took my 2 suitcases crammed with dollars, hopped on the metro and got off near the double bridge. I went down the steps to the river, made myself comfortable, opened my suitcases, and slowly began to throw the money into the water. I peeled off $100 bills, one by one, and they would slip out of my hands, one by one, float 10 yards, then gradually sink. A tattered fat beggar sat down near me. He watched in silence, then asked if the money was counterfeit. I answered that it was real. He inquired how much I had, and I explained that there was about $1.5 million in cash and $3.5 million in checks. He watched me unwrap packets for a while, then said, "Leave $1. We'll get some wine." I gave him a $20 bill, and he brought a large bottle of a young Corsican wine. I spent the night with him, right there under the bridge, in a hole-riddled stall, and then lived there the next 2 weeks. The hotel seemed repulsive, and I didn't go back at all, not to the Passage Noir, where the torn-up floor littered the cellar. I ate with the tramp near Orleans Station. I'd bring someone's suitcase, or help a driver unload a truck. Actually, I earned a fair amount. The fat guy was a fine person. He kept praising me for throwing the money away, said it brought nothing but headaches. 14 days rushed past, and it was October 30th, the day when I was to be yanked back to 1996. I went at 12 midnight to the Boulevard Clichy, and stood in my accustomed spot. I was in a great mood, having just finished a farewell dinner by the river. I looked at my watch. It was our make, quartz crystal, and couldn't be fast or slow. Perfectly accurate, and in 15 seconds, goodbye to 1938. I took a deep breath, and almost raised my arms. When you're pulled into the chamber, for an instant you feel as though you've jumped from a high place into water, or, say, jumped up with a rocket backpack. Very briefly, of course. Well, I thought, just let Caboose start in with his usual complaining. Just let him say anything. I'll let him have it right in the nose. The greedy S.O.B. will learn what it means to break the universal law. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and and nothing. I'm amazed, decided that I myself made a mistake, off by a minute. I raise my arms again, and the seconds trickle by. 3, 2, 1, 0. Again, nothing. So, that is how I ended up in your time. There was no transfer that night, nor the next, nor the whole week. I stayed there in 1938, and then, along with everyone else, in the natural course of events, lived until now, 1970. What was that? Khabis got angry? To tell the truth, that was my first thought, too. We had an agreement that I would spend 3 months in 1938. I calculated that Khabis and his wife, at the end of the 3 months, broke up the floor in the basement, saw that it was empty, and decided not to yank me back. But it could be completely different. The whole problem is changes that you cannot foresee. Remember, we already discussed the fact that even after erasing a loop, some results of your visit to the past remain. I didn't tell you that every time I came back from Van Gogh, Khabis had changed. From the very beginning, girls wouldn't give him a second look, but as a consequence of my first trip, his nose got even longer and became crooked. After cutting out the loop, his nose became shorter but remained to the side. And that's the way it went. When I returned from my second jump, he wasn't Khabis anymore, but Babus, and he was shorter. After the third trip, his face looked just like a ferret's, all pinched together. I couldn't conceal my surprise, and he asked me why I was looking at him so strangely. Once he suspected something and began asking whether he had been handsome before. And after my fourth trip, he was married, not to the thin brunette anymore, but to a short blonde, plump, with dull eyes and a low forehead. However, Khabis was just the clearest example, the thing that struck me first. There were other changes as well. Even with Van Gogh, some things changed. You look at his letters and the other materials about him before your trip, and it's one thing. When you return, it's slightly different. Right now I read in the books that the Potato Eaters was painted in 1885, but when I first traveled it was 1883. True, the picture itself remained exactly the same. And finally, let me mention one important point. The closer to your own time you call up the past, the more noticeable the side effects. It's the same as if a group was admiring a cove in a river, and someone went upstream and, as a joke, dumped in a pail of dye. If he does it 10 kilometers from where the others are sitting, no one will notice anything. But if it's 10 feet upstream, then the water will look red or green or whatever. But the last time I jumped into the near past, I caused a big fuss when I sold off valuables for several millions. So it doesn't have to be that Khabis got mad and took offense. It could be that in the new variant of history he did not become a technician for the time chamber, or did not find the trick of diverting energy, or simply never met me. Or the time loop could have been discovered in the more distant future. Or it could be that as a result of the changes in the alternative future, I myself was never born, like the sergeant in Rio. So there was no one to bring back. One way or another, I did not return to the future, but remained here. And, I'm not sorry. I have no idea what would have happened to me in 1996. Young people then were much better, and few thought about OEUs. The world changed fast. If I had continued my scams, precisely because it seemed safe, I would have tripped up, and sooner or later would have been sent back to the pterodactyls in the Mesozoic. I've had a good life here, and I'm satisfied. In 1939, the war began, and I was in the resistance. Then I got married and worked. I have 2 daughters. The younger one is graduating from college, and the older one is married. I have grandchildren. Not long ago, I got a job here in the museum as a guard in the Van Gogh room. I watch people come, adults and kids in their jeans, and round-eyed girls. They stand and stare, and the green-yellow rays enter their minds, and I am glad that I didn't take the pictures away. Ah, there's the bell. It's closing time. You'll have to leave. What did you say? Do I remember what will happen between 1970 and 1996? Of course I do, and I could tell you everything. But it wouldn't make sense. Why? First of all, because I've ended up here and by my presence exert an influence. But that's not the main thing. I've already explained it. Haven't you understood? You can't do anything? No, why do you say that? You have to do everything. The future always is. But what it will be depends on how we act in our time. Let's suppose that you want to do a deed. If you follow through on your decision, there's one variant of the future. But if you chicken out, or just get lazy, another, without your action. And so it is from the tiniest things to global events. The future is an infinity of alternatives, and which will become real is decided by all of us. I know one variant, but there are an infinite number, and so I can't say anything in advance beyond the most general things. So don't ask what tomorrow will be. If you want it to be glorious and beautiful, make it that way. The Secrets of the Genre by Ilya Varshavsky. Dick Penrose braked abruptly at the light and swore loudly. He was in a lousy mood, and he had good reason to be. "You've gone flat," his editor had told him today. "Frankly, I'm sorry I ever took you on. In the latest Star Stories, there was the story about a pilot who threw a young girl out of a rocket into space. Fantastic Tales has had 3 installments of a novel about galactic war, and what do you come up with? A stupid story about a disappearing continent. The king of SF is over the hill. We're losing subscribers because of you. I need a story from you by Saturday. Authentic SF, not some rubbish about history. The reader is interested in the future. By the way, I hope you realize that our contract is up next month. I really doubt that with our sales we'll be able to renew." Penrose swore again. How simple it all seems to editors. The old man just did not want to face the fact that it was getting harder and harder to work. 30 SF magazines, more than 40 publishers, countless Sunday supplements, were doing nothing else but churning out mass-produced science fiction. There was furious competition for new ideas. In the apartment of the king of SF, dejection reigned. More than 20 ideas had been proposed and examined, but not one of them had the essential quality, originality. "You might be able to write a story about killer robots," Mrs. Penrose suggested timidly. "Have them leave several humans alive to keep in cages, along with apes in the zoo." "I've already used that idea several times." "Perhaps," his son Tom said, "the editor would be interested in the destruction of humanity by a powerful explosion in the sun. You could have great scenes like the capture of a spaceship by a gang of hoodlums. They offer to save whoever will agree to sell themselves into slavery. Humanity begins a new life somewhere in the constellation of Cancer, forming a slave-owning society. That's more than just an idea, it's a gold mine." Unfortunately, that gold mine had been exhausted by dedicated SF writers. "Papa!" Tiny Debbie cried out. "Write a story about Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf." A sudden idea, as bright as a lighthouse, flashed in the writer's brain. He tenderly kissed the golden locks on his little girl's head and sat down at the typewriter. In the morning, Penrose casually tossed a manuscript on his editor's desk. It was called Little Red Spacesuit. "Ready," the pilot said, as he checked the belt fastening. "I wish you success. The transmitter is tuned to Cervantos's wavelength. They'll pick your signal up immediately. As soon as you enter the anti-gravity chute, the spaceport's computer will take over. Give Harley my regards. Make sure you don't end up as Lwow's breakfast. They say there are thousands of them out there." The transparent steelite container lid slammed shut over my head, and I slumped back into the inflated pillows of the seat in expectation of the engine's first thrust. Soon the ship that had hurled me turned into a tiny, shining dot. A green signal went on the control panel. Now the spaceport's computer had taken over control of the landing. The container flew down the anti-gravity chute. I had several hours at my disposal to mull over what had happened. Cervantos was a planet cursed by God. 6 years ago I left it with the firm intention of never returning, but then suddenly this unexpected assignment. Becoming Harley's assistant was not something I was looking forward to say the least. Ever since Graves left me for him, we tried to ignore each other. To tell the truth, that was the main reason I asked the company for a transfer to Mars. The blockheads in the personnel division would have to go and resurrect this old history. The triangle is closed again. Graves, Harley, and I. Only now it was not a triangle. Graves had a daughter, and at 6 years she was at an age when many things in adult relationships became comprehensible. With difficulty I raised the container lid and climbed out. Not a soul at the spaceport. But that was what you had to expect of Harley, and he probably hadn't told Graves about my arrival either. The road from the spaceport to the station was familiar, but even a person on Cervantos for the first time could not get lost. Every 10 meters on both sides of the road, antenna masts towered over the road. They were part of the electromagnetic anti-Lwov system. The Lwovs were still the real masters of the planet. The Lwovs were a mystery in every regard, and the greatest obstacle to the complete utilization of Cervantos's natural riches. No one really knew what those electromagnetic devils were, possibly some sort of totally new life form based on quantum fields. It was known only that the Lwovs had a highly developed intelligence and were able to travel at the speed of light, and they could not be seen. Once I was witness to a Lwov attack on a human being. It happened soon after our arrival on Cervantos. The victim was the expedition's doctor, Thompson. He and I were standing near the portable radio station, waiting for a communications session with Earth. I can't remember what we were talking about. All of a sudden, Thompson fell silent, in the middle of a sentence. I glanced at him and saw glassy eyes staring at me through the spacesuit glass. Within a few minutes, nothing was left of him except his clothes. He seemed to just dissolve into the planet's atmosphere. Our expedition lost a few more before we succeeded in finding a defense against the monsters. Lwovs did not always finish off their victims so rapidly. Sometimes they digested them for hours, during which the person would not feel anything at first. He would still be walking around, talking, eating, not suspecting that he had already been enveloped by an electromagnetic cloud. The most frightening thing was that during that time, the person's actions were entirely controlled by an alien will. "Hello, Frank." I looked up and saw a dragonfly-like helicopter hovering close to the ground. The microbiologist, Anne Morse, was joyfully waving at me. She, too, looked like a dragonfly, in her blue helmet and shorts. I admired her against my will. "It's not right to fly without clothing, Anne. There are too many ultraviolet rays." "But they have a remarkable effect on the skin. Feel how smooth my legs are." She turned off the electromagnetic protection mesh and lowered a long tan leg out the door. I had always liked Anne. On Earth I had gone out with her, but I had no desire to get involved out here on Cervantos now. I had enough problems. Above all, I still had to face Graves. "Why don't you tell me what you people are doing here at the station? Why didn't anyone meet me?" Anne waved her hand tiredly. "Still the same. Oh, Frank, if I could just sucker some fool into taking me back to Earth, I wouldn't stay here another minute." "If you're thinking—" "Don't get worried, I'm just kidding," she interrupted, pulling her leg back into the cabin. "Hurry over to your Graves. He's expecting you. I have to take water samples from the Sea of Riddles, so I won't be bothering you for at least 3 days. Harley was sitting in a chair in his glassed-in veranda. He was stark naked and drunk out of his mind. "I'm here, Harley." "Go to hell," he mumbled, aiming his atom pistol at me. "Let the devil feast on your guts." "Don't be an ass, Harley. Put your gun down." "An ass?" Only a boxer's reactions, honed through years of training, permitted me to duck under the well-aimed whiskey bottle. Apparently that used up all of Harley's energy. His head slumped against his chest, and he started snoring loudly. There wasn't any point trying to wake him. I went in the door. "Don't be an ass, Harley." An enormous talking toad the size of a hippo fixed its red eyes on my face. I could never understand Graves's fascination with all her monsters. Through her efforts, the station was always crawling with 3-headed snakes, flying lizards, and other such abominations. She maintained that after she trained them, they were completely harmless, but I still preferred to run into them as little as possible. I was starved. In the kitchen, as always, chaos reigned. I found some leftover umbar and a bottle of beer in the refrigerator. Having satisfied my hunger, I took a look at the veranda. Harley was still sleeping. To put off meeting Graves any longer would have been rude. I found her in the bathtub. She had grown even more beautiful over the years. "For God's sake, tell me what's going on with you." "Nothing. It's just that Harley and I had an argument, over Barbara this time. I can't understand how he could send a 6-year-old girl on foot through the forest to the oceanographic station." "Why did he do it?" "His mama is sick, and Barbara is taking her some medicine. But that's only an excuse. I'm sure the real reason is that Harley is out of cocaine, and he's counting on the old lady to come through. She can't refuse him anything." I remembered that I could never boast of any great success with Mrs. Hartman. "You think this poses any danger for the girl?" "I don't know, Frank. Give me my bathrobe. As long as the electromagnetic shield is working, nothing can happen, but I'm still worried. Why didn't you stop her? You don't know Barbara. The inspector gave her a red spacesuit, and she couldn't wait to show it to her grandma. Apparently Barbara was following in her mother's footsteps. I watched Graves pull on her stockings, and then we went downstairs. The door to the central control panel was open. That violated all the service regulations for Cervantos. I had to check it out. At first I did not understand what had happened. Pale, his hair tousled, Harley was leaning with both arms against the equipment shield. With glassy eyes he was staring at the instrument dials. I shifted my gaze to the marble control panel and saw that all the knife switches for the electromagnetic protection had been cut. "What are you doing, Harley? Your daughter is out there, and Mrs. Hartman and Anne. You're letting the Lwows get them." "Lwows?" he repeated, giggling repulsively. "Lwows are charming creatures compared to mongrels like you, Frank. You can worry about my daughter yourself and go to hell with her for all I care." I took a step forward to punch him in the face, but a sudden realization fixed me to the spot. That glassy stare. Harley was doomed, and touching him was deadly. The Lwow that had captured him did not create any immediate danger for us, at least until Harley was digested. It was terrifying to think what would happen then. Fortunately for us, every last cell in Harley's fat body was soaked in whiskey. Until the alcohol disappeared from his body, the Lwow would not digest him. However, with every breath he exhaled fumes. It was essential to stop him from breathing. For him it did not matter. I took my atom pistol out of my holster. Within a few minutes, Graves and I were racing through the woods in a tank. Sheaves of light, tearing themselves out of the headlights, lit the lacy interweaving of the electromagnetic protection masts and the violet crowns of the luxuriant vegetation that surrounded the path. A herd of flying monkeys, swirling in a mad dance, suddenly appeared before the tank. In a flash, nothing was left of them, except a reddish ooze flowing down the windshield. Apparently the population of Cervantos had not wasted any time when the protection masts were turned off. Now only the tank's electromagnetic armor was protecting us. The oceanographic station was sunk in darkness. The only light was in Mrs. Hartman's bedroom. There was not a minute to lose. I drove the tank right at the wall. It took only one glance at the bed to see what had happened. Almost nothing was left of Mrs. Hartman. In an instant I threw open the hatch and snatched up the frail figure in the red spacesuit, who was staring at her grandma's remains in horror. After that I aimed the barrel of the quantum destructor at the bed. The tank raced toward the spaceport. The only hope now was the space communications rocket, if the Lwows had not yet managed to get in. It was all over, apparently, with Anne. Her helicopter shield was fed by the central station. I jammed on the brake right by the rocket. Before Graves and I could come to our senses, Barbara threw open the hatch and jumped out onto the spaceport's concrete pavement. The poor girl. There was nothing we could do to help her. Lwows never abandon a victim. I had to save Barbara from senseless suffering. Graves covered her eyes with her hands. Grinding my teeth, I aimed my destructor at the red spacesuit, and then, protected by the large irradiator, we climbed up the ladder to the rocket's cabin. Graves's imagination always fascinated me. If she hadn't dreamed up this whole story, the jury would have sent us to the electric chair. To tell the truth, I had knocked off Harley and Mrs. Hartman to avoid having to spend the rest of our lives in Cervantos and sharing graves with that fat idiot. As far as Anne was concerned, it was her own fault. When she found out Graves and I had gotten back together, she went crazy and kept threatening to expose us. The platinum we brought back from Cervantos let me quit working for the company and finish with space forever. I will soon announce that I am a candidate for Congress. Over my desk in my office hangs a large photograph of Barbara. I feel sorry that there was nothing I could do to save her life. There were only 2 seats in the rocket. "A great story," the editor exclaimed, taking off his glasses. "We'll really rub their faces in the dirt over at Fantastic Tales. I think, Penrose, that we'll be able to extend your contract." The new SF masterpiece proved a great success. The magazine picked up subscribers. The readers got an entertaining story. Penrose, dollars, Mrs. Penrose, a new coat, and Tom, a sports car. In a word, everyone was happy. Except little Debbie. She was sorry about what had happened to her favorite fairy tale. Spaceship by Vladimir Osinsky. It was a whole half-year, or just a little less, until New Year's, but she could no longer restrain herself, and asked the boy, "Why is it? You and I can be playing out there in the grove, on the hill, and climbing trees, swimming in the river. Oh, how icy the water was yesterday. And we're happy, and yes, I am very happy with you. But sometimes it's like you go away somewhere. I see you, but it's like we're far apart, and I can't reach you. Why is it?" The girl's lips quivered, and she tugged on her braids that hung over her shoulders and down her chest, and looked at him with wide-open cherry eyes that contained a striving to comprehend, a hurt, and something like wrath, although what kind of wrath can a 12-year-old command? The boy did not answer. They were both silent, and they could hear the river whispering loudly to a huge dark green boulder as it washed over it. It looked as though they were rubbing cheek against cheek. They could hear the bustling exchanges of the birds that dotted the twilight sky, as though they had no place to roost for the night, and were afraid that the dark would overtake them in that too large sky, and so they were hurrying. The sun set in a blinking of the eye. Night. No, it was not true that night fell over the earth. On the contrary, during the summer it rose above the earth, black and light blue, high, punctured by stars. The silence bored the girl, and she felt even more hurt. But soon she saw the flourish of a falling star, and, forgetting everything else, shouted out, "Look, a star fell! Let me make a wish." She looked up at the boy, and softly, no longer with a hurt feeling, just sadly, added, "There you go again, out there somewhere, and you're not thinking about me at all. Stop!" Her eyes glowed dreamily. "You have that flying profile." Then she admitted, "I read it in a book." He roused himself, put his hands behind his head, leaned his head back, stretched, and smiled. The boy had delicate hands, a delicate face, and the expression of his eyes changed so unexpectedly and remarkably, as though he had thousands of moods. When a spaceship is rushing in a black vacuum with a speed close to that of light, the crew does not notice motion. Only before the landing on a planet, while braking, do people begin to understand what flight means. He said this very rapidly, and with eyes that the girl had never seen before, and something in those eyes frightened her, but wounded pride immediately overcame her confusion. Again! The little woman peevishly threw up her hands. "Where is it that you live, anyway, on Earth or out there?" She poked a mulberry-stained finger at the sky. The boy looked at her attentively, and, at least that is the way it appeared to her, with pity. "Both on Earth and out there," he answered seriously. Once again he had different eyes, and she, as before, could not have said what the matter was if she had been asked. "Listen," he said decisively, and stood up on a large fallen tree, where they had been meeting each evening for the last 3 months. "I will let you in on a secret." He stood before her, delicate and graceful, bent forward in such a way that his legs formed a small curve backward, and he saw something she could not, and she too rose. "A secret?" the girl asked with curiosity and fear. Once again he was silent, and she, already getting used to this strange habit, waited patiently and did not even get annoyed. "I am building a spaceship." His voice was calm. "You?" "Well, not exactly me. It's being built. Don't be offended, but you wouldn't understand. Simply because you don't know, although in the usual meaning of the word I am building it too. Yes, above all, it is me." The girl felt lost, and did not know what to say. Of course, he was teasing her, and the main thing was finding something to say to preserve her dignity. She was never at a loss for words. "And where are you building it?" she asked, in a tone that indicated that she understood the joke, and was ready to play along with it. "Over there," he said, as serious as before, and pointed. Below, beyond a stream, shone the lights of the town, where the girl lived. Closer to the river, alongside the poplars, lay a level green glade, and it was clear at first glance that something was being built there. Bricks formed neat piles, beams were heaped in piles, and freshly planed boards were protected by a rude tarpaulin. "Over there," the boy repeated. The girl laughed. "Over there," she repeated. "Over there. But that clearing is where the retired man, who comes from the city every day, has been working on a house ever since spring. He said that he would definitely greet the new year in that house." "Perhaps," the boy said. "Perhaps. But I know what I know. On the dawn of January 1st of the new year, my ship will take off from that clearing for outer space." "But why?" the girl kept on laughing. "Why does it have to be New Year's?" "Because," he answered without a smile, "every new year should bring a person something new. I have been thinking about my ship for 6 months already, and I have decided that it will be ready for takeoff on January 1st. Something happened up in the sky. 3 short bursts almost dissolved into one, and then a fiery strip split into 3 bright flourishes, and suddenly they went out, before they reached the horizon. The grove sighed, and the sigh was a gentle gust of cool wind. And suddenly the girl believed. And who was he, after all, that incomprehensible boy? He had appeared here a half-year ago, and was living in the forest school, where children were accepted who were seriously sick. Where did he come from? She knew nothing, and for some reason had decided not to ask, and he never talked about himself. And why did he have such eyes, always different eyes? But meanwhile a dog had started barking merrily in the town, and a second one, then a third one answered. In the forest school, invisible behind the trees, a gong sounded soft and amiable, the signal for dinner, and the spell was broken. "It's going to be a fine house," she said stubbornly, nodding at the glade. "No," the boy said, "a spaceship." The summer passed, and the autumn was even better. The boy and the girl, as before, met by the fallen tree, and it always awaited them patiently in the same place, only now it was surrounded not by bright damp grass, but by dry crimson leaves. They fell from the branches on which they had lived so many months, but were still not dead. They grumbled in their good-natured old age, whispering to each other when 2 pairs of children's legs disturbed them. The boy was as delicate as ever, but something had grown in him that made him seem stronger. His fingers, when he took the girl by the hand to help her jump across a pit, or to climb up on a boulder over the stream, no longer burned her hand with a feverish fire. And, understanding that the forest school was doing him good, the girl was sincerely and simple-heartedly overjoyed. They gathered fallen leaves, and wove them into Indian headdresses, and quietly sang together in the evenings, and chased after each other, and once stumbled over an angry hedgehog, whose prickles were loaded with supplies for the winter. The hedgehog did not run away, but quizzically looked at them with its glassy beads for a long time, and only then went on its way, as though reassured that the 2 would do him no harm. Once the girl, making her eyes round as a joke, told him how thieves, it seemed, had turned up in the town. "The retired man who is building himself a house," she told the boy in a dramatic whisper, "is complaining that his construction materials are disappearing. Yesterday, for example, a large roll of wire that had been brought in to build a tall fence had disappeared, and then, if you can imagine—" "Why a tall fence?" the boy was surprised. "Why not? So other people's chickens and rabbits from the forest don't come into his garden. He's been dreaming of a large garden, where he can grow cauliflower and carrots and—" "Yes," the boy said. "I understand. It won't happen again, I'll tell him." The building materials did indeed stop disappearing, but it did not occur to the girl to seek a connection between this and her friend's words. Not once did he mention the spaceship, but sometimes the girl noticed that he had the different eyes again, the eyes that had once amazed and frightened her. Then, a true daughter of Eve, she said hurriedly, tugging on his sleeve, "Look, that's a funny pine cone. It must have fallen off that pine and rolled downhill." Or something similar, and was overjoyed when she saw his eyes change, and once again reflect the merry stream, the red and gold leaves, and her own carefree smile, and not the cold stars above that each day grew fewer, as though they were huddling together from the cold as winter approached. A large, elegant house was growing in the clearing in front of the poplars. Small constructions seemed to thrust up from under the soil. As the girl explained one time, they were a hen-house or a pigsty, a rabbit warren, and such like. "I am sure," she declared, shaking her braids with assurance, "that the retired man will have it his way. He's really been dreaming about his new house, that it will be ready for New Year's, and about his very own pigs. He, the neighbors say, really loves pigs, and that's understandable after all. Pigs are such useful animals." Yes, the boy agreed, and added for no apparent rhyme or reason, "The main thing, of course, is wanting to." "And do you know how to?" "Yes, I do." "And so," she said sarcastically, revengefully, angry at something, "your rocket is being built, and you're sure that it will be ready by New Year's?" "And so, yes. Only it's not a rocket. My ship works on a different principle." "So if it does," the girl shouted, unexpectedly, in a high-pitched squeal, and immediately looked ugly. "So go ahead and fly wherever you want." She ran down to a little bridge over the stream, and in a minute she was overtaken by the hope that the boy would race to catch up with her. But he remained by the fallen tree, and if she had seen his eyes at that moment, lifted up to the misty sky, then she would definitely have broken into tears even more bitterly, for she was already crying. The next day they made up, and were happy again. The children from the forest school were invited to a New Year's Eve party in town. There were to be presents and a dance. The boy and the girl were inseparable the whole evening. They danced, laughed, ate candy, and threw orange peels at each other. And the girl was happy, seeing how strong and healthy he had become, even though he remained just as thin and delicate as ever, like a blade of steel or a sunbeam, like a sharp yet flexible blade cutting through the crown of a forest tree in the summer. Then, slightly fatigued, they sat down next to each other by the wall and cracked nuts, and the girl, suddenly feeling herself adult, started in staidly telling him how rich and beautiful a house the retired man had built himself, in the clearing by the poplars. "He even has a TV," the girl said in rapture. "True, we still don't have the relay station, but he set up his own personal antenna, huge, like a mast." "Listen," the boy said softly, "I have to tell you something." There was sadness in his voice, and the girl automatically fell silent, and did not even hear any longer the happy noise filling the town school's assembly room. "I have to tell you," the boy paused. "Soon we will all be taken away by someone from the forest school, to be put to bed. We, after all, had not fully recovered yet. I, too, will have to go, and I want to say goodbye. We will probably never see each other again. At dawn I'm taking off." She did not answer, not knowing what to say. Then she broke out laughing. She fell silent. Then she broke out laughing again. Of course, he was pulling her leg again. No, she wouldn't act hurt. It was even interesting, yes, really interesting, like in a book she had read recently. "May I have this dance with your partner?" a boy dressed in an Athos costume asked ceremoniously. "In a moment," the boy who was building the spaceship said, and held out his hand to the girl. "I'm leaving you a present to remember me by. You know where to find it. Well then, farewell. I liked being with you." The girl shook his hand with a mock solemnity. She had already adapted to his strange way of joking, broke out laughing, and went off to dance with the musketeer. Before dawn, the boy walked through the gates of the forest school. He went down the hill, stepping lightly over the white snow, and went up to the old fallen tree, stood on it a minute, then bent over, put something in a hole in the trunk, straightened up, stood still a little while, and then strode decisively toward the bridge, toward the clearing where the poplars grew, and the big, well-built house surrounded by little structures, the pigsty, the rabbit hutches, the hen-house, and such like. The spaceship hatch opened by itself before him, and softly closed after he had entered. He sat down in the pilot's seat, leaned back. Immediately and obediently it adjusted itself so that he was comfortable, closed his eyes, and froze in immobility. Then, slowly raising his delicate hands, wrapped in a silvery fabric of a spacesuit, he reached out to the panel and gently pushed a button. He heard a thin, very, very high-pitched sound. Only the boy could hear it. Everyone in the town was sleeping, except one small girl, and everyone felt a weak, smooth movement, as though the earth had sighed. But no one woke up. The girl, who was not asleep, jumped up from her bed and ran to the window. High in the frosty blue sky, on the first morning of the new year, a barely noticeable blue stripe flashed by, barely brighter than the blue of the dawn sky, and everything was as it had been. Around noon, the townspeople finally woke up after a long and tiring holiday night, went outside for a walk in the streets, flooded by the frosty sun. Soon they heard cursing and shouting, and hurried to the big, elegant house by the poplars, from where all the noise was coming. The new townsman pointed at the fallen aluminum mast of the television antenna and shouted, in the tone of a commanding officer, that he would not let matters rest, that first they had stolen his construction materials, and now unknown vandals had toppled his antenna. After all, there had not been any wind during the night, and even if there had been, it could not have knocked over such a marvelous antenna that had cost him a pretty penny. The girl ran along the narrow path to the forest school. She was out of breath, and her braids whipped her back. They told her that the boy had gotten better, and so his parents had asked for him to be released. Yesterday a letter had come. Only what had happened to it? Well, it didn't matter. He had left. It was just strange that he hadn't said goodbye to anyone. He must have gotten up before everyone else, for he was very homesick. The girl cried and shouted that they did not understand a thing. But what the girl shouted was so ridiculous that they took her home and put her to bed. She was sick for a long time. Apparently she had caught cold on the morning she had run to the forest school without her hat and coat. Time passed. The girl got better and returned to normal. In any case, everyone felt that she had returned to normal. Then more time passed, enough for her to get married, to the grandson of the retired man who had built the house in town. The grandson had come first with his grandfather when the house was still being built, but the girl did not notice him because next to her was the boy with the flying face. And no one else noticed him either, for he was very well brought up and well-mannered, and those qualities are just what are needed for no one to notice you. He grew up and became ever more respectable. He loved to watch television at night. The fallen antenna had long since been re-erected, and to talk with his wife about life and man's place in it. The main thing, he would say, is to know how to want. He would tenderly stroke her shoulder and look at the TV again. And when he got particularly carried away with what he saw on the screen, his wife would quietly go to her room and take something out of a box. Of course, it was the boy's present, the boy she had played with near the fallen tree. But what it was exactly she could not say. Only every time she stared at it, she saw something that others could not see, and her eyes changed, as if someone had stared into them, even during the daytime. In the brightest sunlight, he would see, in the wide-open pupils, distant stars. A Remark Concerning a Little Something About the Devil, by Vladimir Bakhnov. The hall was filled to overflowing. Despite the lectures lasting for more than an hour and a half, the audience listened to the young professor with undiminished attention. And so, unfortunately, contemporary science does not have direct proof that members of an extraterrestrial civilization have visited our Earth at some time in the past. But dozens of myths, apocryphal tales, and legends, preserved in coded, at times even distorted form, demonstrate humanity's remembrance of encounters with visitors from the stars. If we cleanse these remembrances of later accretions and correctly decode them, then we can be certain that during its remarkably short existence, by cosmic standards, humanity has more than once been the object of close scrutiny on the part of intelligent beings from other worlds. With this in mind, I would like, by way of example, to examine one of the most interesting and widespread legends, the legend of Dr. Faustus. There is no doubt that the legend has a basis in history, but even with only a cursory familiarity both with the legend itself, first printed in 1587, and with its innumerable variants, one curious detail stands out. Why was the aged Faust so necessary to Mephistopheles? As is well known, from the first day of its existence, the Church has maintained that humanity has fallen into sin. We cannot today say exactly what numerical proportion of righteous to sinners would, in the Church's view, lead to the conclusion that humanity was wallowing in sin. But even if we grant that in Faust's time the number of sinners was in a 1:100 ratio with the number of the righteous, and in addition adjust for the high mortality rate characteristic of the medieval period, it will be clear to everyone that hell would experience no shortage of sinners. And consequently, for Lucifer, the question of one soul more or less in hell could not have any fundamental significance. In that case, we may ask why Mephistopheles would exert such literally hellish efforts to get the soul of some good doctor. Think of all the things Mephistopheles offers Faust in exchange for his signature: knowledge, riches, fame, youth, and finally power. And he, Mephistopheles, becomes Faust's servant, even his slave, after concluding that exacting agreement. For what purpose did he expend so much effort? What is really happening here? The legend does not provide answers to these questions, but the solution, it seems to me, is as follows. Who do you believe Mephistopheles was? A high-ranking devil? Lucifer's personal emissary? Or Lucifer himself? No, that cannot be. Then perhaps he was an ordinary human, transformed by the imagination of the legend's author into the devil knows what. No, Mephistopheles was not a man in the usual sense of the word. So then, who was he? A visitor from another planet, a member of an unusually advanced civilization. That is the identity of a being whom we will henceforth name Mephistopheles. I am aware that such a contention will sound somewhat unexpected and strange, but try to examine the events described in the legend from the point of view of the hypothesis, and everything will seem clear and comprehensible. Where did Mephistopheles come from? I cannot say yet. Perhaps from one of the stars nearest to us, for example, Cygnus 61, but perhaps even from a different galaxy. Once again, let's agree to call Mephistopheles' planet by the first letter of his name, planet M. Why did Mephistopheles come? For precisely the same reason we go to neighboring planets, for scientific goals. It is not impossible that Mephistopheles' mission included the determination of the following points. A. Is there life on Earth? B. Is there any hope that that mysterious planet will ever be the home of what are called rational beings? C. If such hopes are indeed justified, what level is Earth's civilization on at the present time? As you know, by the time he met Faust, Mephistopheles had already managed to study these problems. But whether because of his extraterrestrial origin, or because of his own personality traits, Mephistopheles gave all the events on Earth a much too subjective interpretation, which, incidentally, Faust points out more than once. Remember those numerous arguments, during the course of which both of them got carried away in the heat of the moment. The persons who sent Mephistopheles to our planet must have foreseen how unobjective, one-sided, and consequently unreliable the information received by Mephistopheles would be during his complex mission. And therefore, and here I am getting close to the question that is at the heart of my hypothesis, Mephistopheles was instructed to bring back to M an Earth native, who would have a greater knowledge of things on his own planet than an extraterrestrial visitor. True, we ourselves are far from understanding what happens here, but the scientists on M would not have known about this peculiarity of ours. So then, Mephistopheles was required to deliver one Earthman to M. Naturally, he attempted to select the most worthy, the most educated representative of the historical period. And after much thought and searching, he quite correctly made the selection not of some influential courtier or even of a king. No, he chose a serious scholar with an encyclopedic education, a scientific conscientiousness that was beyond doubt. That is the explanation for Mephistopheles' need for Faust, and not someone else. But taking this line of reasoning, we have to ask, did the great scholar know what Mephistopheles was? No, he did not. And did Mephistopheles attempt to explain where he had come from and why? No, he did not. Not only that, and it is an interesting detail, but I suspect that Mephistopheles himself assured Faust that he had appeared directly from the underworld. Why? Here's the answer. Let us try a mental experiment. Imagine that today on Earth the devil appears and pays a visit to a contemporary scientist. How will he introduce himself? As the devil? No way. He would have to spend forever convincing the skeptical scientist that it was not an elaborate practical joke. But if the devil took into consideration our fascination with questions of space and introduced himself as a visitor from space, the scientist would greet his appearance with great interest and agree to follow him wherever he was asked. That is the state of affairs today. But in the Middle Ages it was precisely the reverse. If Mephistopheles had dared to reveal himself to Faust and tell him the truth, Faust would have considered him a madman. And to prove that he had flown from another planet, Mephistopheles would have had to explain everything to a medieval scholar, from the fact that the Earth revolves around the Sun to the theory of relativity, quantum physics, and the basic principles of photon drive. Undoubtedly, the aged Faust, despite his outstanding abilities, would have been incapable of absorbing such a large amount of new information, and everything might have ended in tragedy, which would not have suited Mephistopheles' purpose in the slightest. How much simpler to present himself as the force of darkness, contact with whom was then considered terrible, but an everyday occurrence. And as we know, Faust readily believed the mystification, only the more since Mephistopheles, using achievements of M's science unknown on Earth, was able to walk through walls, fly, become invisible, in a word, to do all those things that would prove to Faust his inclusion in the category of servant of hell. But why did Mephistopheles spend such a long time with Faust? Couldn't he simply have tricked Faust into going to M? Why did he need the doctor's signature? I believe the answer lies in the fact that the planet M had reached a high level not only in science and technology. At a time when medieval injustice and lawlessness held sway on Earth, on M, democracy was so far advanced, and individual rights were valued so highly, that any violence against a person whatever, even against someone on a different planet, would have been considered totally inadmissible. Mephistopheles knew what problems would await him on M if he were to violate the law, and he needed Faust's signature as proof that he had left Earth voluntarily. And we know that he did get that signature by assuring the scholar that he was signing a document selling his soul. But here a delicate question arises. How could a member of an advanced civilization, raised in the spirit of limitless respect for other persons, permit himself to deceive poor old Faust? How could he use the scholar's ignorance for his own selfish ends? Yes, that would be totally inexplicable if we did not consider that Mephistopheles spent many years among human beings, and the environment, as we well know, exerts an influence on any intelligent being. And one more thing, Mephistopheles' appearance. We might of course suppose that the horns, tail, fur, and such were added by the space visitor later, in order to correspond to Faust's conception of the appearance of the force of darkness. But I do not believe that that is correct. After all, the inhabitants of M do not have to resemble us. It is quite possible that they do indeed have horns, a tail, etc. Perhaps they are vestiges, something like the appendix in human beings, and perhaps they do serve a useful function. Perhaps what we call horns are actually a V-shaped antenna for receiving telepathic communications. Mephistopheles could read minds at a distance. And if the horns were the antenna, then the tail would of course be the ground. And if we remember that cat's fur holds an electric charge, we may suppose that the thick furry covering characteristic of the Emians are accumulators and a source of electricity that feeds the bioamplifier of the telepathic apparatus. But why, we may ask, is the physical appearance of the Emians so close to that of the devil? We have here a classic example of the reversal of cause and effect. Who said that Mephistopheles was the first Emian to visit Earth? May we not suppose that Emians had for ages sent one expedition after another to our Earth? And so the legends about countless encounters with devils are a reflection of the encounters with the mysterious Emians, and the idea of the devil's appearance is the result of those encounters. Why have such encounters ceased in the last few centuries? Perhaps the Emians, having studied us to their satisfaction, have taken up other planets. Perhaps, on the contrary, seeing that humans were not in a position to understand them, decided to wait until our civilization reached the level necessary for mutual comprehension and communication with intelligent beings. Perhaps that time has now come, and we must be prepared for the possibility that any one of us may be unexpectedly approached by a visitor who will say, "Hello, I'm Mephistopheles." With those words, the young professor looked at the audience for a last time, straightened his fashionable tie, waved his arms, and disappeared into thin air. The Fifth on the Left, by Vladen Bakhnov. 1. Third-rank coordinator ABC was the last to arrive at headquarters. The other coordinators' ships were already parked at the spaceport, and that was nothing unusual. The planet Una, where AB worked, was the most remote, and the order to come to the chief had arrived totally unexpectedly. To tell the truth, the coordinator did not like, even was wary of, any kind of extraordinary summons. Every time he expected serious unpleasantness. And although everything had so far gone okay, there was good reason for wariness. And then, too, the 5 months' trip was a real pain. True, the coordinator had spent almost the whole time in a state of artificial anabiosis, but anabiosis, which any other astronaut would endure without the slightest consequence, for AB invariably resulted in a cold. Even now he could not stop sneezing, the whole way from the spaceport to headquarters. No, the coordinator was not sorry his planet was so far from the center. At least he was spared those damned inspections. The chief himself had not visited Una for 150 years. But since he was so far away, AB always missed being promoted. Despite his 200 years at Una, he was still stuck in the third rank. During such time, mere 100-year-old pups managed to get second rank and move into position for first. Nonetheless, you could not say ABC was on a bad footing with his higher-ups. Many people were even amazed that he did not push for a promotion. But he himself knew the reason, and dreamed only about one thing, that nothing should happen, because anything could happen. When he arrived at headquarters, AB felt awkward. When he met low-ranking but neatly dressed staff officers, he saluted first. The gold-embroidered uniform jacket that lent the other coordinators such a smart and proud look, on him somehow looked like crumpled pajamas, or so he thought. Usually, before the beginning of the session, he would manage to talk with everyone and find out the latest news, learn why the chief had summoned them, learn what kind of mood the chief was in, figure out which way the wind was blowing, make sure there was nothing new in the air, in short, to get into the swing of things. But this trip there was no time to check out the situation. When ABC walked into the square meeting room, where the sessions were usually held, the coordinators were already sitting along the walls, each in the place determined by his rank, and waited for the chief in complete silence. AB barely had time to take his usual seat and sneeze loudly before Chief Coordinator W came in. Everyone present jumped to their feet, and in accordance with the rules, clapped 3 times in unison. W clapped negligently in response, and plopped down tiredly into a chair, after which all the others took their seats. "Coordinators and colleagues," the chief said softly, "I am very sorry that I had to tear you away from your work. As you have probably noticed, I am no lover of useless meetings. It was an exceptionally unpleasant occurrence that forced me to call you all to headquarters urgently. I would even call it an event, not just an occurrence, or, if you want, a scandal on a cosmic scale." The coordinators nodded their heads in agreement. Apparently everyone except ABC was already informed, and AB, baffled, nodded his head in sympathy, just to be on the safe side, and then sneezed. Everyone looked in his direction, and he felt terrified. "Have they found out?" he thought in anguish. "The operation we are undertaking in this part of the galaxy," the chief continued, "is the most ambitious operation of all those ever undertaken by our home planet Oza." Following the ruler, the coordinators sighed in unison at the mention of Oza, to demonstrate their love for their distant homeland. "But I want to remind you that the boldest operation is at the same time a most costly one. Ozians have put more than 6 trillion measures into it, and have been waiting for more than 1 century for the investment to start bringing in a profit. And that, as you know, will happen only when the inhabitants of the planets entrusted to us can buy our goods. For 200 years we have done everything to accelerate our ward's development. And now, when the natives of one of those planets, I mean Mix, have arrived at our cherished goal and are on the point of beginning to produce revenue, at precisely this time, through the coordinator's oversight, a bacteriological war has broken out, as a result of which their civilization and our capital investment have been lost. In addition, the virus that wiped out life on Mix is so resistant and so virulent that we cannot even land on the planet without risk to life. Mix is lost to us forever. That, gentlemen, is the report of the coordinator responsible for the catastrophe, first-rank coordinator XYZ. ABC leaned back in his chair with a great feeling of relief. That was not the news he had been most afraid of. He decided to raise his eyes for the first time during the whole meeting. But when he saw the gloomy faces of the usually confident and impassive coordinators, he realized that the misfortune would definitely lead to others, and the depressing presentiment once again overwhelmed him. 2. 300 years before, when ABC was still a student, Oza's space explorations had discovered 15 planets on the very edge of the galaxy that were inhabited by intelligent beings. The planets were located in 3 adjacent stellar systems. Their inhabitants, like Oza's, were humanoid, but they were in an early stage of development. Oza's scientists, having carefully studied the space exploration report, announced that the newly discovered humanoids were developing very rapidly, and within 800 or 900 years would be able to enter into contact with more advanced civilizations. And in 20 or 30 millennia, lo and behold, the remaining civilizations too would be completely capable of communicating. Immediately, the president of Oza, G.H., put forth his fantastic idea. The inhabitants of distant planets are not only our younger brothers in reason whom we must help, they are also potential purchasers of our products, and the sooner they change from potential purchasers to real ones, the better it will be for us and for them. And to achieve this goal, there is only one technique. We have to accelerate artificially the development of our younger brothers and thereby aid progress. Without their noticing, we will protect them from errors. We will not permit them to waste time on lengthy trials, and will surreptitiously prompt them with ready-made answers. No trials and errors, only discoveries. No false theories and hypotheses, only time-tested truths. The President presented this idea in his message to the Ozian Senate and Parliament. Shortly before, the Conservative Parliament had, at the President's suggestion, been expanded to include some liberally inclined youth. Therefore, the legislation concerning younger brothers in reason was passed by the Parliament almost unanimously. In the Senate, however, there was a split between the Lilies, who supported the proposal, and the Lilacs, who voted against it, but the Lilies won. During the 20 years after the law was passed, highly detailed instructions, stipulations, regulations, and recommendations concerning the work of space expeditions in general were written. Then detailed timetables and calendar graphs for the acceleration of historical development were written for each planet individually. Altogether, these constituted the Collection of Basic Instructions, CBI, and the even more voluminous Collection of Exceptions to Instructions, CEI. It is not without interest to note that with time the CEI grew ever larger, and finally became the CBI, and the CBI were the exceptions. But insofar as the CEI had a tendency to multiply faster than the rules, within 100 years the CEI, being the exceptions, became the rule, and the CBI returned to being the exception. There is reason to believe that a similar change in position occurred several times, and finally no one knew which were the rules and which the exceptions. 15 detachments of 2,000 instructors each were formed, to each of which was assigned a head coordinator, who in turn reported to a single chief coordinator. And so a space expedition arrived at its destination and began to work. Each detachment had its own space station circling high over the planet, a ship for interstellar flights, and a dozen small rocket planes that maintained contact between the station and the planet. The instructors would disperse throughout the planet and suggest all kinds of progressive ideas to the natives. And so that the younger brothers would not suspect that they were being forcibly civilized, the instructors were required to pretend to be natives, to live in caves, to suffer the terrible living conditions, and to work in strictest secrecy. On the more advanced planets, living was easier, but masking oneself was harder. More than one instructor was the victim of his own carelessness. Ideas had to be suggested only in the order designated by the CBI and CEI. Any independent effort was not acceptable, for the compilers of the basic rules, and the compilers were mostly computers, knew best how to act in individual cases. Once a year, the coordinator sent detailed reports to the chief coordinator, who retransmitted them to Oza. And once every 10 years, the heads of the detachments met in headquarters, where they reported in person on their achievements and failures. It became clear in the first century that some civilizations responded to accelerated development easily, while with others things were more difficult. For example, at first the planet Mix was in only 5th place in science and technology, but then, thanks to the efforts of the instructors and coordinator XYZ, the Mixians gathered momentum, and in 100 years surpassed all the other planets, almost a century and a half ahead of their timetable. Coordinator XYZ, guardian of the planet, was naturally considered the best coordinator. Thanks to his successes, the lilac opposition on Oza fell quiet, and not even failures here and there on several other planets could shake the Lilies. The coordinator's authority was so great that once XY simply chased an Ozian inspection team away, and after he got away with such an unheard-of outburst, no one risked going to Mix without an invitation. But then XYZ had sworn that Mix would be the first planet with which commercial relations would be established, and everyone knew such a victory would finish off the Lilacs for good. Y reported that according to his instructor's accounts, the Mixians already knew about the existence of other inhabited worlds, and were in favor of establishing relations with them. In his last report, XY stated that the first official meeting with the Mixians would take place in about 10 years, and a trade agreement would be signed in 15. He invited all his colleagues and a large delegation from Osa for the signing of the agreement. But his chief insistently requested the coordinator to accelerate events by 2 times, and XY was forced to agree. Until the rescheduled deadline, there remained only 4 years, and suddenly such an annoyance. A war. 3. Coordinator XYZ, I await your explanation, the chief said gloomily. The first-rank coordinator stood up and, staring at the corner of the room, and unhurriedly choosing his words, answered, On Mix, the planet entrusted to me, an irremediable catastrophe has occurred. Insofar as the planet was under my care, I will take responsibility for the perished civilization, and am prepared to accept any punishment. But at the same time I consider it necessary to state that I do not consider myself guilty, for I did not violate either the CBI or CEI. And how is it you don't feel yourself guilty? The chief said excitedly. A fine state of affairs. Who was it who taught the Mixians to make nuclear weapons? Me, I suppose? No one taught them. They learned by themselves. In accordance with paragraphs 10,253 and 12,547 of the CBI, my instructors let the Mixians in on the basics of nuclear physics and quantum mechanics, and before we had time to blink, the Mixians had bombs. First of all, you can't take time out to blink. That you should know. And second, why didn't you remove the bombs? Because paragraph 1121 forbids us from showing our presence. And permit me to remind you that in Memorandum 217,342/343, I informed you of the existence of bacteriological weapons on the planet. I also reported that, because of the unbelievably accelerated technological development, they did not manage to understand what was happening, and their warlike instincts were stronger than the instinct for self-preservation. Considering the above, I asked whether it would not have been worthwhile to artificially put a brake on progress for a while, as exception 668 to Rule 123 permits. To which you pointed out, with complete justification, that according to paragraph 6699, the exception at hand becomes a rule only after an appropriate action by the Senate, and we could not turn to the Senate because such a request would play into the hands of the Lilacs, who would once again come out against our expedition. The coordinator, as always, spoke methodically and smoothly. ABC even envied his composure. If it happened to him, he would be stammering, mumbling, inventing God knows what excuses. But then perhaps he, AB, was in an even worse position. In any case, in a more humiliating and pitiable one, although no one else knew about it yet. Yes, that is precisely how I answered your request, the chief affirmed. We had given the Lilacs enough help already. Remember the shameful incident on Lux, to name just one example. Everything was going according to schedule. The natives were taught useful crafts and sciences. Art reached unheard-of heights, and then? Then they rested on their laurels and fell asleep, while Lux fell into primitive dark ages. Before they came to, the Luxians had fallen so low that it took God knows how much time to get a renaissance going. And do you mean to tell me that those are not the fruits of irresponsibility and negligence? Such an incident had indeed occurred, about 100 years before, but the chief never missed an opportunity to remind them about that curious event, and every time he made it sound as though it had happened yesterday. Later the chief recited still more textbook cases, but A.B., while still demonstrating an unusual interest to the stories with every inch of his body, began out of boredom to examine the pictures hanging on the wall opposite him. There were about 20 pictures in the hall, but from the spot where A.B. was sitting, he could see only 5 of them, without turning his head. For 200 years, during regular and special sessions, in headquarters, A.B. had sat in exactly the same seat, assigned according to his rank. For 200 years he had seen exactly the same canvases on the opposite wall, devoted to specific historic landmarks in a correctly developing society. When working on the pictures, the artists had apparently drawn specific facts and inspiration from the appropriate paragraphs of the CBI and CEI. Accordingly, the canvases were imbued with the depth and accuracy of the above-mentioned documents. In the first picture from the left were cavemen, sitting around a fire and chomping away at some prehistoric animal. In the second, a communally elected shepherd, leaning on his crook, guarded a fat herd of freshly curled sheep. The third picture showed the workaday world of the ancient creators of bronze weapons. In the fourth, Small, dark people were building enormous pyramids. And the fifth colorfully depicted a slave-owning society at its height. That picture A.B. would have taken out of its frame, torn into tiny pieces, burned, and thrown the ashes to the winds. Every night he saw it in his dreams, and every day remembered it awake. For according to the schedule for acceleration on his planet, the classical slave-holding society should have attained its high point. Scientists and philosophers should have made numerous great discoveries. And in the place of ancient patriarchal villages, rich, noisy cities should have arisen. And according to ABC's calculations, the situation on Una was precisely what was stipulated by the schedule of acceleration. There were cities and scientists and discoveries, a flourishing civilization. It was all there. But alas, only in his calculations. The ignoramuses on Una rejected all accelerated rates of development and would not even give up their beloved matriarchy. And anyone who suggested innovations was thrown by our junior brothers in reason off a high cliff into the sea. This ritual served as an amusement for the natives, unjaded by mass spectacles, and as an instructive lesson for lovers of innovations. The 2,000 instructors in AB's detachment barely managed to convince the Unions to shift from matriarchy to patriarchy, and no one could be sure that the first problems involved in the reorganization of society would not lead the natives to return to their usual way of life. The coordinator could not figure out what he was supposed to do with the intractable slow learners on the planet. Of course, 150 years ago, he could still have honestly reported to the chief that Una was hopeless. But the fundamental rules proclaimed that there are no bad planets, only bad coordinators. And an honest admission by ABC would undoubtedly lead to his being removed from his high station. No, he just did not have enough courage. So he drew up favorable reports in which Union social development proceeded in full accordance with the CBI. To avoid any suspicion, he would now slightly exceed the exact schedule, now slightly lag behind. For greater credibility, the coordinator abundantly sprinkled the pages of his reports with invented slices of life and touching scenes from his wards' lives. For more than 100 years, ABC composed voluminous reports, testifying to the fact that he had an exceptional imagination and the makings of a decent SF writer. His reports' literary sparkle and fine-honed precision were more than once held up as an example for the other coordinators. And although A.B. had no way of knowing, back on Oza his reports enjoyed considerable popularity among historians. The more he was praised, the worse he felt, but even while expecting daily exposure and a scandal, he continued his fictions. Deep down he even wished the storm would break quickly, all the while doing everything possible to delay its inevitable outburst. Occupied by his melancholic thoughts, A.B. paid little attention to the chief. From time to time he caught isolated phrases, and unconsciously noted that the chief was still giving historical examples of the negligence of coordinators and their subordinates. But then he heard something that immediately forced him to prick up his ears. "As you might have expected after the events on Mix," the chief said, "a special Senate commission is flying out here. The Lilac opposition has raised its head, and I am sure the commission will not limit itself to an investigation of the Mixian scandal. I believe that commission members will visit all the target areas covered by our expedition, even the most distant ones. It is my duty, coordinators, to warn you. I hope that everything will be in order on the planets entrusted to you." That is it. A.B. felt a chill run up his spine and sneezed loudly. What can I do? My God, what can I do? It seemed to him that the chief was staring straight at him, and A.B., afraid to meet his glance, once again fixed his eyes on the historical paintings. 4. The following years the third-rank coordinator carefully followed the Senate Commission's travels. Flying from planet to planet, it came ever closer. Finally the day came when the senators, accompanied by Chief Coordinator W., arrived at Una's space station. A.B. made a detailed report devoted to the situation on the planet, and the senators looked with curiosity at the author of the sensation-producing reports. He was still hoping that the commission would be satisfied with his report, but that was not to be. Despite their fatigue, the senators wanted to see with their own eyes what the coordinator had so interestingly described in his annual reports. And ABC had to give in. Under cover of darkness, the committee landed silently in a rocket plane. When the sun rose, the senators saw nearby the high walls of a fabulous white marble city. "What is that?" the enchanted members exclaimed. "Anna," the coordinator answered simply. "The capital of the slave-holding state, about which I had the honor of reporting to you. Let's proceed." Mixing in with a band of wanderers, the coordinator had had the foresight to dress the senators in the local garb. The committee members walked up to the city gates. At the gates, tall, half-naked warriors stood, flexing their biceps. They leaned against their swords and carefully inspected the new arrivals. Having passed by the guards safely, the senators found themselves on the stone-paved streets of a bustling and noisy city. The rich palaces and public buildings the committee passed by were adorned by countless columns, statues, and sculptural groups. City dwellers wearing snow-white chitons walked leisurely down the streets, discussing the latest gladiatorial bouts and the ever-increasing price of slaves. In the shadows of the porticos, old and learned men led unhurried discussions with their loyal pupils. A blind man sat under a tree, and accompanying himself on the lyre, or some other stringed instrument, sang a long, long song in a melodious voice. "What is he singing about?" the senators asked with curiosity. "About the wanderings of some local hero," the coordinator answered, after listening to a few lines. Then he added deferentially, "An epic poem." Black slaves carried their mistress past in an open palanquin. A chariot rumbled by. A weird-looking, disheveled townsman leaped out from behind the corner. With the cry, "Eureka!" he ran up to the committee members and, waving his arms, shouted something with great excitement. "He says," the coordinator translated, "that 10 minutes ago he discovered a new law. A body suspended in water loses an amount of weight equal to that of the liquid it displaces. Bravo! It's a law he discovered." ABC praised and patted the man on the shoulder. The great scientist sprightly clicked his sandals, cried out "Eureka!" once more, and ran off. "Remarkable," the senators said. What they had seen on Una had exceeded their expectations. Only the chief coordinator was constantly hounded by a strange feeling that he had already seen it all before, and more than once. But when and where? They walked up a hill, and the chief suddenly felt that they would soon see the sea and white-sailed ships. And when a port and ships did indeed appear in the distance, W looked at AB with a strange expression. 5. Late that night, after the tired senators had returned to the space station and had gone to bed, the chief coordinator summoned AB. "Coordinator, I want to ask you 3 questions and then give you some good news. The first question, how long have you been building that town?" "I don't understand," AB said in confusion. "Don't play dumb," W interrupted. "How long?" 3 years, the coordinator sighed. Even with the technology you had, that's quite fast. You, I can see, are an excellent organizer." AB laughed nervously. Quite honestly, he had been hoping that the danger was past, and then this. "It's a good city you built, but too new, too spick and span. We didn't have time to antique it, or else—" "Second question. Where have I seen the same exact city before?" "In your meeting room, in a painting, the 5th from the left." "Of course." W remembered it immediately. "Of course, the 5th from the left. How could you have remembered it so clearly?" "I've been studying it for 200 years, whether I wanted to or not." "And one last question. How long have your reports not corresponded to the real state of affairs?" "Practically from the beginning," AB said, throwing his hands in the air. "The local inhabitants won't accelerate. They don't give a hoot about CBI or CEI. Barbarians." "It doesn't matter anymore. I've received a communication that the lilac opposition in the Senate has won, and further work by our expedition has been judged inappropriate. So you've hit it lucky." "Why so?" AB did not understand. "Because we will return to Oza, and your secret will remain here on Una." "But you know about it, and you can—" "What? Tell everyone that some third-rank coordinator pulled the wool over my eyes for 200 years? Incidentally, for your preparation of interesting reports, the Parliament has promoted you to first-rank coordinator. Congratulations. No, don't thank me. You were bailed out by the war on Mix." W fell silent. "It just occurred to me. The flourishing of science and technology on the infamous Mix are just like the flourishing of a classical slave-holding society on Una." What about the bacteriological war? Yes, terrible bacteria, because of which not one committee member would risk landing on Mix. A really clever idea. What inventive coordinators I'm blessed with. One more imaginative than the other. 6. And so the most colossal of all colossal space expeditions came to an end. Left to themselves, the planet's inhabitants gradually developed. 30,000 years later, Unian archaeologists discovered in the midst of impenetrable jungles an abandoned city of indescribable beauty, totally unlike any other on Una, and constructed of unknown materials. Then they remembered ancient legends about people who had arrived mysteriously and departed just as mysteriously, and who knew things that no one else did even until the present. And they began to say that long before contemporary civilization there had been another, even more advanced. No one, it is true, could explain why it left only one city, without any other trace. Hypotheses were forwarded and rejected. Explanations were constructed and collapsed. Thanks to the mysterious city, Una produced 22,442 dissertations, 10,237 novels, and 1,143 films. But not one of them came close to the truth, and not one equaled ABC's creations in imaginative power. The Empty House, by Kirill Bulychev. We are like 17th century explorers. The oceans are boundless and full of secrets. Maps are solid white, interrupted here and there by the routes of captains who had been in the region 10 or 100 years before. The cartographer's fertile imagination filled the white surfaces with two-headed monsters, sea serpents, fire-breathing mountains, and sirens. Tomorrow, perhaps, the sailor will be lucky, and a green parrot will fly over the bowsprit, a coconut will float by on the waves, a foggy cloud will hang over an unknown island on the horizon. On the island there will be no two-headed monsters, no dark-skinned beauties, and no secrets. The island will be just like the 100 islands before it, Gusiev said. Gravity is 8 Gs, with meteor craters and basalt outcrops, Bauer said. You and I are bored, I said. I'm bored with you. There won't be any meteor craters. In such a dense atmosphere, even an Arizona meteor would burn up without a trace. Everything down there has already burned up, Gusiev persisted. The surface temperature is 300 degrees. Trust my experience. Jansen came down into the lounge and brought the decaled report of the probe. The surface temperature at the equator was minus 44 centigrade. The atmosphere was practically the normal terrestrial type. The palms waved their heads on the distant shore. Rotten winds, the captain said, when we went up to the bridge. A disgusting climate. But life is possible. Whirlwinds of snow swirled on the screen, and in the openings between the clouds the men occasionally caught a glimpse of glades. Bauer spread out some probe photos on the navigator's desk. He resembled a grandfather laying out his favorite game of solitaire. "And here's a city," he said, and handed the captain a blurry shot. The photo was hatched with stripes from a tornado, but with a great effort one could make out straight lines and circles beneath them. We left the ship in orbit and landed modestly in the cutter. During the landing, the cutter was tossed around by the wind and carried toward the sharp crags of the cliffs. "A tropical paradise," Bauer said, zipping his spacesuit. If there had been winter coats aboard the ship, we could have done without the spacesuits, but we had not brought any along. "Later, when we get to know them," I answered, "we can borrow their snowshoes." "Whatever you want, friend," Bauer said. "I'll ask for skis. The winter sport business here must be thriving." The outside temperature fell to 53 below. The blizzard raged, shaking the cutter. "They don't go skiing," Gusiev said seriously, preparing the crawler. "They sit home and watch TV." "With weather like this, no one's going to invent TV," Bauer said. "No one's going to climb up on the roof to install the antenna." "Going out soon?" the captain asked over the walkie-talkie. "We're ready," Bauer said. "Gusiev in the cutter?" "Yes." That had been agreed upon back in the ship. Gusiev just smiled. Bauer and I went over to the crawler. The machine flinched when snow lashed the windshield. The wheels sank halfway in a quagmire. The city popped up out of nothingness, exactly as we reached the first building. Squat domes stuck up above the snow, like mushrooms peeking through autumn leaves. The crawler slowly swam through the snow, grumbling and sighing, pausing when the blizzard struck it across the face. The largest dome was semi-transparent. Beneath it a square lay hidden, circled by low buildings. The streams of snow did not stick to the dome's slippery sides, but flowed down in rivulets. Halfway down they were whirled around again by the gusts of wind, and rushed past a fence, beating on it with its fists. The square was empty. "Why are you quiet?" the captain asked. "Nobody home," Bauer said. I tied a cable around my waist and climbed outside. The wind pushed strongly on my back. I attempted to find shelter behind a slanting wall. I was met by the angry eyes of a furry white animal, a little taller than a sheepdog. It sat back on its haunches and grinned with crocodile teeth. "Hold on," I said to the animal. "What are you up to?" The animal threw its long tail behind its back and disappeared into the blizzard. "Who'd you meet?" Bauer asked. "A wolf," I said. "He ran away." A wall seemed to rise up out of the snow. It had a mosaic picture, yellow and violet smiles without faces, multicolored spirals and ovals. Behind the wall the wind had swept down to the pavement, which was made of gray slabs. "It's warm here in the summer," I said. "Yes, it is," Bauer said. "In the summer the planet returns to their sun." We found an entrance to the square. Double doors at the end of a short tunnel admitted the crawler and closed soundlessly, cutting off the storm's bustle. The snow that blew in behind us did not melt, but lay fanned out on the pavement. I stamped my feet, shaking the snow off my boots, and took off my helmet. On the square it was quiet and cold. The building's windows were closed, the pavement lightly dusted with snow. Bauer drove the crawler up to a large glass door and jumped down to the ground. "Cold," Bauer said. "Put on your helmet, or you'll catch cold." I threw back my head. Streams of snow bustled over the dome, seeking a crack. Bauer walked over to me, and his boots clattered resoundingly against the pavement. It seemed that we were on the stage of an enormous theater, where furniture had been set out, and stage decorations had been painted, but where there were as yet neither actors nor spectators, only us, who had snuck in without a ticket, and we wandered between the plywood backdrops with painted doors and windows, behind which there were no rooms. Bauer tapped his heel on the pavement. "Down below it's hollow," he said. "We have to go in the building," I said. Bauer nodded, but for a moment we remained rooted in place. Of course we should have done something, not just stood around for ages in the middle of an empty square. It would have been easier to take the first step if the city had been in ruins, wrecked by the winds, if the city had been dead. But it was not dead. It was shamming, as though it had thought up a strange game, as though it had been built especially for us, as though it was not a city but a vision, the voice of a siren, a baited trap, and down there below the pavement the Minotaur was lurking, awaiting its victims. Bauer felt the same way. After a long flight together, people began to think the same, and act the same. Bauer said, "The city dweller is going to step out from behind the corner and say, 'Here I am.'" "Shall we go?" I asked. "Easy does it," a voice said. I jumped. It was the captain who had been listening in. There could be animals hiding there. The door squeaked. Inside it was spacious, echoey, and gloomy. A worn carpet stretched between two rows of round tables. The tables were identical, except for just one, where a pitcher with a broken handle lay on its side. As we walked between the rows it got darker and darker, and the gray windows at our backs turned into eyes whose gaze was piercing. Bauer turned on his helmet light and clicked a button on his holster. The cover popped open, and the pistol handle shone dully and evilly. The rays of light slid along the long fence that partitioned off the road. Bauer tilted his head, and the rays of light picked out a dark spot on the fence. Someone had spilled an ink bottle, or a bottle of dye. A human handprint had left its mark on the spot. Bauer traced the contour with an outstretched finger. The ink had long since dried. "Maybe you should come back?" Gusiev asked over the walkie-talkie. "There's a stairway leading down," Bauer said. "We'll go down. It's already too late to make an escape." A door at the end of the stairway was shut. Bauer pushed the door handle. Immediately all around us a light came on, a dull, even, yellowish light. A door of bars slid to the side with a scraping sound. We walked through and found ourselves in a storeroom. Piles of boxes, containers, bundles, packages, and trunks reached from floor to ceiling. The storeroom was expecting its owners. They had not come, and it was ready to share generously its treasures with us. "At least one corpse," Gusiev said, pacing the lounge. He lifted his legs high, stepping over piles of photographs, charts, reports. "At least one living being. How did they manage to destroy themselves without leaving any clues? Can you tell me?" "No." "What was the catastrophe that wiped off the face of the planet every living person? We've already searched several cities, sent bioprobes into the oceans, and scoured the mountains. What was it? The ultimate weapon?" "The ultimate weapon would have destroyed the wolves, and the deer, and the birds," the captain answered. "But the animals are alive. Nearly all are hibernating, but they're alive, waiting for summer." "Or did they go into underground caverns? But why? And we can't have missed caves that could have 500 million people." Bauer sat on the floor, stretching his long legs out in front of him. He looked up at Gusiev and said, "The classical situation. The secret of the Maria Celesta." "What? You don't remember?" "No, I don't." "About 200 years ago, a vessel was discovered at sea, the Maria Celesta. White, wind-filled sails, etc. Everything in perfect shape. No leaks, no sign of fire. But not one person on board. An empty, undamaged ship was sailing along in the high seas all by itself. A frying pan on the stove in the galley, children's toys on the deck. The lifeboats were all intact. The mystery has never been solved." "But why toys?" the captain asked. "Someone's wife was on board, with a child. I won't vouch for all the details. The main thing was that everyone had disappeared." "If it were an epidemic," I said, "we'd have to make very many assumptions, among which that those who died melted into thin air, and that the sickness did not affect wild animals." "By the way," Bauer said, "they had pets in their homes. They're also gone." "And another detail," Gusiev said, studying photographs. "There is no winter clothing." "And no heating system that could handle the winters here." The captain stretched his arms, cracked his knuckles. "So we can, for the time being, try a working hypothesis. Formerly they were not used to such cold weather, and when the cold came it caught them unawares. And then something happened." "Incidentally," Gusiev said, "yesterday I was in a museum, in a large city about 150 kilometers from the spot where we first landed. There, in the history section, there were many scenes of people in winter clothing, winter coats and all kinds of fur things." Bauer and I were standing in the entry hall of a house. On our schedule of investigations was a house, taking measurements and photographs and collecting samples. "Wipe your feet," Bauer said after he entered the first room. "There's a carpet here. You'll get it dirty." The outer wall of the room was rounded, repeating the form of the dome that topped the building. A large picture hung on the wall, a forest, a tumultuous green blossoming forest that had nothing in common with the hooked sticks covering the valley outside of town. A sky-blue carpet covered the floor. Everything looked as though the owner had left it the day before. If the people had had time to remove everything from the square, here, on the contrary, there had not been enough time. Bauer blew the dust from a newspaper, opened it. "It still amazes me," he said, "that our ship's brain hasn't cracked their language yet. Perhaps the newspaper says, 'Cold wave coming, pack up and run.'" "No," I said, walking into the next room. "Everything happened unexpectedly. She didn't even have time to put away the bedding." "Why she?" "A woman lived here." I walked into the kitchen. The refrigerator was empty. I parted the curtains and looked out the window. Still the same storm raging. White wolves had gathered around the crawler and were carefully sniffing the wheels. "You were right," Bauer said. "About what?" "It was a woman." I picked up a towel. The mistress of the house had tossed it carelessly on the table, and it was hanging over the edge. "A rat-catcher," I said. "What?" "The Pied Piper blew in his pipe, and she ran out to the street." "But she locked the door behind her. Come here. Take a look at what she looked like." Bauer rested a thick album in his lap. In it were drawings, timidly amateurish, several photographs, inscriptions in many colors of ink, big-eyed flowers, and six-legged beasts in the corners of the pages. An art student, Bauer said, opening the album to the first page, to a watercolor portrait of a girl with startled eyebrows, a soft, short nose, and puffy, clearly defined lips. Her eyes were dark blue. She was the daughter of a modest but respectable family. You weren't invited into this apartment, I said, and no one gave you permission to look at the album. It's not my fault that the owners didn't want to wait around for me. I took the album with me. No one else was going to need it. You'll never even find out what her name was, Bauer said, as we were returning to the cutter. It doesn't matter, I said. I'll call her Christina. I've always wanted to meet a girl named Christina. We're staying here till spring, the captain said. I've been in touch with Earth. They're sending an expedition out. We've been asked to gather information. I moved into the city for the 2 weeks that remained until the expedition would arrive. The city was perfectly safe, so the captain granted me permission to live in Christina's house. Bauer made fun of me, but sometimes when we felt wiped out after a day investigating underground garages and energy equipment, the factories in the neighboring valley, or trying to get into the blue towers jutting up like candles on the city's outskirts, he would stretch out on the second couch, brew a strong tea, a large package of which was given to us by Jansen, and we would stay up past midnight discussing the city, already so familiar yet still so alien, because we had not solved its mysteries, had not learned its language. I put Christina's portrait on the end table near the couch, and alongside the toy white wolf cub that I found in her car in the garage. I often had the same dream, probably because I wanted to. In my dream I would wake up. It was morning. I could hear light steps in the foyer. Then someone would enter the room, open the curtains, and the sun would break in. I opened my eyes. Christina would be standing next to the couch, and would say, "Get up, you'll sleep the day away." But the mornings were always gray, windy, and lifeless. Gradually the planet got closer to the sun. It became warmer. At times the sun's rays broke through the blue-gray clouds, and the snowdrifts would subside, and the storm calm down for a minute. But then it would re-attack the city as soon as the sun hid behind the clouds. Bauer dragged in a branch with swelling buds, and assured me that it would bloom before our departure. "Tomorrow or the next day," he said, stretching out on the rug, "the brain will master their language." "How do you know?" "It said so." "Our assignment is over the day after tomorrow." "It doesn't matter. Others will come. But it's time for us to get back to work. We're sailors, not archaeologists. I'm still bothered by those blue towers. I'd like to know what they have hidden away in there. They're the only structure on the planet we haven't been able to get into." "As you said, others will come. We're sailors, not archaeologists. But do you think the people could be hiding in them?" "You know that's ridiculous." "I suppose so. Have some tea?" "I'll put some up right now." But he did not have time to. The loudspeaker came on, and the captain said, "A warm wave is coming up from the equator. In about 2 hours we'll be hit by God knows what. A storm like none we've seen. Is the cutter safe?" "I'll check right now," Bauer said, bending over for his boots. "Actually, it would be better to take it up to the ship." "I'm staying," I said. "I'm safe here. I have a camera. I'll shoot the storm." "Fine," the captain said. "Until we talk again." "And so spring is coming," Bauer said. "Where did I put my helmet?" The storm set in an hour later. Bauer had just enough time to get off the planet. It was still going strong the next morning. The wind speed reached 80 meters. The temperature went up quickly, and rushing brooks raced over the snow, gnawing into it. Drops of water mixed with flakes of snow. By evening of the second day the city was flooded. The water came up to the windows, and the streams rushed downward to the lakes and seas. That night I sat up late over reports. I slept deeply, but kept waking up. During the night Bauer called. He shouted enthusiastically that the brain had finally decoded their language, that now he knew everything, that there was no secret, but I was dying to sleep, and asked him, relatively politely, to tell me in the morning, and stopped listening. I turned off the walkie-talkie, thereby breaking the important rule for unexplored planets. But I really wanted to sleep. It was morning. I was lying there, listening as usual to the building's rustlings. I heard voices at the door. Then someone laughed. Christina laughed, too. I did not open my eyes because I did not know if it was a dream or if Christina had really come home. I was waiting until I could hear light steps in the foyer. The door slammed. Christina lingered in the hallway. Of course, my spacesuit was hanging there. I wanted to tell her not to be afraid, but remembered that she would not understand. So I lay there, my eyes closed. Christina entered the room and stopped at the door. She would see the white wolf cub and her portrait on the table. Christina did not move. The room was filled with a noise. She opened the shutters. It became lighter. Then I knew that it was no dream. Christina was standing near the door. I opened my eyes and tried to smile at her. The windows were open, and through them I could see a blue sky. The branch on the table had blossomed, and the flowers were the same color as Christina's eyes. "Good morning," I said. "Pardon me for messing up your place." "Good morning," Christina said. "I don't mind." Only then did I notice the linguist box around her neck. Bauer appeared unexpectedly behind her. "We haven't slept all night," he said, "but you turned off the walkie-talkie, and now you're in for it from the captain." "Whatever you say," I answered, my eyes fixed on Christina. On the day we left, I asked Christina, "What did you do today?" "I'm working," Christina said. "But you know that. The first week we get the city in order. Everybody works." The linguist translated the literal meaning of the words, but could not convey the intonations and emotional overtones. "If you were staying," Christina said, "I would like to speak Russian." Once again the linguist translated only the bare meaning of her words. "I can't stay," I said, "but I'll come as soon as I can." "I don't believe you," Christina said. "Can I take your portrait and the white wolf cub as a remembrance?" "Why?" "I'll take them then." "Whatever you want." We were standing near a summer cafe. Several people were helping put up a striped tent. There was the smell of fresh paint. Bauer passed a bus with Daring Do and braked right alongside us. "I knew where to find you," he said. "Good morning, Della." "Christina," she corrected. "We're going to the Blue Towers," Bauer said. "Do you want to come along?" "Why should I?" Christina said with surprise. "I was just there. I don't like them. I feel nauseous." "The last people are arriving today, the ones who stayed behind in the fall to close down an energy station." "You were telling me about the Maria Celesta," Christina said. "Could it be that it was the same as with us?" "Not likely. Such things don't happen accidentally." "At first it happened to us accidentally. Only later did we understand the theory, and create the first time machines." "Every discovery is the result of necessity. On Earth it is still not a necessity." "For us it is." "And how?" Bauer said. "Winter took away half your lives. The planet is dead for 6 months. You can endure the cold, you can invent snow boots, but that's only a defense, not an attack." "And we attack winter," Christina said. "But, excuse me, it's time for me to go." "We'll drop you off," Bauer said. "It's not that far, thanks. We'll see each other before you leave." Christina wrapped herself in her cloak and ran off. We made it to the Blue Towers. A technician led us to the time chambers, just as the electric station workers were coming out. It was strange to see the doors opening upon nothingness, upon time itself, upon the last autumn. And it was strange to realize the population of the entire city had passed through these towers in the last 3 days. Now the last people were coming out, and the towers would rest until autumn. In the autumn, when the rain set in, when the first snow spatters down from the blue-gray clouds, and the winds begin to tear the brown leaves off the trees, the test equipment start burning, the generator humming, creating a temporal field. And having straightened up their homes, locked their doors, parked their cars in the garages, turned out the lights, and taken their pets, the city's inhabitants gather at the Blue Towers, glance for a last time at the gloomy blue-gray sky, and enter the time chambers. For a moment the mind is clouded. A slight faintness passes. Then ceiling lamps flash. It's all right to go out. In the people's lives a minute passes. The planet's life, 6 months. People age a minute. The planet, half a year. And there is no winter, no months lost in a struggle with a cruel nature, no need for warm clothes or fuel. In the spring it takes several days to clean up, to paint the buildings picked bare by the blizzards, and life went on, until the autumn. And once again the entire planet enters the time machine in order to wipe out winter, and once again cold reigns supreme for 6 months. The last to come out, an elderly man in a white jumpsuit, with a dark blue zipper on his sleeve, gave the technician a square card. The technician checked it against another identical card. "Okay," he said, "go ahead." The people went out of the tower and stopped, tidied their hair, squinted, stretched as though awakening from a short midday nap. One of them squatted down, picked a slender blade of grass that had pierced the still frigid ground. "I can never get used to it," he said, looking up. "Never." Someone broke out in a short laugh. The technicians were busy at the entrance. Short commands were broadcast over the loudspeakers over the tower door. In 5 minutes it was finished. A heavy steel door was lowered and cut off today from last autumn. Christina did not come to see us off. "That's all right. I'll be back next spring. I'll return to her empty house without asking, stretch out on the couch in the front room, and wait for the morning, when light steps appear in the foyer, and Christina enters and opens the shutters to let in the rays of the sun." Crossing of the Paths by Dmitri Bilenkin. The Mangers sensed the hurricane's approach early enough, as always, although it seemed nothing around indicated its nearness. Even if the Mangers could put their feelings in words, they would undoubtedly say that it was unconscionable for nature to drive them away from a full table before they had eaten their fill. But thought and words were lacking. But they hurriedly pulled their leg roots out of the ground, and the black and violet canopies were raised and filled with wind like taut sails. Merciless evolution had firmly established the harsh law of nomads. Whoever dawdles risks perishing in a hurricane, no matter how tightly he grips the soil. In less than a quarter of an hour, a compact mass moved across the plain, faster and faster, driven by the wind and the efforts of hundreds of thousands of tentacle-like legs. An infallible instinct led the Mangers to a place where the storm would not rage, a place where they could graze in peace. At the very same time, hundreds of kilometers from the Mangers, viewing everything from the heights of space, the same problem was being solved by the computer-reinforced power of human intellect. Electronic and laser signals, interacting with a speed incomprehensible not only to the Mangers but even to human beings themselves, played over the polar regions, computed the curve for the motion of the numerous storms, the chaos of vortices, the thrusts of furious airstreams, the whole brain-teaser of atmospheric phenomena that Earth mathematics barely managed to solve, and all with the single goal of finding a plot of ground where a lander could set down without worrying about the immediate attack of the non-terrestrial elements. Insofar as truth is objective, there is nothing surprising in the fact that totally dissimilar methods produced one and the same result. The Earth-land craft rushed to the same spot as the Mangers. Their motion stopped as soon as the Mangers reached the hollow where they could graze safely. The sails lay flat. Their surfaces were lying horizontally, collecting the dim light of the distant sun, and the tentacles dug themselves into the ground to give the body, spread out over hectares, nutritive salts. Now nothing indicated that the Mangers were nomads. It seemed that they had grown on the hill's gentle slope forever, and that they always would. Along with them, all the living things that invariably accompanied the Mangers and could not live without them, as the Mangers could not live without them, settled down and set about their activities. A roar from the sky, a growing noise, a strong wind wave caught the Mangers unaware and forced them to clasp the ground more tightly. A lens-shaped body slipped down from behind the clouds, supported by a pillar of fire, and slowly sank to the ground. Certain organs of the Mangers registered practically the whole scene of the humans' arrival on their planet, except for the very last moment, the landing craft set down on the hilltop. The wind died down and they grew calm. Whatever had happened was no sudden tornado that could cause them harm, but even if it had been, it had moved away from them. Their limited range of answers to stimuli from the environment had worked effectively, and the Mangers continued to graze peacefully, blissfully reposing in the cold rays of the sun, enjoying the food and security. Everything related to the arrival of human beings lay far beyond the border of their hazy consciousness, and although their life path had crossed the life path of human beings, everything remained for them as it had always been. and the humans still did not suspect that their paths had crossed, although they knew of the Mangers' existence and were curious about them. As strange as it may seem, both were in about the same situation. Human beings did not exist for Mangers, but then the Mangers existed for the human beings only as a riddle, for what can be determined from orbit? Only that certain spots, apparently vegetation, either changed color, the traditional and therefore most probable explanation, or buried themselves in bad weather, or moved about in some inexplicable way. More than that no one could say, for the reconnaissance robots were blown away like autumn leaves by the alien and violent atmosphere. And then, what significance did the Mangers have? They were tiny pebbles, grains of sand on humanity's road to the stars. Sand that should be glanced at in passing, no more. When the landing was completed, the bottom of the lander slid open, and anchor claws were lowered and immediately screwed into the soil as protection against an unexpected hurricane. What the local hurricanes were like was something the humans knew as well as the Mangers, even without having experienced one. But they could not rely on their calculations with the same assurance as the Mangers on their instinct. An hour after the dust had settled, a hatch opened, and a crawler went down a ramp. Humans had set foot on still another planet. The crawler clambered over the crest of a hill, and human beings got their first good look at the Mangers. Actually, they did not see Mangers, but a much more familiar and ordinary sight, a thicket of bushes. Not quite ordinary, but still a thicket, that is, a low curtain of thick and bare branches, many of which ended in a fan of elongated and dark leaves. Their surface was positioned exactly perpendicular to the rays of the sun. There could be no doubt about what it was, so the driver headed the crawler through the thicket. The crawler treads crushed the taut mattress of branches without noticing any resistance. The first leaves were ground into pulp. The crawler moved ahead, leaving a mash behind it. The next scheduled point on our route is the middle of the thicket, the biologist said, without looking away from the Visi survey. We should take samples and study the bushes more carefully. However, the crawler stopped sooner than planned, and not because the humans wanted to. The edge of the Mangers' flesh felt a pain that spread as the crawler sliced open its living body. But the Mangers did not hurry. Their life was an uninterrupted struggle for existence, and they knew what had to be done and how to do it. They had taken notice of the monster as soon as it had approached. It took only a moment to identify it. The Mangers did not discover anything new, just an ordinary attack by their ancient enemy, the Gorods. Countless generations of Gorods had fed on Mangers, entering into deadly battle with them, and countless generations of Mangers had either been victorious or perished in the fray. The less fit perished, the strong and clever survived, and even destroyed the less successful Gorods. And so the weakest of both were weeded out, and the endless battle of mortal enemies ensured the progress of both, since the development of the Gorods entailed the development of the Mangers. The low, massive crawler, of course, only partly resembled a Gorod, but in one main area it was identical. It was attacking. Consequently, the tread's movement elicited the entire arsenal of weapons against all such all-trampling giants, just as the Mangers' appearance elicited in human consciousness the idea that it was perceiving a bush. And if the Mangers had been capable of reasoning, they would have delighted in noting that their enemy turned out to be so impudent, clumsy, and stupid, and that, consequently, victory over the Gorods would be theirs. But they were incapable of reasoning. They simply acted. The crawler rocked back and forth so smoothly and gently that practically any other irregularity would have produced a noticeable jolt. None of the humans noticed anything. The calculation that the Mangers performed unconsciously would have done honor to an Earth computer. At the requisite moment, at the requisite point, as if on command, a group of leg roots stretched out. As soon as the crawler drove over that section, the leg roots, unnoticeable beneath the foliage, with a single touch fastened themselves to the bottom of the crawler. An imperceptible touch would not alarm a Gorod, but the Mangers received priceless information about their opponent's weight. The crawler once again rocked, this time abruptly. Simultaneously, its speed fell so suddenly that the humans were jolted out of their drowsiness. The driver braked routinely. The crawler immediately leveled. Since there were no obstacles in front and, as a quick glance and the depth locator revealed, no crevices, the driver, surprised and confused, stepped on the accelerator. But the crawler was not inclined to leap forward. They could see the treads turning, hear the motor roaring, but that was it. Just as routinely as he had done a moment before, the driver floored it. The crawler quivered. The treads flashed by. The motor, whose power nothing could resist, roared as if in fury. but the crawler did not budge a millimeter. It simply could not, since the Mangers, seizing the bottom, had raised it slightly off the ground. The enemy's reaction, if the Mangers had the capability of being surprised, would have astounded them by its leisureliness. Everything had worked out exceptionally successfully. The sluggish enemy was torn loose from the ground, deprived of its ability to move, and its destruction was now just a matter of time. The Mangers felt contentment. That feeling was known to them. "Hello, Lander. We're under attack, funny to say, by some bushes." "What?" "Our treads are turning in the air. Apparently the bushes have removed contact. Their thin branches, or perhaps tentacles, would be more precise, have encircled the canopy so that we cannot open the door and use our weapons." "Any danger?" "No immediate danger. The bushes are not trying anything else. But our position is ridiculous. We're being held prisoners, and we don't even know by what. Right now we can't think of any way out." "Got you. In 10 minutes we'll attack your vegetation." The biologist objects. "We don't have a second crawler, and it's risky to attack without one, since we don't know much about the nature of our opponent." "Any positive suggestions?" "Take samples of the bushes and determine what they are." "We're already planning to. But can you be sure that nothing will happen in the meantime?" "No, of course not. Although, I repeat, the bushes have stopped their attack. Apparently they don't know what to do about us." "Then we'll continue with our plan. Wait." The humans were in error when they supposed that Mangers did not know what to do with a captive monster. They were also in error when they supposed that the Mangers would not try anything. They acted as they were used to acting, and at the same time as the conversation was taking place, they attempted to explode the crawler, just as they would explode a Gorod that fell into their embrace. Of course, they got nowhere, and somehow nothing was quite as it should have been. The enemy did not thrash about, and the branch arms that should have squeezed the Gorod's dangerous shearers encountered only emptiness. This last fact created bewilderment, not only in the Mangers but in the humans, who uncomprehendingly watched clumps of tentacles waving on the left and right from the cabin, clutching at thin air. What did it mean? All the other acts of the Mangers, as soon as the astonishment of the first moments passed, were understood by the humans, although not completely. This action did not have an obvious explanation, and forced the humans to assume the worst. It was some sort of far-sighted but treacherous plot. Leaving one person behind as guard, 3 humans quickly reached the top of the hill. They were armed with plasma rifles, weapons of invincible power. But as immediately became clear, even with their help, it was impossible to count on a quick success. It was one thing to pierce a monster's armored plating with a blast of plasma, quite another to face a cluster of bushes, through which a path to the conquered machine had to be burned. But finally, what could the bushes oppose to the weapon that had effectively cleared humans' way on all worlds without exception? Seeing that they would not be able to tear up their victim, the Mangers, as was their habit, changed tactic. The branch arms squeezed the crawler so hard that no Gorod would have survived. The crawler's spectrolite canopy, however, did not even creak, and the humans within did not even notice the Mangers' new and powerful efforts. The bushes had to be burned away gradually, meter by meter, and the attackers set to work methodically. They had no doubts about their success. Of course, the Mangers were not aware that the little figures stinging their body from afar and the captured giant were linked in a single chain. Before them was a new enemy, and that was all. They had never encountered an enemy who struck from afar, but fear of the unknown, in fact fear of any sort, was unknown to them. While the casualties were still few, they could and should fight on. Otherwise, as their million-year experience said, survival was impossible. The humans noted with satisfaction that their first shots forced the bushes to recoil. They retreated along the entire front, but dragged the crawler along. The enemy was fleeing. They had to be pursued. That was an ancient rule of the hunt, and there was nothing else the humans could do, since distance weakened the force of their fire. Pursuit began. The Mangers were unfamiliar with an abstraction such as trap, but it was a trap they set, since this tactic was in their arsenal. They did not withdraw entirely. A number of leg roots, dug into the ground, remained behind, and waited until their upper shoots felt contact with the attacking enemy. Even a battle against bushes creates excitement, and the humans, wielding their lightning, paid no attention to the soil charred by their shots. The trap was tripped in a flash. The humans did not have time to figure out what had happened. Their legs were seized by tentacles that sprung out of the ground. Another instant, and their bodies were suspended in air, and still other tentacles grasped their arms. It was so horrifying that the humans missed the precious and momentous opportunity to use their weapons to free themselves. Of course, the Mangers, as usual, immediately squeezed their new captives, but the force of individual leg roots, which had performed their task so brilliantly, was not sufficient to overcome the strong spacesuits. But it was only a temporary delay. As soon as the shooting ceased, the entire mass of the Mangers set into motion toward the three helpless captives dangling in the air. The humans understood the threat immediately. Their arms and weapons were seized in the weirdest way, so that two of them could move only their hands at the wrist. Doing anything in such a position was extremely awkward, but a target like the bushes could be hit even without aiming, and once again lightning struck the Mangers. It was an act of desperation, and the humans expected that the tentacles would seize them immediately, squeeze them, and tear away their weapons. But to their surprise and relief, that did not happen. The tentacles did not budge. The front line of the Mangers that was under fire froze. The humans immediately ceased firing. In their new desperate position, each change was invaluable. The Mangers advanced again. Shots stopped them again. The sequence was repeated several times. Finally, the nightmare released the humans, and the Mangers did not attempt to move forward. The Mangers, although primitive in development, could learn, but here their capabilities were extremely limited. The shots had quickly set off a conditioned reflex, but beyond that things were muddled. The Mangers found themselves at a dead end, for the battle was not being fought according to the rules. And then, when their instinctive program was exhausted, a trial-and-error mechanism went on. "Do something!" The yell resounded in vain in the earphones. The humans in the crawler preferred not to look at each other. Their predicament was terrible, because they, protected by their armor, yet powerless, would have to watch their friends' death throes, the same friends who had tried to save them and been taken prisoner themselves. And the death throes would begin sooner or later. Even if everything remained as was, and the bushes did not try anything new, the oxygen in the spacesuits would give out before the starship rushing from the neighboring planet would arrive to help. There was, it is true, one free human. The guard had left his post, and now his lonely figure was silhouetted on the top of the hill. But he could not shoot. He could not hit a tentacle without hitting a human. Go closer with an axe? Too risky. Suddenly the crawler shook. It tilted abruptly, and the humans barely managed to grab onto the handrails. No, the Mangers had not forgotten their first enemy. They turned the crawler bottom up. Why? The humans did not know, nor did the Mangers. The Mangers could do nothing with the crawler, even upside down, but with the others they could proceed in three ways: kill them by striking them hard against the ground, wrap them tighter to crack the spacesuits, or turn them upside down, as they had done with the crawler. The second alternative was preserved in the Mangers' hereditary memory, but fortunately for the humans that very program had already flopped, and so the instinct was halted. More precisely, one instinctive program, do as always, was weakened by another, try something new. And since the humans with the lightning and the crawlers seemed two different enemies, the trial-and-error attempts were different. The tentacles just released the sap they used to dissolve soil minerals. At the same time, they gently shook the humans in the same way that they would loosen the sap-dampened soil. One could not say that it was pleasant, but at least it was not dangerous. As for the white liquid that flowed down their spacesuits, one could suspect the worst. The enemy that had defeated the humans so quickly and so skillfully now seemed to them to be the incarnation of an insidious and calculating intelligence. Fortunately, not to all of them. The humans in the crawler, despite all their tribulations, still had the chance to think. They watched all that happened, and the habit of comparing and analyzing gradually came to the surface. The process was, on the whole, unconscious, and it was the result of the enormous experience of human culture that suggested that all victories were won by a creative approach. The usual thought stereotypes had led them into trouble, but they managed to avoid a second such error. Goal-oriented, precise, and therefore externally intelligent action by the bushes only for a moment shook the biologist's initial confidence that he was dealing with primitive, although unusual, beings. This confidence was not blind, for it was based on a knowledge of the general laws of evolution of life, knowledge that the function determines the form. That the bushes did not paralyze weapons, did not find an effective way to kill the powerless captives, finally overcame any doubt. Their enemy was not smart, not stupid, as a sundew was neither smart nor stupid. It was superbly adapted to strictly determined conditions and situations, and nothing more. When that was realized, only a little more was needed to see a way out of an apparently impossible situation. The prompting was adequate. Wherever a battle was not raging, the manger's leaves continued to absorb light peacefully. Whenever the shots ceased, large woodlouse-like creatures appeared, and fearlessly darted between the branches, and, even more, ate the leaves. Of course, this idyll slipped past minds overwhelmed by reason, but it was imprinted in consciousness. In order to develop, the thoughts arising from this had to overcome several prejudices. Namely, human omnipotence was not in strength, not in the power of mastered energy, not in the complexity of the machines they built, not even in knowledge. It was flexibility, breadth, and the prescience of thought. And more, a tactic used successfully even 1,000 times would not necessarily work the 1,001st time. And even more, human beings are convinced that they are always rational. In fact, they are rational only when they are capable of seizing on the new and rebuilding their former picture of the world, to act in accordance with reality, whatever it might be. Unknown to himself, necessity is the best teacher, the biologist had covered this path, and then he realized what had to be done. He realized it just as their earphones resounded with a desperate cry. "Their liquid is eating into my spacesuit." So the critical moment arrived, and the biologist realized that his discovery was useless. There was no time to explain. Events had outrun reason. But still, what makes you think so? The outer layer is peeling and falling off. The sap was released a half-hour ago, the biologist thought, and there are 3 layers. "Stop!" he shouted. "We have time and a sure way." Too late. The only free crew member had run up to the captives. An axe blade was flashing. Before the axe could cut off a second tentacle, several others, sliding off the captives, seized the attacker. Although he was expecting it, the tentacles were too fast, and in a second he was in the same situation as the others. Horror did not prevent the biologist from noting that his plan had been confirmed at its weakest point. Now he firmly believed in success. Unless, of course, a new and random action by the bushes made it impossible to carry out. That was something, however, they needn't have feared. The mangers knew that the root sap acted slowly, and did not rush to try something else. As for the first enemy, the crawler, its entire behavior indicated that it was dead. So it only remained to wait until the decomposition softened the tissue of the strangely hard gorod. Nothing was like it usually was, yet everything went as it should. The bottom hatch opened inward. The biologist climbed out, and the hatch slammed shut. No matter how convincing his theory, there was no sense risking everyone. By turning the crawler over, the mangers had facilitated the execution of the plan, for now the human had the room to maneuver that would have been lacking if the bottom hatch had remained below. On all fours, avoiding the tentacles insofar as possible, the human slid off the armor, and still on all fours, twisting his whole body, he moved through the tangle of terrifying branches. It was unendurable even to watch. For the biologist, the most frightening thing was the touch of the pale, oily tentacles, and the awareness that it would be a simple matter for them to seize him and crush him to death. Despite everything, his imagination endowed man with reason, which was able to overcome the stereotypes of instinct. It was, after all, so evident that an enemy was creeping about. For the mangers, however, it was clear that it was something harmless or even useful that was crawling through its branch arms. No other kind of creature could so suddenly appear and move within the heart of the manger's organism. It would have been detained, identified, and destroyed at the body's boundary. The mangers could not tell what creatures were swarming around inside it. They paid no attention to the creatures who ate sick leaves, collected harmful insects, or fed on dying tissue. After all, even humans are incapable, without the help of science, of noticing the sometimes harmful beings that nest in his organism. Therefore the biologist was secure, as if he were strolling through a park. That soon became clear to everyone. Only 2 mistakes could endanger the biologist, but he had taken them into consideration. He did not move in a straight line toward the victims, since he would have had to crawl through the burned sections, and that might elicit a painful sensation that would lead to a defensive reaction. Although it lengthened by far his route, he clambered out where nothing had disturbed the mangers. And getting outside, he did not stand up and did not run, quite aware that the enemy had most likely learned to equate the shape of a walking human with danger. The crawler crew repeated his actions. It couldn't be said that they did so without a quiver, but success was achieved, and just in time. The spacesuits of the captives, as was to be expected, still resisted the destructive effects of the sap, at least for the time being. The clash of individuals with the tentacles, which had ended so sadly, still confirmed the biologist's hunch. The clump of tentacles had exhausted its reserves, so much so that the newest captive had not been lifted off the ground. Perhaps the Mangers could handle 1 or 2, but now 4 entered the fray. There was no danger from other Mangers. The plasma reflex would not fade away so quickly. Everything that happened then was reminiscent of an animated sculpture of Laocoon's battle with the snakes. The only thing left to do was to free the crawler, but thoughts of slaughtering the now defenseless, now that its weak points were clear, although still puzzling bushes, sickened the humans, and they came to the conclusion that the Mangers would leave the crawler at the first inkling of the storm. In this they were mistaken. Instinct commanded the Mangers to hold onto their prey, and when the storm approached, they carried away the crawler. It was a fatal error on their part. Unlike a gorod, a crawler could not be torn to bits. Its bulk slowed the Mangers down, and the storm caught them. And what the local storms were like, why the Mangers became nomadic half-plants, half-animals, the humans learned from the crawler fragments spread over many kilometers. Martian Tales by Valery Tsyganov. I am not at all inclined to consider human beings the crown of creation, Petrovsky said. That's curious, Parker replied. He looked up suddenly and stared at Petrovsky with unblinking eyes. He had a strangely unpleasant manner. Understand me correctly, Petrovsky said. I mean only that it would be silly to consider ourselves the center of the universe. We have to assume that we are not the only intelligent beings even in our galaxy, not to mention more distant places. The last Martian. He was very old, so old that he could not even remember his name. His body retained its vitality, his eyes and ears their acuity, but his memory sometimes played tricks on him. It seemed that an eternity had passed since he had been left alone. It was very strange to feel himself the sole intelligent being on an entire planet. He suffered from loneliness, and at the same time felt an incomprehensible pride that even frightened him, because of the fact that the whole planet belonged to him alone. With time he had grown accustomed to loneliness and ceased noticing it, but the pride remained, grew to incredible size, and squeezed out all other feelings. He wanted nothing, expected nothing, believed in nothing, and just endlessly walked over his domain, and his eyes shone with a mad light. Then humans arrived on Mars. He did not try to meet them, chuckling to himself, because he was sure that they could not survive, that with time they themselves would realize it and fly back home. But the humans remained. They constructed their first city in the desert, and soon a mob of immigrants invaded Mars. Until now he had been calm. The humans had not dared to leave the immediate area surrounding their city. And then suddenly, seemingly all at once, the sense of danger that had held them back disappeared, and one expedition after another began traveling many kilometers into the depths of the planet. New settlements were born, and the first children appeared. But that was not what terrified him. The most terrible thing was that humans did not notice, did not understand the remains of a great civilization. Beautiful cities, miracles of Martian architecture, were to them nothing more than decrepit cliffs with a complex system of damp and gloomy caves. Marvelous roads were only shifting sands, the remains of imposing canals, ancient tectonic crevices, faults. Humans were amazed by the large number of dry leaves. After all, there were no trees on Mars, and they made bonfires out of them, enjoying the rare opportunity to warm themselves in front of a roaring fire. They scraped what they thought was mold off walls, and wrote their names on them in big white letters. Earth children played with huge sections of silvery spiderweb that their parents brought home from the caves, and as soon as they heard a few phrases of music, the kids would tear them to pieces, and the wind would carry the pieces into the desert, burying them forever in the endless sands. For the first time in many millennia he felt a desire to die, but he could not remember how it was done. He no longer wandered from city to city. He stayed in the ancient Martian capital, and watched helplessly as humans built roads for their clumsy and noisy machines. He settled on the outskirts, in the building that contained the planet's largest theater. But the day came when humans brought their roads right up to his home. He discovered it one morning when he awoke, and despair led him to an insane act. He ran up to the humans and shouted with all his might, "Stop! Stop!" The humans looked straight at him, but did not hear his desperate cries. A human in a blue-black jumpsuit pushed a button on the dashboard, and an explosion thundered. And when the fragments of the cliff had fallen to the ground, and smoke had cleared, he turned to his partner and said, "Everything's okay, Maltsev. You can continue." "Let's not play at riddles," Parker said. "Of course we are not alone. But for the time being, human beings know only one form of intelligent life, their own. So why deprive them of the pleasure, at least temporarily, until meeting their equals, of considering themselves perfection itself? I don't think it will do any harm." "I'm not so sure about that," Petrovsky said. "First, won't humanity have to blush because of its arrogant self-assurance later on? And second, it's time we got used to the idea that the world cannot be measured by human standards. Otherwise, we simply risk not understanding our brothers in reason." The Scarlet Flower. "Just look at this flower," Hogan said. Dammer turned around. The flower was indeed remarkable. He would never have believed that such a flower could exist. Small, a brilliant scarlet bell. What could be simpler? And at the same time, what fragility, purity of line, and saturation of color. It seemed woven of air, backlit by the first rays of dawn. Hogan was already clambering up the rocky slope. "What are you doing?" Dammer said. "Don't touch it." "I'm taking it back for my fiancée. A flower from Mars is a real present." "It will wilt. It would be better to pick it before launch." "Maybe you're right." Hogan stopped. "But won't it finish flowering before then? What do you think?" Dammer shrugged his shoulders. "We could try conserving it on the ship," Hogan said. "It's not the only one, I would think." "Okay," Hogan said. "We'll take a chance." He bent over and carefully touched the flower with the heavy glove covering his hand. The flower trembled, shriveled up, and disappeared. A bluish smoke floated up from between his fingers. Hogan jumped back. "Did you see that?" he yelled. Dammer nodded. He had seen even more. Another flower, exactly the same, had suddenly appeared on the bare cliff behind Hogan. "There's another one," he said, even though he was sure it was the same flower. Hogan ran over to it and poked the bell with his finger. Once again a flash, then smoke, and the flower disappeared, to reappear a few meters away. "What kind of craziness is this?" Hogan mumbled. "Leave it alone," Dammer said. "It doesn't want you to pick it." "Nonsense!" Hogan brushed away the objection. "A flower cannot want. There's something else at work here." He touched the bell with the top of his boot, and after it had moved several meters, went toward it. It seemed to Dammer that the flower's movements had a special meaning. It was moving in a definite direction, as though it wanted to lead the men somewhere. "Hogan, don't," he said again. "No, I'm going to find out what's going on here." The flower was climbing higher and higher, and Hogan stubbornly clambered after it, hopping from rock to rock. Suddenly a huge fragment of the cliff swayed under Hogan's feet. He threw out his arms to regain his balance. "Jump!" Dammer shouted desperately, but he was too late. The enormous rock turned over, like the lid on a monstrous jar, and Hogan disappeared under it. "Hogan?" Dammer yelled. "Hogan, can you hear me?" Silence. Dammer winced. He felt someone looking at his back and whirled around. No one. Only the scarlet flower, in exactly the same place where they had first spotted it. Dammer ground his teeth, but could not stop shivering. Then he turned around and ran. "If you permit me," Parker said indignantly, "personally I do not have the slightest doubt that two intelligent species will understand each other. And further, about human standards, you can't be serious. Human beings simply cannot judge their environment by any other standard but a human one. Who should know that better than you?" The fire. Maltsev got out of the crawler and slammed the door. For the first time in 2 months he had managed to find time for a day off. Now, at a time when the settlement of Mars was rapid, roads were needed as never before, many broad, reliable roads. Only yesterday his group had finished the highway between the central spaceport and Port Dixon, and tomorrow he would be back at work. But today he had the whole day to himself, and he intended to use it as well as possible. Living on Mars almost a year, he had not really seen it. They said that there were marvelous places. Some day he would see all the sights, but for today he was satisfied with the small cliff. It was a good 100 kilometers to the nearest settlement, and there was a good chance that no one had ever visited it. Maltsev opened the trunk, dumped his tent, bag of food, and water tank onto the sand, and carried it all to the foot of the nearest cliff. In the shade it was still cold, and a transparent layer of frost covered the sand. His boots left noticeable footprints. Maltsev looked around. At the edge of the shade the ground was dark with moisture, and a pale mist was rising from it. Beyond the foot of the cliff he found a cave, very narrow and damp, like all the caves on Mars. Maltsev turned on his flashlight and went in. He immediately felt a chill and had to turn on his suit warmer. The cave walls were covered by a thick layer of frost. Prickly scales, dislodged by his steps, showered down on his face. Under his feet there was a crunch of fine gravel. The cave turned to the right. Here there was no frost. Instead, spots of multicolored lichens shone moistly on the walls. Why are there so many caves here? Maltsev thought, and how much alike they are, as though made according to a single model. Lichens on the walls, gravel on the floor, sometimes bits of the strange spiderweb. There was a crunching underfoot. Leaves, a huge pile of leaves. That's just fine, Maltsev thought. I hit it right. According to old-timers' tales, such finds don't happen that often. Although they weren't really leaves, because on Mars there were no trees. All that was known was that they were the only fuel of natural origin on the planet. So he would have a fire. He had not counted on such luck. He bent down and picked up a handful of dry, brittle petals, rubbed them between his fingers, and blew the fine dust off his palm. At the very dawn of civilization, the Martian Iliad was created. Many generations of literary critics and historians racked their brains trying to establish who the author was, but could not come to a unanimous opinion. Dozens of cities disputed the right to call themselves the birthplace of the great poet. Thousands of Martian writers studied his example for narrative depth, brilliance of imagery, and ageless energy, and only a few managed to attain the height of that ideal. It was already dusk when he put the things back in the trunk, made sure he had not forgotten anything, and only then shook the stored-up leaves out of the bag. They flared up as soon as he touched the lighter to them. Tongues of flame jumped from leaf to leaf, curling them into tight black pipes. Within 1 minute the flames embraced the entire pile, crackling, reaching up to the dark sky, and throwing off thousands of sparks. Maltsev frowned, feeling the soft warmth pierce his clothing and slide in weak waves over his body. Man is a strange creature, he thought. I wonder whether there is another being in the universe that loves fire so much. The fire blazed up, then went out, leaving a handful of ashes with twinkling sparks in its midst. That's it, Maltsev thought. My vacation is over. From his car he did not see a gust of wind from the desert seize the ashes and carry them away, scattering them as it went. That may be correct, Petrovsky agreed, but it is not all that difficult to imagine a world where the development of intelligence would, as a result of the environmental differences, take an entirely different path than on Earth. Of course, we cannot imagine all the details, but we can and must formulate general principles about the dependence of the development of intelligence on the environment. If we don't, we might not notice alien intelligence, because from our point of view, it would not even be life, to say nothing of intelligent life. The toy. Give me your hand, Scott said, but Dryden only shook his head and continued to stagger back from the pit. Finally, Dryden stopped. No, Richard, he said, you're done for, and I won't help you. No one will help you, and you know it. Scott swore loudly. His hands were already blue, and his fingernails shone with an azure. Go away, he said in a hoarse whisper. Go away right now. Leave me alone. Dryden nodded, unable to take his eyes off Scott's hands. Clear out, Scott exploded. At least you can do that much. Dryden picked up the scattered equipment, lingering. You don't want to send a message? He asked guiltily. Nothing. Go away. Goodbye, Dryden said, and strode off hurriedly between the dunes. Scott did not answer, but there was only hatred in his eyes. He waited until Dryden was gone from view, pulled his blaster out of its holster, and put it in front of himself on the edge of the pit. Dryden was right. When a person falls into the clutches of the azure death, there is nothing to hope for. All that a person can do is gather his courage and die with dignity, as far as that is possible under the circumstances. He knew all that perfectly well, yet could not control himself, and he cursed out Dryden without any good reason. But then who would be able to maintain self-control? Dryden had even felt guilty, even though no one was guilty. He had just been lucky, and not ended up in the trap. Scott had. It could have happened the other way around. Then Scott would have walked away, without extending a hand to his doomed comrade. He tried to move his feet, but could not feel them. Perhaps they really were not there, had already turned into a blue jelly. Not likely. The edge of the pit remained at eye level, as it had been. He felt absolutely no pain. His body was numb and almost did not respond. Is it worth waiting, he thought? Wouldn't it be better to finish things off right away? Many in his situation had done just that. But a kind of insane hope prevented him. He grinned, put his hand on the blaster's handle, but then jerked it back, afraid he would not be able to resist the temptation. He began thinking about Earth, kind, gentle Earth, where you could walk anywhere without danger of being swallowed up in a stinky azure jelly, where there was tender, warm sun and thick air that it seemed you could drink. To be honest, he knew what he was getting himself into when he flew out here, and it was precisely the danger that attracted him. On Mars, people died much more frequently than in other corners of the solar system. They died from many causes, and azure death was only the most terrible of them. Let that be his consolation. It is not so demeaning when you die in the planet's most terrible manner. Lazarev was the first to die 25 years before. He was the director of the Russian base. With him died 3 others, who tried to help their comrade. Then it was still not known that merely touching a victim was sufficient to send you off to your ancestors. Since then, a dozen more had died, without a cure having been found. No one even knew how to locate azure death nests, so skillfully concealed beneath a thin layer of sand. The only way to find a nest was to fall into it. The edge of the pit trembled and quickly rose. It had begun, Scott thought. He still did not feel any pain. He did not reach for his blaster. He was terrified, but managed to think that dying from the azure death was in a way even honorable. The blue, glowing jelly closed over his head. Its surface swelled slowly and changed color. The trembling hillock grew, separating into petals, iridescent. The strange shape resembled an enormous flower, with a disproportionately thick base. It was beautiful in a malevolent, repulsive way. The flower was ephemeral, and within a minute it had crumpled, turned blue, and disappeared. The jelly filled the pit to the top and hardened. The wind did the rest. It swept sand over the pit, completely hiding the last traces of Mars's most terrible trap. Martians, just like human beings, loved their children very much. And Martian children, just like the little terrors on Earth, loved games most of all. Of course, they were designed for older children. The youngest played blissfully in the sand, just like their counterparts on Earth. They had sand piles, although not just like on Earth. All a plump little lad had to do was throw a handful of sand onto the sand pile, and it would throw out of its depths a flower of unusual beauty. Even adults would give in to temptation, and in a free moment take part in such childish amusements. The sandboxes, left to themselves, would regenerate themselves gradually. They would attract animals and swallow them. Soon not a single living being was left on the whole planet. Sandboxes once again adjusted and went into hibernation. Then human beings came. Parker burst out laughing. "My dear colleague," he said, "I never suspected you had retained so much childishness. Let us suppose that you are right. Let us suppose that we have created a model of a different world. What value would it have? Where's the guarantee that we would encounter precisely that world and could use our results?" The lonely wind. He lay down for a minute amid the sand dunes, tenderly clinging to its swollen slopes. Having rested, he flew on. He circled the planet by day, in the non-warming rays of the sun, and at night by the weak light of the 2 moons. He raced over the poles, raising a snowy dust, returned to the equator, and sadly howled among the empty buildings, as though he were searching for something. He did not know that he would never again play with the thick hair of young Martians, playfully touching the hems of their broad, elegant clothing. He was only the wind, and the humans who had come to the planet were to him no different than the previous inhabitants, and it seemed that everything went on as it had. But for humans he was too dry and prickly, so they hid from him in their metal buildings, and if they did go outside, they wore spacesuits. Martians never did that. They inhaled him with full lungs, caught him in their stretched-out arms, and laughed clearly when he stroked their faces. Humans were completely different, and sometimes when the wind grew stronger, they feared him. But he was only the wind, and was not annoyed with them. For him nothing in the world had changed. He circled over the poles, returned to the equator, dashingly raced through the unpopulated streets of old cities, and it did not matter to him. He did not even know that he was alone. "I am talking about general principles," Petrovsky said. "What difference does it make?" "A significant one," Petrovsky said, "and several of these principles seem clear to me. The main one is extreme caution and respect for other planets, even if they appear lifeless to us. And what's more, we have to try to imagine what kind of life could arise under the given conditions, not necessarily similar to life as we know it on Earth, precisely the opposite. The most important thing is to get away as far as possible from the usual conceptions." The voice. The large grained sand crunched underfoot like snow. Vogel closed his eyes and imagined that he was walking over a broad field of snow and squinting from the glow of the sun, and pines at the edge of the field were swaying and dissolving into rainbow spots in his tearing eyes, and it smelled of cold and snow. He sighed and opened his eyes. They had had time to adjust to the darkness, and now he could distinguish ahead of him the gentle slopes of dunes, barely noticeable against the background of an almost black sky. There were no stars. This happens on Mars remarkably rarely, after great sandstorms, when thousands of tons of fine dust floated in the atmosphere for several days, and even the daytime resembled dusk. Vogel turned toward the abandoned crawler, but could no longer see it. It was 8 kilometers to Fort Equator, and he would have to walk the rest of the night, which was unusual but great. Vogel did not regret for a minute not checking the fuel before setting out. True, tomorrow he would have to return for the crawler and listen to a lecture from Ponomarenko, but that would be tomorrow. Vogel was a great lover of new sensations, although he was not aware of it, and this predilection was beyond a doubt an important factor in his coming to Mars. Settling Mars was 100 times as difficult as settling unexplored regions on Earth, but there was no room for romanticism. Every step was carefully foreseen by the settlement plan for Mars, and the plan did not foresee any romanticism. Therefore Vogel considered the unexpected adventure a gift of fate, as a reward for disappointed hopes. He remembered the numerous legends that had been made up about the planet, and with a sinking heart waited for at least one of them to prove correct. "You just have to believe," he repeated to himself. "Believe totally and irrevocably, and it would be bound to happen." Not long before, Maltsev had told him about the voice of the wind. On Mars the wind is almost soundless, but sometimes during the longest and darkest nights it begins to speak in an unknown but, it is said, meaningful language. Drawled-out words resound, as though falling from somewhere overhead, and a chill pierces unwilling listeners to the bone. Only a few persons had heard the wind, and they unanimously agreed that it was more than just a trick of nature. Someone tried tape-recording it, but that was unsuccessful, and served as a ground for an official announcement that the voice was a psychological phenomenon and the result of nervous exhaustion. No one believed the explanation, except the most incorrigible pedants, and the legend remained, adding from time to time new details. Vogel climbed to the top of a dune and paused to catch his breath. Walking across the yielding sand had turned out to be hard work. His legs were flooded with a leaden heaviness and stiffness. Vogel laid down on his back and went limp. The black sky seemed so close that he would reach it, even lying down by just lifting up an arm. Vogel did so. He stretched out his open hand, but felt nothing but the gentle wafting of the wind. The sand streamed through the wind's fingers. Half-forgotten verses popped into his mind. Had he spoken them aloud? Vogel listened carefully. "Sand streams through the wind's fingers," he repeated slowly, and almost could not hear his own voice. The words died out in front of his lips, barely born. "I have to go," Vogel said, and once again the words dissolved, as though they had fallen into an airless space or sunk into cotton. Vogel started down the dune. Without being aware of it, he did this a slight bit faster than before. The crumbly sand slipped beneath his feet, and he had a difficult time keeping his balance. "Am I afraid? Is that it?" he thought. "What nonsense! It's just the rarefied atmosphere." "Hey!" he shouted, but there was no shout. Out of his throat flew an indistinct mumbling that he caught more with his consciousness than with his ears. "What's that?" he thought, and unexpectedly for him started running, sinking into the sand and flailing his arms. A loud noise, similar to a clap of thunder, stopped him. "What's this?" he whispered, and heard the voice. Incomprehensible words regularly and heavily, like drops, fell from above, and caught up in an echo spread throughout the area, and returned, rolling up like waves and ringing in the ears like a loud bell. "What is it?" Vogel screamed soundlessly, and collapsed onto the sand, holding his head in his hands. But the voice continued to sound in his brain. It was dispassionately telling some kind of story. Vogel could not understand the words, but hearing it was unbearable. Vogel climbed to his knees and looked upward with hatred. "That's enough! That's enough!" he thought. "I can't take any more!" A sudden gust of wind threw a handful of sand in his face, and while he was rubbing his eyes the voice stopped. The silence deafened him. With difficulty he got to his feet and ran. 2 hours later, little stars floated up over the horizon, the lights on the dome at equator. Vogel whimpered and lay down on the sand. His inflamed eyes burned, his mouth was dry, and dust ground in his teeth. Dawn was approaching. "What you say reminds me of a story from Baron Munchausen," Parker said with a smile. "The one where he pulls himself out of a swamp by grabbing his own hair. In my opinion, an attempt by human beings to go beyond their own conceptions and logic will end in a similar paradox." "It's not a question of rebuilding human thought," Petrovsky said. "That is scarcely possible and hardly necessary. Then humans would cease being human. But I believe that all types of intelligence have at least one point in common, on the basis of which mutual comprehension can be built, and which it is essential for us to learn to find." Parker smiled again. "I'm not going to argue." He bowed and took a glass. "Let's forget about science for a while and talk about purely human affairs." Petrovsky did not answer. "Don't be annoyed with me," Parker said. "Our argument won't be settled tomorrow or the next day. Perhaps we'll live to see the day. Let's drink to the future, to a beautiful future." He raised his glass and winked unexpectedly. "And may it judge between us." Memorial to a Martian. The necessary time passed, and poets appeared on Mars. Poets always come to take the place of the rugged pioneers, to describe their true deeds, and create legends about deeds that were never done. That is how it had been on Earth. That is how it was on Mars. It is characteristic of poets to see the world somewhat differently than ordinary people, and so they saw things no one had ever noticed. And when one young writer wrote a science fiction poem, in which he described Mars inhabited by strange, intelligent beings, it was greeted with universal delight. The persuasively written piece forced readers to believe that the world described in it could exist. That was the reason for its success. A talented author can make you believe anything at all. It was the young author's first long poem. Others followed. Many years passed, and when the poet died, he was recognized as one of humanity's greatest poets. Monuments were erected to him on all the settled planets, and on Mars a memorial complex was set up, because it was there that he had spent the greater part of his life and written his most important work. They also constructed a monument dedicated to the Martian, the hero of the poet's first book. It was erected in the most visible location of the new Martian capital, on a cliff that had somehow escaped being blown up and now towered over the city. The many-meter-high statue of stainless steel represented a massive, sluggish being with a very large head, large eyes, and a hooked nose. The Martian was standing with his short legs spread and looking at the city spread out below. Some people found his expression confused, and they did not like it, because the Martians described by the poet were cold, insensitive beings. But however that may be, the monument soon became the local tourist attraction, and in the tourists' unanimous opinion greatly enhanced the capital. It was appropriately created by Mars's leading sculptor. At his insistence, a dozen powerful floodlights were positioned around the cliff and lit it every night. The Martian looked at the city, and in his round eyes you really could see bewilderment. The city over which he towered was alien to him. He could not recognize his own planet, which had been transformed by humans, and, most important, he could not recognize himself. Plays and Winds by M. Krivich and O. Olgin. Had he refused to enter the tournament on the spot, he would not be sitting in his dacha in Udalnaya and writing a book on the Catalan opening, moving his old friends with crackled lacquer around the board. The teapot would be whistling on the hot plate. A barefooted neighbor in sandals would drop by to borrow an onion for her shashlik. International Grandmaster Lev Borisovich Levitsky was riding down the avenue in the pneumatic train to the Central Sports Palace. At the corner of Gazetny Street, the car shook slightly, letting loose an ugly hiss, and the train landed. The driver, holding a wrench, ran past the window. There were footsteps on the roof, and the lights went out. Lev Borisovich thought with pain of the not-to-be lunch in the comfortable Grandmaster's dining room, and tried to make out the dial on his watch. 2 points apiece. And rain outside, and now there would be no time for lunch, and the hall was draughty. He had had enough. No more open tournaments. Let the wunderkinds from the math school play the machines. The lights flickered on. The drenched driver ran up to the head car, and buildings began flashing by again. But he would still be late. Well, she would wait. But why she? Those all-knowing kids always said she. Well, so be it. She it would be. After a well-played draw with an elderly Senegalese, he had taken a game from a little grey computer with a hard-to-pronounce Tamil name, then managed a hard-played draw against the young American master, Madeline Mifka. And now in the great hall the genial enamelled Berezan, squirming with impatience, was waiting for him while the time clock was ticking. Levitsky walked across the stage to the only vacant seat. To while away the time, Berezan was polishing her nickel-plated chart with a piece of carefully folded flannel cloth held in her manipulator. Lev Borisovich pushed his immoderately dangling cuffs back into his sleeves, cast an envious glance at the impeccable steel cuffs of the manipulator, moved a pawn and hit the clock. 1. White. Pawn to Queen's Bishop 4. Black. Knight to King's Bishop 3. 2. White. Knight to King's Bishop 3. Rummaging around in his pockets, Lev pulled out a crumpled red pack of Koroshia and lit up. Usually the computers couldn't care less about smoke, but the Grand Master, with his innate delicacy, tilted his head back and exhaled the smoke upward in a thin stream toward the ventilators. Berezan's steel hand reached out to the King's Knight pawn, and along her arm bluish smoke floated over the board. Levitsky took another deep puff and exhaled forcefully upward. Once again the smoke turned downward to the board, crawled around the figures, and dissolved into Berezan. 2. Black. Pawn to King's Knight 3. In the place where the emblem of Berezan's chess club had decorated her face, protruding rubber lips, covered with a soft mesh, were pursed. The lips moved slightly, drawing in the tobacco smoke. 3. White. Pawn to King's Knight 3. "She's smoking," Levitsky could not help exclaiming. "No way, old chap, no way. Just getting a whiff, in accordance with your recommendation." 3. Black. Bishop to King's Knight 2. 4. White. Bishop to King's Knight 2. She was referring to their conversation the day before yesterday. When Levitsky went up to the demonstration board, alongside which 3 correspondents were analyzing a draw from the first round with a naive perspicacity, someone grabbed him by a button on his jacket. The buttons were the Grandmaster's weakness. Lev Borisovich had sewed them on without any help. Smiling with his side illuminator, Berezan stood before him. "Glad to see you in good health." "Good day, colleague." "You've gotten off to a decent start, not like in Hastings," Berezan said politely. "There, my dear sir, you played most lousily. What a joke. Rook to King's Bishop 3. And it wasn't the first time you screwed up like that." The Grand Master could not remember anything similar in his games, but he had no doubts about Berezan's correctness. The tin can knew all his games by heart. 4. Black. Castles. 5. White. Castles. Black. Pawn to Queen 3. 6. Knight to Queen's Bishop 3. Afterward they chatted for another 10 minutes about Hastings, and Lev Borisovich thawed so much that he was about to tell Berezan a delightful English joke about a young woman at the beach, but caught himself in time. She would have taken everything literally. He started to say goodbye, but Berezan clutched his button tightly. "A moment, good sir, we have something to inform you of. Please be so kind as to not walk away. We love this ancient game of ours, and are most kindly disposed to it, insofar as you know it inside out. But we will master you in the 5th round. 6. Black. Knight to Queen's Bishop 3. 7. White. Pawn to Queen 4. "Anything can happen, my colleague," Lev Borisovich mumbled, trying to free his button. "It is inevitable." Levitsky should have left, leaving his button in Berezan's claw, and avoided an argument. But he began expounding worn-out clichés about how people are people and machines are machines, and how it is human to err, to go out on dates, to be embarrassed and blush, and that it was something artificial intelligence could not comprehend. Berezan let go of his button and rolled silently toward the exit. Levitsky felt embarrassed. "I didn't mean to offend anyone," Levitsky shouted after her. "Be good enough not to be concerned. We are not offended," Berezan said, stopping in the doorway. "There is a grain of truth in your words. I must reflect on much. I set off to self-organize so that my Weltanschauung will extend its borders." They never had the opportunity to chat again. 7. Black. Bishop to King's Bishop 4. 8. White. Pawn to Queen 5. Black. Knight to Queen's Rook 4. The computer's fist gently scratched under the manipulator. Its wires heated up slightly, casting a pleasant heat through the circuits. Berezan was thinking, "That file is blocked. That one, too. Let's take a look at your ears. White. Absolutely white. His hands aren't trembling. I'll be able to get my queen out. I don't like the looks of those pawns in the center." 9. White. Knight to Queen 2. "I'm playing poorly," Levitsky thought. "But what can you do? I'm afraid of her. My God, suppose they do come up with self-organization. Then playing against them will be like boxing a bulldozer." 9. Black. Pawn to Queen's Bishop 4. "We've got him cramped in, but his ears aren't red, and his hands aren't trembling." 10. White. Pawn to King 4. "I'm hungry. Should have taken the taxi. At least I would have had time to stop off at the cafeteria. If we keep on marking time, I'll offer a draw. Then go down and order a steak and a bottle of beer. Although she won't agree. What does she care about a steak? She'll play until just kings are left." 10. Black. Bishop to Queen 2. "We're stronger in the endgame. Shall we start the exchanges? No, wait until he turns red." 11. White. Queen to Queen's Bishop 2. "So that then? What then? This electric junk box won't make a mistake." "How about a draw?" 11. Black. Pawn to Queen's Rook 3. "Aren't you anticipating events, old chap, with such grandeur on the board?" 12. White. Rook to Knight 1. "What does she mean, grandeur? Let's just get it over with." 12. Black. Pawn to Queen's Knight 4. "A grand master, but still he doesn't know how to move his men. Can't put them in the middle of a square." "With your consent, we will adjust the rook you so awkwardly placed, like so. There." 13. White. Pawn to Queen's Knight 3. "I'll run down to the cafeteria anyway." Lev Borisovich stood up and said, "I ask to be excused. I'm going to the cafeteria. I have enough time to let the clock run." "Why do you thus cause yourself excitation? In such a case we will permit ourselves to fancy positions so rare an occurrence that we previously have not taken them into consideration." Levitsky raced down to the cafeteria. He swallowed the first sandwich as he climbed the stairs. The second one, in waxed paper, he placed carefully on the edge of the table. Berezan kept her word, and pushed the button on the time clock only when the Grand Master took a seat. 13. Black. Rook to Bishop 1. "You have taken food and drink, old chap?" "No, I choked it down dry." "Sometimes we too experience that problem. Then unwell being occurs in our accumulator." "What a resemblance," Levitsky growled. 14. White. Bishop to Knight 2. Without taking his gaze off the board, Lev picked up the sandwich with his left hand, licked a grain of caviar off his fingers, and began to chew leisurely. 14. Black. Queen to Bishop 2. "Bon appétit. And what is it you are eating, if it is not a secret?" "A caviar sandwich." 15. White. Bishop to Queen's Rook 1. Picking up a pawn with a suction pad, Berezan inquired politely, "Pardon my curiosity, but what is caviar?" 15. Black. Pawn to King 4. 16. White. Knight to King 2. "Caviar? It's from fish." You mean the phenomenon encountered by players of the pleasant game of dominoes? What do you mean, dominoes? It swims in water. 16. Black. Knight to king 1. Berezan faltered. Its working memory contained scant information about water and its inhabitants. 17. White. Pawn to bishop 4. Please excuse me for trying your patience. Would you please place the food derived from fish near our mouth? Liev tore himself away from the board and held out his sandwich to the rubber lips. They pursed, drawing in air. We have now new analyzers for the detection of odors, installed according to your wise comments about our imperfection. Now, if you would place a small bit of the caviar behind the mesh, we will learn of its elemental nature on our spectrograph. We are deeply grateful to you. The Tin Woman is crazy, Levitsky thought, but said aloud, Here you are. Thank you. 17. Black. Pawn to king's bishop 4. 18. White. Pawn to king's rook 3. They played on in silence, and about 5 moves later the Grandmaster felt that something strange was happening on the board. Levitsky had played with many people and many computers, had lost some, had won a few more, had made mistakes, and taken advantage of others' mistakes. But even in the most difficult positions he knew where the danger lurked. Now he could not understand Berezan, and, puzzled by the hidden meaning of her moves, waited in anguish for the trap to spring. Berezan was not playing chess, just shifting pieces around. Behind an untouched picket fence of pawns, she juggled bishops and knights, as though verifying the fact that no one would touch them behind the fence. She matter-of-factly hid the queen in such a sheltered nook that it did not threaten a single piece. Finally, leaving her queen alone, Berezan moved her queen's rook-pawn. It's beginning, Liev thought, and stood up from the table. A homeless pawn stood on the edge of the board, to the side of the mass of black figures. It could be taken without loss. As soon as he took it... Bending over from laughter, the Grandmaster sat down on his chair, took out his handkerchief, wiped the tears from his eyes, and once again broke out laughing. He sat there, his elbows on the table, sputtering, shaking, angling his tie over the board. That mountain of circuitry, crammed with chess wisdom, that self-satisfied, infallible, imaginative tin can, had put its pieces in the shape of a fish. And so, my friend, suppose I had bought a ham sandwich. It is vain to express sarcasm. My dear, where did you get your vocabulary? It is most dear to me, Berezan babbled, insofar as we have gained a mastery of the bookish science. But Liev Borisovich was not listening. With a quiet, very quiet, move from a chess etude, he began the many-moved combination with an ineluctable result, as ineluctable as a solar eclipse, strewn throughout with paradoxical sacrifices and lullaby-like digressions, a combination that was fated to find its way into stolid chess monographs, textbooks for programmers, and photo calendars, the combination that even today is called Levitsky's hook. 39. White. Pawn to king's rook 4. 2 exclamation points. The Visitors, by Boris and Arkady Strugatsky. Not long ago, an extended article concerning the unusual events of last July and August near Dushanbe in Soviet Central Asia appeared in a popular science magazine. Unfortunately, the author apparently made use of second- and third-hand informants, hands that were unconscionable to boot, and therefore misrepresented the events in both the letter and the spirit. Discussions of telemechanical saboteurs and silico-organic monsters, just like contradictory testimony of witnesses concerning burning mountains and cows and trucks gobbled up whole, are beneath criticism. The facts were much simpler and, at the same time, much more complex. When it became clear that the Dushanbe Commission's official report would be published only in the remote future, Professor Nikitin proposed to me printing the truth about the visitors, since I was one of the few real witnesses. Simply set forth your impressions, the way you did before the Commission. You can use our materials, too, although it would probably be better if you restrict yourself to your own impressions. And then don't forget Lozovsky's diary. You have a right to it. As I begin my story, I should warn the readers that I will follow the professor's recommendations to the best of my ability. I shall strive to convey only my own experiences, and shall set forth events as they occurred from our point of view, the point of view of the archaeological group occupied with the so-called Apida Castle, 50 kilometers to the southeast of Penjikent, one of Tajikistan's major cities. The group consisted of 6 persons, including 3 archaeologists, the group leader, pan boss Boris Yanovich Lazovsky, my old friend the Tajik Jamil Karimov, and myself. In addition, the group included 2 workers, local residents, and the driver Kolya. Apida Castle is a hill about 30 meters high, located in a narrow valley squeezed in between the mountains. A small stream flowed through the valley, very pure and cold, crammed with smooth round stones. The road to the Penjikent oasis runs along the stream. At the top of the hill we were excavating ancient Tajik dwellings. Our camp was pitched at its foot, 2 black tents and a crimson flag with a picture of a Sogdian coin, a circle with a square hole in the middle. A 3rd-century Tajik castle had nothing in common with the crenellated walls and drawbridges of Europe's feudal castles. When excavated, there are 2 or 3 levels bordered by 4-inch fence. As a matter of fact, only the floor of the castle remains. You can find burnt wood, fragments of clay vessels, completely contemporary scorpions, and, if you're lucky, an old, age-greened coin. Our group had a car at its disposal, an old Gaz 51, in which we accomplished distant expeditions over terrible mountain roads. On the day before the visitors arrived, Lazovsky took the car to Penjikent for supplies, and we expected him back the morning of August 14th. The car did not return, beginning, by its disappearance, a chain of remarkable and incomprehensible events. I was sitting in my tent smoking, waiting for some pottery fragments placed in a basin sunk in the river to be washed clean. The sun hung at its zenith, even though it was already 3 in the afternoon. Jamil was working on the top of the hill. Up there less dust swirled in the wind, and the workers' white hats shone in the sun. The primus hissed, cooking buckwheat porridge. It was stuffy, sultry, and dusty. I smoked and thought up reasons why Lazovsky would be delayed in Penjikent and be 6 hours late. Our kerosene was running out. We had only 2 cans of food and half a package of tea. It would be most unpleasant if Lazovsky did not return. Thinking up still another reason, Lazovsky decided to call Moscow. I stood up, stretched, and saw the visitor for the first time. He stood motionless, a few meters in front of the tent entrance, a dull black, the size of a large dog, the shape of a huge spider. He had a round and flat body, like a pocket watch, and jointed legs. I cannot describe him in any more detail. I was too startled and worried. In a second he swayed and headed straight at me. Dumbfounded, I watched him slowly move his legs, leaving tracks in the dust like holes, a monstrous silhouette against the background of the yellow crumbling clay, brightly lit by the sun. Remember, I had not the slightest inkling that it was a visitor. To me it was some kind of unknown animal, and it was headed straight at me, strangely twisting its legs, silent and eyeless. I recoiled. At that instant I heard a low click, and suddenly a blinding light flashed so bright that I instinctively closed my eyes. When I opened them I saw, through a fuzzy red spot, that he was a step closer, already in the shade of the tent. "Damn," I muttered. He stood over our supply box and seemed to be rummaging around with his 2 front legs. A can flashed in the sun and then disappeared. Then the spider stepped sideways and disappeared from view. The primus's hissing fell silent, and a metallic sound rang out. I do not know what a rational person would have done in my place. I could not think rationally. I remember bellowing at the top of my lungs, either in an attempt to frighten the spider off or to bolster my own courage. I jumped out of the tent, ran several paces, and stopped, out of breath. Nothing had changed. All around the mountains drowsed, drenched in sunlight, and the river rushed by like molten silver. On the hilltop 2 white hats protruded. And then I saw the visitor once again. He rushed up the slope, circling the hill lightly and soundlessly, as though he were gliding on air. His legs were practically invisible, but I saw distinctly a strange, sharply defined shadow running alongside him on the tough gray grass. Then he disappeared. A horsefly bit me, and I snapped at him with a wet towel it turned out, had been holding in my hand. I heard shouts from the top of the hill. Jamil and the workers were coming down, and he signaled me to take off the porridge and put up the tea. They did not suspect anything, and were astounded when I greeted them with, "The spider carried off the primus and the cans of food." I sat by the tent and shook cigarette ashes off my cigarette and into the porridge. My face was white, and I would glance around in fear every now and then. Seeing that my old friend was taking me for a madman, I proceeded to tell him what happened, hastily and contradictorily, and succeeded in convincing him that he was right. The workers simply drew one conclusion: there would be no tea. Disappointed, they ate their cold porridge in silence, then took a deck of cards into their tent and played bish do kutar. Jamil also ate, and we lit up. He heard me out again, now that I had calmed down a little. He thought a minute, then declared that it was all a hallucination, the result of a mild sunstroke. I immediately objected that first, I had been in the sun only with a hat, and second, what happened to the Primus and the cans of food? Jamil said that I might have unconsciously thrown them in the stream. I felt hurt, but we got up and waded out into the transparent water, feeling along the bottom with our hands. I found Jamil's watch, which he had lost the week before, after which we returned, and once again Jamil began to think. Then we inspected the site. We could find no tracks beyond the half-obliterated holes near the tent entrance. However, we discovered that the spider had dragged off my diary, a box of pencils, and a package of the most valuable archaeological finds. "The thief!" Jamil exclaimed, dismayed. That night I was awakened by a strange noise, similar to the roar of powerful jet engines. For a while I lay there and listened. For some reason I felt totally lost, possibly because during a month of work at the site I had never seen a single airplane. I stood up and looked out of the tent. It was the middle of the night, 1:30. The sky was sprinkled with sharp icy stars. Then on the slope of the mountain opposite us a bright spot of light crawled downhill, went out, and came on again, now further to the right. The roar intensified. "What is it?" Jamil asked anxiously, as he pushed himself through the tent door. There was a loud droning somewhere quite near, and a blinding bluish-white light illuminated the top of our hill. The hill seemed to be sparkling with an icy peak. This lasted for several seconds. Then the light went out and the droning ceased. Pitch darkness and absolute silence fell over the camp like lightning. Frightened voices came from the workers' tent. An invisible Jamil shouted something in Tajik, and I heard the noise of hurried steps over a bed of large pebbles. Once again the powerful roar began, then climbed above the valley, and quickly died away somewhere far in the distance. I think I saw a dark elongated object slide over the stars in a southeasterly direction. Jamil and the workers came over. We sat down in a circle and were silent for a long time, smoking and straining to hear every sound. To be honest, I was afraid of everything: the spiders, the impenetrable darkness of the moonless night, the mysterious rustling sounds I heard amid the stream's babbling. I believe, however, that the others felt the same way. Jamil said in a whisper that we must be in the middle of something big. I did not disagree. Finally, we all felt frozen and went back to our tents. "Well, what do you have to say about sunstrokes now?" I asked. Jamil was silent, and only several minutes later asked, "What if they come again?" "I don't know," I answered. But they did not come. The next day we went up to the excavation and found that all the fragments found the day before were gone. All the ceramics had been taken. The ground was covered with hole-like tracks. A hill of excavated dirt had settled and lay flat, as though a bulldozer had run over it. The wall had been destroyed in 2 places. Jamil bit his lips and looked at me plaintively. The workers exchanged comments in a low voice and stayed close to us. They were terrified, and so were we. Gansovsky had still not returned with the car. For breakfast we chewed on some slightly moldy bread and drank cold water. When the bread was finished, the workers, expressing the desire that everything go to hell, took their kitmans, the local kind of hoe, and climbed the hill, and after consulting Jamil, I pulled my hat down over my eyes and set off with determination toward Penjikent, hoping to hitch a ride with a passing car. I walked the first few kilometers without incident, and twice even sat down to rest and have a cigarette. The walls of the valley narrowed into a gorge and then spread apart. The wind kicked up dust along the winding road, and the stream roared. Several times I saw a herd of goats or grazing cattle, but there were no people. It was still 10 kilometers to the nearest populated area when a black helicopter appeared in the area. It was flying low along the road and flew over my head with a dull roar, and disappeared around the bend of the gorge, leaving a stream of hot wind behind it. It was not green like our military helicopters, or silver like our transport and passenger helicopters. It looked like a dull black, and reflected the sunlight poorly like a gun barrel. Its color, its unusual shape, and the powerful low droning immediately brought to mind the events of the preceding night, and the spiders, and I felt terrified again. I picked up the pace, then started running. Around the bend I saw a car, a Gaz 69, and next to it 3 men who were staring at the already empty sky. I was afraid that they would leave without me, so I shouted and ran toward them as far as I could. They turned toward me, then one of them lay on the ground and crawled under the car. The other 2, broad-shouldered and bearded men, most likely geologists, continued to stare at me. "Can you give me a lift to Penjikent?" I shouted. They continued to stare at me silently and intently, and I thought they had not heard my question. "Hello," I said as I walked up. "Salam alaikum." The taller of the 2 turned away without saying a word. The shorter man answered testily, "Good morning," and once again stared up in the sky. I, too, looked up. There was nothing there except a huge immobile vulture. "You headed for Penjikent?" I asked, clearing my throat. "And who might you be?" the shorter man asked. The taller man reached over the seat, and I caught sight of a pistol in a holster on his broad belt. "I'm an archaeologist. We're excavating Iapetus Castle." "What was that?" the shorter man asked, a good deal more politely. "The Iapetus Castle." "Where is that?" I explained. "Why are you going to Penjikent on foot?" I explained about Lazovsky and the situation in our camp. I kept quiet about the spider and our nocturnal adventure. "I know Lazovsky," the taller man said abruptly. He was sitting with his legs dangling outside the car. He was puffing on a pipe. "I know Lazovsky. Boris Yanovich Lazovsky?" I nodded. "A good man. We'd take you, of course, but as you can see, we're not going anyplace." "Georgy Pavlovich," a reproachful voice appealed from beneath the car. "The drive shaft." "Don't talk nonsense, Petrenko," the taller man said lazily. "I'll fire you and pay you nothing." "Georgy Pavlovich!" "There it is again," the shorter man exclaimed. The black helicopter dove down from behind the slope and rushed down the road straight at us. "God only knows what that is," the shorter man complained. The helicopter shot up in the sky and hung high over our heads. I didn't like the looks of things, and had already opened my mouth to announce the fact, when the taller man suddenly said in a tense voice, "It's descending," and climbed out of the car. The helicopter fell downward, and an evil-looking round opening gaped in its belly. It came lower and lower. "Petrenko, get the hell out of there," the taller man yelled, and jumped away, pulling me by the arm. I ran, as did the shorter man. He was yelling something, his mouth opened wide, but the roar drowned out everything. I ended up in the ditch with dust-clouded eyes, and managed only to see Petrenko crawling on all fours toward us, and the black helicopter landing. The wind, kicked up by the powerful rotors, tore off my hat, and drowned everything in a yellow cloud of dust. Then that same blinding light flashed on, obscuring the sun, and I cried out from shock. When the dust settled, we saw an empty road. The Gaz 69 had disappeared. The black helicopter flew up and away along the gorge. I saw no more of the visitors or their aircraft. Jamil and the workers saw a helicopter that same day, and 2 more on August 16th. They were flying at low altitude, also along a road. My further adventures were only indirectly involved with the visitors. Together with the victimized geologists, I somehow made it to Penjikent by hitching rides. The taller geologist kept looking at the sky the whole trip, and the shorter one kept cursing and repeating that if it was a joke by the guys at the aviation club, he would know how to get even. Petrenko was totally out of it. Several times he started explaining something about the drive shaft, but no one paid him any attention. In Penjikent I was told that Lazovsky had left on the morning of the 14th, and Kolya, our group's driver, had returned that very day without Lazovsky, and was being held by the police, because they suspected him of stealing the car and doing in Lazovsky. He would not, however, confess, justifying himself with a totally nonsensical story about an air attack. I rushed to police station. Kolya was sitting with an officer on a wooden bench, dumbstruck by human injustice. According to him, about 40 kilometers from Penjikent, Pan Boss got out of the car to look at a site off the road. 20 minutes later, the helicopter came and took the car. Kolya ran after it for almost a kilometer, but did not catch up. He went to look for Lazovsky, but he was nowhere to be found. When Kolya got to Penjikent, he reported everything just like it happened, but everything got messed up. The police officer told him to cut the crap, but just then my 2 geologists and Petrenko burst in. They brought a complaint about the stolen car, and asked dryly with whom charges should be lodged for acts of hooliganism. A half-hour later, Kolya was released. I should mention that this was not the last of Kolya's misfortunes. The Penjikent district attorney brought charges in the case of the disappearance of citizen Lozovsky, in which Kolya was the defendant, and Jamil, the workers, and I were cited as witnesses. The case was dropped only after the arrival of the commission headed by Professor Nikitin. We tried all kinds of guesses in an attempt to understand who the visitors were and where they came from. Opinions varied widely, and matters were cleared up only in mid-September, when the visitors' landing site and Lozovsky's diary were found. They were discovered by a border patrol that was following clues provided by witnesses of the black helicopters. The land site lay in a hollow encircled by mountain peaks, about 15 kilometers to the west of Iapetus Castle. It consisted of a smooth, leveled surface about 200 meters in diameter. The soil was scorched in many places, and the vegetation, grass, thistles, 2 mulberry trees, were charred. At the site were found one of the stolen automobiles, the Gaz 69, greased and washed, but without fuel, several objects made of an unidentified material, and, most important, Lozovsky's diary. The diary lay on the back seat of the car and was not damaged by moisture or heat, although it was covered by a layer of dust. The thick notebook with a brown cardboard cover was 2/3 full of descriptions of the excavations and reports of explorations in the area, but at the end 12 pages were devoted to a short tale, which in my considered opinion is the equal of any novel and of many scientific and philosophical works. Pages from the Diary of B. Yanovich Lozovsky. August 14th. There are pictures of something resembling a mushroom cap, a severely flattened cone. Alongside, for purposes of comparison, an automobile and a man. It is inscribed, Spaceship. On the cone are several dots, toward which arrows labeled entrances point. At the top of the cone is written, Loading Here. On the side, height 15 meters, diameter at base 40 meters. A helicopter has brought another car, a Gaz 69, license ZD 1919. The visitors, Lozovsky was the first person to use this term, crawled all over it, took apart the engine, then loaded it on the ship. The hatches are narrow, but the car went in. Our car is still standing beneath it. I unloaded all the food, and they're not touching it. They pay no attention to me. It's even a little insulting. It seems that I can leave, but I don't want to yet. At this point there is a very bad drawing of what must be one of the visitors. I can't draw. A black disc-shaped body about 1 meter in diameter. 8, or in some cases 10, legs. The legs are long and thin, like spiders, with 3 joints. The joints bend in any direction. Neither eyes nor ears are visible, but they undoubtedly see and hear very well. They can move unbelievably quickly, like black lightning. They can run on the surface of perpendicular cliffs, like flies. It's surprising that their bodies are not divided into front and back parts. I have noticed that one of them was running, and without stopping or turning the body, suddenly darted to the side, then backward. When they run past close to me, I feel a slight and fresh breeze, like the scent of ozone. They chirp like locusts, living and intelligent. The sentence is unfinished. The helicopter has brought a cow, a fat, dappled, and very stupid Jersey. As soon as she was set down on the ground, she began nibbling some charred thistles. 6 visitors gathered around her. Amazing strength. One of them grabbed the cow by the legs and effortlessly turned her over on her back. They loaded her on the ship. Poor thing. Are they stocking up with supplies? I tried to start a conversation, went straight up to them. They paid no attention. The helicopter brought in a haystack, and it was loaded. There are no fewer than 9 visitors and 3 helicopters. But they are keeping an eye on me. I walked away behind some rocks. A visitor followed, chirping. It is without doubt a spaceship. I sat in the shade of a cliff, and suddenly the visitors ran from the ship in all different directions. Then the ship rose several meters straight up, and descended again, lightly like a piece of fluff. No noise, no flames, no sign of a motor. But the stones all around me creaked. One of the visitors I see now has eyes, 5 shining buttons on the edge of the body. They are multicolored, from left to right, blue-green, dark blue, violet, and 2 black ones. However, perhaps they are not eyes. Most of the time they are not pointed in the direction the visitor is moving. In the dusk, they glow. August 15th. I hardly slept all night. The helicopters arrived and departed. The visitors ran around and chirped. And everything was done in total darkness, with only an occasional flash. A 4th car, again a Gaz 69. Once again, no driver. Why? Do they wait for the driver to leave? A visitor caught a lizard, very skillfully. ran on 3 legs, and with the remaining ones it caught lizards by 2s and 3s. Yes, I could leave if I wanted. I just came back from the foot of the cliff. It's not far to the highway to Penjikent, not more than a 3-hour walk. But I will not leave. I have to see what is going to happen. They loaded a whole flock of sheep, 10 of them, and an enormous quantity of hay. They've already learned what they eat. Smart creatures. Evidently they want to take the cows and sheep back alive or stock up on provisions, and it is still incomprehensible why they so demonstratively and stubbornly ignore humans. Or are humans of less interest to them than cows? They've also loaded our car. Whether they understand. Suppose I leave with them, try to come to an agreement with them or sneak into the ship. Will they allow it? 2 propellers, sometimes 4. I haven't been able to count the blades. The body is 8 meters long, made of the same dull black material without noticeable seams. In my opinion, it's not metal. Something like a plastic. I can't figure out how to get inside. I can't see any hatches. Apparently this is a description of the helicopters. I guess I am the only human being to find himself in a situation like this. It's strange, but what else can I do? I have to go. It's absolutely necessary. Hedgehogs have appeared on the top of the ship. This is incomprehensible. Nowhere else does Lazovsky mention hedgehogs. They've whirled around, flared up, and vanished. A strong smell of ozone. A helicopter has flown in. The sides have dents the size of a fist. After it landed, 2 of our jet fighters flew over the mountains. What happened? The visitors have continued to run around as though nothing happened. If there was a clash... Unfinished. Theoretically... Undecipherable. Must explain. They apparently don't understand, or consider it beneath their dignity. Astounding, I still can't believe it. Can they really be machines? Right next to me 2 visitors took apart a 3rd. I didn't believe my eyes. An unusually complex mechanism. I don't know how to describe it. Too bad I'm not an engineer, although it probably wouldn't make any difference. They removed the back plate, and underneath is a star-shaped... Unfinished. Under the belly is a storage chamber, rather roomy, but I still can't see how they fit everything in there. Machines. They put it back together, leaving just 4 legs, but adding something like a giant claw. As soon as the assembly was finished, the newborn jumped up and ran off into the ship. Most of the body is taken up by a star-shaped object made of a white material like pumice or a sponge. Who is the master of these machines? Perhaps they are controlled from within the ship? Intelligent machines? Nonsense. Cybernetics or remote control? Some kind of miracle. And who could prevent the masters from coming outside if that was their wish? They understand the difference between humans and animals, and therefore don't take the people. Most humane of them. I was probably taken by mistake. My wife is not going to forgive them. Never see her again. That is terrifying. But I have to act like a real human being. The chances of surviving are low. Hunger, cold, radiation, a million other accidents. The ship is obviously not designed for stowaways. 1 chance in 100. But I don't have the right to let the chance slip by. We must make contact. It's night, 12 o'clock. I am writing by flashlight. When I lit it, a visitor ran over, flashed, and ran away. All night the visitors were busy building a tower-like structure. At first, broad ramps extended from 3 hatches. I thought that the masters were finally going to come out. But instead, many machine parts and strips of metal were lowered. 6 visitors started work. The one with the claw was not among them. I watched them a long time. All their movements were precise and assured. The tower was built in 4 hours. How well their work is coordinated. I can't see a thing, it's dark, but I hear them running around the site. They manage without light, and the work does not stop even for a minute. The helicopters are constantly flying in and out. Let's suppose that I... Unfinished. August 16th, 1600 hours. To the person who finds this notebook, please send it to the Central Asia Section, Hermitage Museum, Leningrad. On August 14th at 9 a.m., I, Boris Yanovich Lazovsky, was kidnapped by a black helicopter and brought here, to the visitors' camp. Insofar as possible, I have recorded my observations. Several lines here are illegible. And 4 vehicles. My basic conclusions: 1. They are visitors from another world. 2. The visitors are unusually complex and intricate mechanisms, and they and their spaceship are under automatic control. The visitors examined me, undressed me, and, I believe, photographed me. They have not harmed me in any way, and did not even pay any special attention to me after the examination. I have been granted complete freedom. The ship is being readied in all likelihood for takeoff, since this morning all 3 black helicopters and 5 visitors were disassembled before my very eyes. My supplies have been loaded. In the landing area there remain only several parts from the tower and 1 Gaz-69. 2 visitors are still fussing around under the ship, and 2 were wandering about somewhere nearby. I see them from time to time on the slope of the mountain. I, Boris Yanovich Lazovsky, have decided to board the visitors' ship and go with them. I have considered everything. I have enough food for at least a month. I don't know what will happen after that, but I have to go. I plan on entering the ship, finding the cows and sheep, and staying with them. First, because it will be more fun, and second, there will be meat if I need it. I don't know about water. However, I have a knife, and if necessary, I can drink blood. Crossed out. If I remain among the living, and I think I will make every attempt to communicate with Earth and come back with the Masters. I believe I can reach an understanding with them. To Maria Ivanovna Lazovsky, my dear, dear Masha, I hope that by the time these lines reach you, everything has turned out all right. But do not condemn me. I cannot do anything else. Just remember that I have always loved you. Forgive me. Kiss our Grisha for me. When he grows up, tell him about me. I am not so bad that my son will not be able to be proud of his father. What do you think? That is all I can say. Just now, one of the visitors, running over the face of the cliff, returned to the ship. I am going. Farewell. I kiss you. Always yours, Boris. As I was writing, the visitors pulled in 2 ramps. Only 1 is left. I have to... An entire paragraph is illegible, as though Lazovsky wrote without looking. I have to go. I'll certainly look foolish if they don't let me in. I'll have to force my way. Still another has come down from the cliff and climbed inside. 2 are still sitting underneath the ship. Well, Lazovsky, get on with it. It's more than a little terrifying, but to hell with it. They're machines, and I am a human being. At this point, the diary breaks off. Lazovsky did not return to the car again. He did not return because he was on the ship when it took off. Skeptics talk about an accident, but that is why they are skeptics. I have been from the very beginning deeply convinced that our pan-boss is alive and seeing things that we cannot even dream of. He will return. I envy him. I will always envy him, even if he does not return. He is the bravest man I know. Not everyone is capable of doing what he did. I've asked many people. Some have said honestly, no, I'd be petrified. Most say, I don't know. It would depend on the concrete circumstances. I would not have the nerve. I saw 1 spider briefly, and even now that I know it was only a machine, I still could never feel comfortable with them. And those fearsome black helicopters. Imagine yourself in the innards of an alien spaceship, surrounded by dead mechanisms. Imagine yourself flying through icy space, without hope, without assurance, flying for days, months, perhaps even years, and you will understand what I mean. That is all I can say for sure, but a few words about later events on Earth. In mid-September, Professor Nikitin's commission arrived, and all of us, me, Jamil, Kolya, the workers, were forced to fill reams of paper with answers to thousands of questions. It took me about a week, after which I returned to Leningrad. Perhaps the skeptics are right, and we will never know the nature of our guests from afar, the mechanism of their starship, the remarkable devices they sent to Earth, or even the main thing, the reason for their unexpected visit. But no matter what the skeptics maintain, I believe that they will return. Lazovsky will be their interpreter. He will have had to learn our distant neighbor's language to perfection. Only he will be able to explain to them how on Earth a modern automobile turned up alongside fragments of a 16th-century-old pottery pitcher. End of Aliens, Travelers, and Other Strangers by Boris and Arkady Strugatsky and others. Narrated by Peter Johnson in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, October 1985. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Macmillan Publishing Company, 866 3rd Avenue, New York, New York 10022.
End of book.